What?
I know, and you don't want to be a moron who keeps saying 2024, but, it's starting to look a lot like that year.
Okay, so we always have, questions to ask the audience.
Yeah.
Are you buying back in as what we have down here? I'm not there yet.
No.
But I'm not oblivious to what's happening.
No, absolutely not. It's fun. It's great. It's amazing emotion. It's, like I said, it's why we watch sports, and it's going to make it very interesting in about 3 weeks with the trading deadline. Look, they play a pretty good team. It's not playing great right now, but they play. You look at the lineup, and Harper and Schwarber and people like that, and the two pitchers they're going to be facing Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be if they can win 2 out of 3 against the Phillies going into the break.
Well, that's why I say not yet, because I really feel stupid if I came in today and let the emotion of Valencia tell me, we're back, baby. I'm the first member of the show back on board, and they lose 2 or 3 to the Phillies, and I go, oh, wait, hold on. They're 8 under 500 at the All-Star break. I want to see what they do against the Phillies, and then how they can they keep this momentum rolling out of the break. And if they do those things, I'm not going to fight it. I will welcome this. This will be a welcomed change from where we thought the season was headed.
And I'm not going to guarantee it. I'm not somebody like that. However,
was that a shot at me? Is that what that was?
No, it was, maybe, but I was also a shot at my past. But Valdez looked pretty freaking good yesterday.
Okay, I made a note of that too, because from the jump, he struck out the side.
Yeah.
He's throwing this curveball for strikes and swing and miss, which I think was a huge part of that last night. 9 strikeouts, no walks, 7 shutout innings. So he was the only guy that seemingly had been struggling in the rotation.
That's the most important thing that came out of last night, that he had a start like that.
Yes.
We kind of talked about that yesterday. I thought we needed to see Valdez look like he can be the number 2 here, or even the 1 if they move Skubal.
You think that was the most important thing that happened last night?
Yeah, I do.
Do you have no heart?
I do have a heart. That was great. That was an awesome moment. I was actually listening to Dickerson, and I was smiling in the car. It's like, this is great, man. It was also another thing that we talked about. Rogers comes in and homers the second Dingler gets hurt.
Yeah.
This team's got a little bit of mojo and magic going right now.
Yes,
it could be temporary, but they're feeling good about themselves.
They look like.
But it's got to be 2 out of 3 this weekend for me to have any buy-ins.
Yes.
Because it's still, you can do this wild card and division stuff all you want. The reason we've set 500 as the barometer is throughout this whole process, the worst wild card has been at 500, a game over or a game under.
No matter what.
What they're doing right now is hopping teams, which is important.
Well, and they're making it so the target is attainable. Because it was not attainable when the month of June started.
The bottom line is I do think they win 2 out of 3 and there's no crazy injuries or anything. On Monday, I think I'm going to be back in. And it's because they'll be 6 under and they will have shaved 10 games off of that under 500 in 42 days.
Correct.
That's remarkable. They were never going to go 22-6 and reverse what they did in May. But that's a big chunk. To shave 10 games off of 500 in 42 days.
Do you realize what Monday is too?
It's what? July 13th?
The return of John Jansen. He's going to go, what the hell happened? The world's upside down.
He'll be the last one to buy in. It's like 2024.
Well, he was. He was to the bitter end. We're playing the destiny drop, and they're going to do this. And he didn't believe it until it happened. Does he come in and jump everybody? Jump the gun and beat you to the punch?
If he does that, that's like when you did the 15-2 bus.
Yeah. The one-upsmanship.
Yes.
Sean comes in. Not only are they going to make the playoffs,
they're going to go 15-2.
Who's better in the division than our boys?
It's the pitching that is making me buy in.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because last night, I mean,
not the offense?
No. But they won a game last night that they would have lost earlier this year. Earlier this year, they wouldn't have got timely hitting from scrubs or has-beens.
Right.
And they got it last night versus earlier in the year, it would have been 0-0, and then the bullpen would have blown it.
Yeah, because the meat of the lineup really didn't do much yesterday.
Nothing.
Yeah.
There was 3 homers from 2 guys that's what I said. Half the city doesn't want on the team, and then a guy they just called up, and you're like, holy crap.
Yes.
Now, you do realize who Valencia was replacing. People say it's Dingler, but it's not Dingler.
It was Jahmai Jones. Yesterday was a wonderful day. All right, your Jahmai Jones memory is 24853.
I got I was thinking maybe Harris was listening to the show yesterday when we said they have no chance to win Saturday if Dingler's not back and Jahmai's in.
Yeah.
Well, now they got this Valencia dude.
Right. Well, there's a chance Dingler might play on Saturday.
He could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
give him another day off today and see what happens. It's they're facing the least of Philly's 3 starters this weekend in Aaron Nola, who's up and down, and we got the least of ours going today in Flaherty. Yeah. By the way, when Jancy came, when Kenley came in, right, and he walks a guy, gets a hit, and the time runs at the plate, you're sitting there, oh boy,
don't ruin this.
Yeah.
Don't ruin
He didn't.
this.
It was good.
And look, there's still issues with this bullpen.
Oh, absolutely.
I also will emphasize, and I do not want to be the wet blanket, but it just needs to be said. The offense isn't as good as it's been in this stretch.
Correct.
They're going to come back down.
It's a little early to talk about what the trade deadline stuff. Just don't, even if they go on, the run continues. If the run continues, where it's okay, we're making the playoffs now to the next level. You still need a right-handed bat. They do. It's that simple.
Can I give you a name?
Sure.
I don't think he'll cost an arm and a leg. Taylor Ward, Baltimore outfielder.
Yeah.
Right-handed bat. Mm-hmm. Cheap.
Yeah.
Look, we can take it more seriously and come up with bigger names if they keep winning.
Right.
That's all I've said is I'll keep taking them seriously if they keep winning.
Yeah. Prove that we should give you our curiosity.
Curiosity is the word of the day. 248-539-9797. I'm really excited for what we're doing at 6:35 this morning. The brainchild of us hanging out in the bullpen after the show. Mm-hmm. It is goofy. It's interesting. It's probably something you haven't heard on sports radio. At least not recently.
Yeah, I kind of did it on a Saturday once for a little bit.
Oh, come on.
Well,
I thought we were doing something innovative, and you've already done this?
Just a little bit. We did it once. We just effing around.
This is sort of innovative. You may have heard it before. It's not that interesting, but we're going to have fun doing it.
Yes.
6:35, we'll get to it. Coming up next, a Stony Blind ranking and more feedback on the Tigers. 248-539-9797. Our baseball team, they're hot. It's 97-1. Eduardo Valencia. Feel Good Friday. Good morning, 97.1.
It's also a fun day Friday.
We're going to have a lot of fun today. We'll get to your blind ranking. A Who Says No game coming up at 6:35 with a twist. Mm-hmm. Some feedback on our Tigers, Stoney. Someone let them get hot. Tex says they should pick up a couple bottom of the lineup upgrades and add to the bullpen. Bye, boys. Bye.
If you want to go for it this year, yeah. But
Still got to keep making that case.
yes.
I'm buying back in as I watch more games because they're more entertaining. Unnamed text.
That's true. When you watch the dugout, look how much fun they have. Well, you have fun when you win.
Goes hand in hand. Not believing yet. Yankees and Houston had major injuries, as well as the Athletics, and they're bad. Win 2 of 3 against the Phillies, and I'll start thinking of believing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's reasonable.
They are 3-0 since they let Cora go, right?
Yes.
3-0 since JC.
Yeah.
1-0 since Jemai's release.
Really? What's the? Yeah. What was the record? BC. What was the
BC
record?
and JC.
BC.
Unbelievable. I'm hoping the Tigers can give us an interesting summer. Our starting pitching is damn good. Kenley Jansen was teetering on disaster last night.
Yep.
The last 2 outs were absolute rockets, but go Tigers.
I know. It's a big thing.
Yeah, so we get to feel good about this team.
Yep.
Another text says, I'm not getting my hopes up because I did with Badu. No one's saying Valencia is going to be some super mega star or anything.
No.
It's a great moment he had, and if he can give us a boost here for a couple weeks, that'd be great.
If he can give us a Shelton month.
Little red pop.
Yeah. For
They're
a
going to be
month.
shooting a Valencia commercial at 10 a.m. today.
What are you doing in my car? Yeah, it says happy for Valencia. It was awesome. I struggled to give love a chance because I fell for Badu, and we know how that story ended. Well, no
Yes.
one's saying that you got to get hitched or anything.
No,
This is just a fun moment.
Yeah.
It only has to be last night.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
Correct.
And if he's a pinch hitter, we hope it continues a little bit.
And another note, does sound like Torres should be back after the break. It'll help stabilize the offense.
That's true.
Stoney, you got a blind ranking.
I got a blind ranking, and because the Philadelphia Phillies are in town, and you know my kin for Philadelphia, I decided to give you, Jim, a blind rank of 10 people who played both for Philadelphia and Detroit. And I kept it to this century. So no Lance Parrish, Jeff Garcia, Rodney Peete, none of those people.
No Broad Street Bullies?
No Broad Street Bull. Yeah, no Rick McLeish, Darryl Sittler, none of those guys.
Okay. I appreciate that, Stoney.
Yep. Just this century. Here we go. Number 1, Jerry Stackhouse.
Oh, wow. I'm going to put him at 6.
Okay.
Start safe.
All right. Next up, Valtteri Filppula. Now you can figure out, by how good they were here in Philly,
Just
whatever
in general.
way however you want to use.
I'm a Red Wing fan. I love me some Valtteri Filppula. I'm going to put him ahead of Jerry Stackhouse. I don't know if people will agree with me. I'll put him at 5. Give me Val Filppula there.
Okay. Next up, DeAndre Swift.
That's right. He did play for both. God, he was kind of a dud here. I'm going to put him at 7. DeAndre Swift.
Okay.
Yeah, but if he caught that pass.
That's right. Remember that?
Because I think you might have some garbage at the end here. I gotta save the last couple spots.
Andre Drummond.
He made an All-Star here at only 22 years old. Must have been a hell of a player. I'm going to put him at 9.
Okay.
His weird shoulder hair.
Allen Iverson.
Okay, I am going to skew this to what he did as a Sixer and give him the love. Because Pistons AI was more known for the casino than the court. I'm going to put him at number 3.
Okay.
And the only reason he's not higher, I know he won an MVP, is the time here in Detroit.
Keith Primo. He didn't play in the 20th century here, or the 21st century here, but he did in
I know,
Philly.
as a Flyer, he did. I
Didn't
don't really
he,
know.
score the overtime goal when
Against
Rashid went nuts in the locker room?
No, but that was a
Okay,
different
I don't wanna
overtime
ruin
goal. Yeah.
Oh, man.
The game.
I feel like I'm screwing myself. I'm going to put him 4.
4. Okay. So we have what?
I have 1, 2, 8, and 10.
Okay.
I've walked myself into a dangerous spot.
Not so much.
He probably saved a couple good and bad names. That's the gamble here.
Darius Slay.
Big play, Slay.
Oh, you really you're gonna put him ahead of Iverson?
No, and
And
what?
you're gonna put him behind Swift?
DeAndre Swift? Well, hold on. Oh, no. There's no room in the mushy middle. I tried to jam it. I'm like, this is Detroit sports brain. I tried to put everybody in the mushy middle, and
Yes,
there's
you
no
did.
room left.
Yes, you did.
It's really just a gamble of what do I think he's got in the deck still? What cards is he left to play?
Your mess up here was you should have put Swift at 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him at 8.
Darius Slay at 8. Okay.
Yeah.
B-ball Paul.
Actually, can I put Slay at 2? I guess B-ball Paul has to be 10.
10. Okay. Well, he did throw out the first pitch last night.
I know he did.
So we have, 1 and 2 left?
The two best that have ever done it, Detroit and Philadelphia.
Okay.
Let's hear them.
Jeff Rieger's favorite,
I thought you were going to say Jeff Rieger.
Nick Castellanos.
2,
All right.
ahead of Iverson.
All right. So that leaves the greatest player who ever played for both Philadelphia and Detroit. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Vierling.
This is butchered. Come on, Gibby, call in. Jim
Matt
Costa
Vierling's
just put
number
Matt
1.
Vierling number 1. Like he leads off like the other night. It's perfect.
From the back.
It's like an AJ Hinch lineup card is what this is.
From the back up. Number 10, B-Ball Paul. Number 9, Andre Drummond. Number 8, Darius Slay. Number 7, DeAndre Swift. Number 6, Jerry Stackhouse. Number 5, Valtteri Filppula. Number 4, Keith Primo. Number 3, Allen Iverson. Number 2, Nick Castellanos. Number 1, Matt Vierling.
You know how much I appreciate Vierling's game, Stoney. He
know.
can hit lefties. He can play center field. He's a good base runner. You know me. I love Matt Vierling.
Yeah,
He was on their team that played in the World Series in Philadelphia.
that's right.
He'll be on this team when they're in the World Series.
I almost thought of putting his trade partner in there, Nick Maton, for you.
Oh, man. Wins above Naton.
Yeah.
Or Maton, yes.
You know, Michael Lorenzen was thought of. There's some people in it. You know,
Did you leave anybody big off this list?
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Zadarius Smith played 1 game for the Eagles. That would have been funny. There's a few others.
Okay. Yeah. Tobias Harris, you left off?
I left off Tobias Harris.
And Ndamukong Suh, you left off?
Yeah.
Paul Coffey?
He wasn't the century, though.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, there's Lance Parrish. Is the big
Probably should have included Sue.
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I'd have him number
Because
2.
What a Super Bowl in Philly, and he was a great player.
Yeah, but I know.
You don't
but
have to put the 10 best
Right,
on
I know.
the list.
Right,
I know, because
exactly.
that's part of the game, is you
Right.
don't know who's coming.
Look, even me as an Eagle fan as well, I don't look at Ndamukong Suh as an Eagle at all.
He's a hell of a Lion.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I would have put him
Yeah.
2 behind Vierling.
Yeah. Really.
I think the mistake here is when you didn't put Iverson 1.
Yes.
I mean, he was a number 1 alpha superstar in the NBA for the Sixers, and he did make the finals this century. It was this century.
I
when-
know. I dinged him for his time in Detroit, but still thought putting
Yes.
him near the top would have been fine.
But when you
Correct.
look at this list,
Oh,
he's the
yeah.
best,
Yeah, if
most
you-
accomplished player.
If I did an unblind ranking,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, he would be the number 1 name on this list. And I should have put Slay up there too towards the end
Right.
because he was a damn good corner here, and he was on the Eagles Super Bowl team.
And
Good
I-
for both cities.
and
He
I-
should have been near the top.
And then Stackhouse probably would have been 3.
We're getting a lot of texts. It's this century, but we did get a good one. LeGarrette Blunt.
Yes.
That was left off of.
Right. He won a Super Bowl with Philly.
Stoney, is this the worst number 1 ever?
I think so.
It's got to be.
It has to be.
I think the afternoon show needs to get wind of this.
I don't feel like you should
How
kill
Jim-
somebody
in the
for
world-
a blind ranking.
How in the world did Jim Costa end up with Matt Vierling as number 1 Philly Detroit athlete this
I know.
century?
Like if I did, of all time, like not going back to the 30s, Mike McMahon, I thought of
Wasn't
Eddie Murray.
what about Urbina?
Yeah.
What about Polanco?
Polanco could have been in
I
there
loved
too.
Polanco. Give me Polanco instead of Vierling.
Yeah, Polanco could have been in there. Yeah. But hey,
Remember with the ski mask and the cold?
Oh yeah, Polanco definitely deserved.
He was the prototypical number 2 hitter.
That was the best. That was one of the best trades Dombrowski ever made.
Yeah, because
That was Urbina.
Yeah, that's-
right. Urbina for Polanco. A murderer or whatever the hell.
was it a
Polanco-
machete?
Yes.
Wasn't there something about like gasoline and a fire? I'm vaguely remembering the details.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Polanco is that Prototypical contact hitter.
Yes.
I wish he would have been on here.
Willie Hernandez. I mean, there was a lot. Obviously, not this.
Okay, let me just last note on this. I put B-ball Paul 10. Did I at least get that spot right? Was he the worst guy on this list?
I hope not, because he's the starting center for the Pistons this year. Maybe.
Okay, I'm just trying to give myself some
No,
credit.
I think who's better? Who's better, B-ball Paul or Matt Veerling? I don't know. They were both in the same place last night.
It's a blind
B-ball,
ranking.
It's virulent.
It's Veerling
for now.
For now, yes.
I think these blind rankings are really just a humiliation ritual. I'm not a fan of them anymore, Stoney. All right, coming up next, we'll have some fun with this. Who says no with a twist? It's 97.1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Human Beings. That's the band who plays that song. Anyway, instead of your normal trade, what if you could actually trade to one city between sports? So, for instance,
Yes.
who says no? Detroit sends Jameson Williams to New Orleans for Trey Murphy. Who says no?
I think this trade goes through.
It's a no-brainer. You got Tesla.
That's right. Now, New Orleans might say no because they got Olave, and I think they picked a wide receiver.
They did. Jordan Tyson out of ASU.
Yeah, so New Orleans might say no, but we would say yes.
They don't care about the Pelicans down there, do they?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
All
If
right.
you had Dumars there, he'd do it.
Cade gets his running mate, a guy who can get buckets in a big postseason spot, help him out and round out this offseason. And while I love what J-Mo brings as a field stretcher to this run game, I mean, you still have St. Brown, who's a multi-all-pro. You drafted Tesla, and you got Laporta. You're going to run the damn ball.
Yep. See, Costa hates J-Mo, right?
Plus, you don't have to give up Ron Holland.
Always tried to run him out of town.
All right. How about this? Tarek Skubal to Denver for Patrick Surtain.
Denver says no. The Rockies don't. They're not going anywhere.
No, that's true.
What does Denver want Skubal for 3 months for? And they're going to give up the best defensive player.
I'm assuming that you're going to have him for a decent amount of time.
Okay.
So we are supposed to be
Still, Skubal in that ballpark. I don't know. I just feel like they say no over losing arguably the best defensive player in football. I get why the city of Detroit would say yes.
Yeah.
We got good pitching.
Right.
We need someone in that secondary. It's a hard yes for Detroit. I think it's a no for Denver.
So we have to answer it from both teams' perspective, right?
Yeah, who says
It is
no?
a no for Denver. They're a Super Bowl contender.
Right.
Yeah.
Dylan Larkin to Dallas, despite what Helena St. James says,
We get back Prime Madonna.
for Wyatt Langford.
Okay.
Now, look, the Tigers need a right-handed bat. Langford gets hurt all the time. Larkin,
Get them out of here anyway. It's our worst team.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a yes for Detroit, and I think it's a yes for Dallas.
You're going to still need a center for the Red Wings.
Wyatt Langford to play center. Is this a yes for both sides, Tom? I think it might be.
I'm saying no from this perspective. I'm cool with the Tigers farm system right now, the way it is, and who's coming up and who potentially can play at different positions. So,
Scott says no.
yes. Thank you for
By the
calling
way-
Sky Harris. Is that revenge for the...
Well, it should be a compliment. He's got a great farm system. What are you talking about? Why would that be a slight? By the way, I picture this as like the cities have to go and vote as a referendum on
Yes.
whether these deals go through.
All right. This, I don't know. Maybe tough, may not be, depending how you feel about this player. Asar Thompson
Love him.
to Minnesota for Byron Buxton. Who says no? You put Thompson with, if I'm looking at the Minnesota perspective,
They need him.
with Ant-Man and
Someone's got to play defense.
LaMelo Ball.
Yeah.
Well, they got Rudy Gobert, but yes. somebody
Stifle
else.
Tower
Yeah.
on the perimeter.
Yes, exactly.
So it would round out Minnesota. Why do they care about losing Buxton? I think they would do this.
well,
deal.
they're ahead of the Tigers. Why would they want to lose Byron Buxton? He's been there his whole life. That people love him there.
He's a twin through and through.
We're talking about a potential future defensive player of the year, right? And Thompson.
In-
Although it's
in-
going to be
in
hard
both.
with Wemby.
I think the Pistons are closer to a title than the Tigers, so I would not do this deal for Detroit.
I wouldn't either because I think you can get more for Thompson. Okay. It's Buxton's injury history. He's injured right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is a right-handed bat, though, right?
He's a great player.
Center fielder. But I'd say no. No for Detroit.
Okay. This one probably is a no-brainer. However, if you sit and think about it, it might be more difficult than I originally thought. Dylan Dingler to New York for Karl Anthony Towns. My first reaction when I made it was, there's no way. Dingler's like the best catcher in the American League. But you put a focused Karl Anthony Towns, the way he played, in the playoffs this year for most of them.
I really
with,
want-
with the Pistons, man, you talk about a need.
I really want Cade
Stretch.
to get a running mate, someone who spaces the floor.
And stretches.
He was a number 2 on a title team, but I actually think New York says no. They love the Knicks. They're not trading him. They're going to try to run for another one.
Yeah, but realistically,
And by the way, in this world, is it the Yankees are getting Dingler or the Mets?
that I have no idea. That's a good point.
I think it's the way it's supposed to be. Is it's like Nets, Mets, Jets. So then it's Yankees.
And yes, and the Yankees
Giants.
need a catcher.
So then
big
the
time.
Yankees get him.
Yes.
I wouldn't do this from Detroit's perspective. Dingler defensively and offensively
Right.
is.
There's a shelf life on a catcher. Trying to chase the title with Cade. I think I might do it from Detroit's perspective.
I think Dingler and McGonigal. It starts there. That's how you build this thing. Melton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Riley Green to Baltimore for Kyle Hamilton.
Done. On the Detroit side.
Yeah.
There's no way the Ravens would do this in a million years.
But yeah, I don't think Baltimore's doing it.
Look, he's underappreciated.
Yeah, I know.
But
I get the best safety in football when my two safeties collectively have
I
one
know.
knee. I mean,
It's an all-star, though, Riley Green. I know. I agree. All right. Who says no? Lucas Raymond to Philadelphia for Durantula. Johan Duran,
the closer.
closer for the Phillies.
Wait, who are we giving up?
Lucas Raymond.
Yeah, wings aren't going anywhere. But is that enough to get a closer?
I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Plus, on that team, they got Martone, they got Zegras, they got.
I'm saying no from Philly's perspective. They're in position here to
Good
get
point.
into the playoffs, and they need their back end guy.
Yeah. Phillies are legit chasing a World Series. They're not giving up their closer.
Okay. And I have one more. I know you have a couple too.
Yeah, I could throw a few out.
This one's more for S's and G's. Andrew Kopp to Minnesota
Yes.
for J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'd do it. They'd do it. Actually, both sides do that trade.
Who says no?
We don't want Kopp in Detroit.
Right.
Not
Why
that
do
I
the
want
Wild
J.J.
want him?
McCarthy, but what? What's your feedback?
Why do the Wild want him?
They need a center.
He's not one.
He could be the third center on a playoff team.
yes.
He's one of the jerseys.
He could be a third or fourth center on a
Is
playoff
JJ a jersey?
team.
J.J., they need another clipboard holder.
Yeah, JJ's gonna hold a clipboard
Teddy
this
Bridgewater's getting old.
Which team is closer in Minnesota? They love hockey. The Wild are a 100-point team. They get
I'm
some
not doing
center
this from
depth.
the Wild perspective.
I don't think J.J. McCarthy's anything. Like, we'll take him as a clipboard holder, too, and we get rid of the salary of Andrew Kopp. That's a yes. All right, I have a couple I wanted to throw out. And people could text some in. We could have some fun with this. You said this. This is a couple beers at the bar, guys talking.
Yeah.
Who says no? Cross-sport edition. Sam Laporta to Houston for Kevin Durant. Who says no?
I think Houston would say no because they have a pretty good tight end anyway, don't they?
Not really.
You're right.
It's
and
Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
They get another weapon for Stroud, who could use it, little safety blanket. They were a playoff team led by their defense. Laporta would help. And we get Cade, a true number 2.
Yes.
A proven finals MVP twice over.
You have two guys who get injured frequently.
Oh, okay. There's that too.
I would say, I guess the question is, are the Lions planning to re-sign Laporta or not? Because if they weren't, I would do this for
Right.
a chance to put an alleged Robin next to Cade.
Yes.
To see how it would work, and you wouldn't be committed super long term.
Tarek Skubal to the city of New York for Brian Burns. Yankees get the lefty to stack that rotation further. They are hunting the title. Speaking of hunting the title, the Lions add another big pass rusher in Burns, who had 16 and a half sacks last
So
season.
you're assuming from Detroit's perspective that Skubal's not going to be here after this.
I think that's a pretty safe assumption.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Just for our little
It's a yes and yes.
yes
Yeah,
for
both cities.
our little game.
Yeah. It's the opposite of a no and no. How about this one?
Yeah.
Send Jalen Duren to Chicago for Alex Bregman.
Wow.
Bregman not having a great year at the plate, but a 2-WAR player, postseason proven, as opposed to Duren, who isn't, and the Bulls get another big for what they're building.
The answer to this is okay. Who ages worse?
Yeah.
Which contract? I probably would say no because Bregman could age worse.
Probably will.
I say no as well. I think they can maybe get more for Duran.
You say no for Detroit.
Yeah.
Okay. How about this one? Skubal to the Rangers for Cooper Flagg.
Oh, Skubal. under the same circumstances where he's not signed, there's no way Dallas would do that. I
Okay.
would do it in a second for Detroit.
I'd say this is a yes and yes.
Yeah.
I want Cooper Flag in a heartbeat. You've got
Yes.
arguably you could become the Spurs of the East.
Yeah.
In the future. I think Flag is going to be a superstar, and I did not think that coming in. I thought he'd be great, a good player. I think he's going to be a superstar. I was surprised how well he did this year. And I think from the Rangers' perspective, right before
They're a playoff team.
the lockout and they're in the playoffs right now, they have trouble scoring runs. So this makes their pitching staff even stronger. And they just a few years ago won a World Series, kind of, or they were 84 and 78, so Bochy is there.
No, he's not the manager anymore.
Oh, he's not? I thought he was.
No, but actually, you can package the two we have: Larkin and Scooble for Wyatt Langford
And Cooper Flag. So I did have one that was more convoluted. Scooble and Larkin to Philadelphia for Cooper DeJean and Jaylen Brown. Who says no?
Oh, Philly says no.
Scooble while you're chasing a World Series and you
Yeah.
get Larkin as your playoff team? We get Cooper DeJean and Jaylen Brown.
Philly loves Cooper DeJean and
Okay.
Jaylen Brown. If they trade him, Sixers are not going to even compete.
Larkin says no. They're not on the list.
Okay.
That's a good one, Greg.
Last one. Jalen Duran to Siberia for a plate of borscht. Who says no?
The Borscht.
Absolutely no, from my perspective. I want nothing to do with beets. I think beets are absolutely maybe the most disgusting food on the planet.
So you don't like them in Greek salads even?
No, it's disgusting.
And that is who said it, and that is who says no. Cross Sport Edition. It's 97.1.
Hey, July 2026, America's 250th anniversary, a celebration of our liberty and our freedom. But for me, every day for the last 7 years has been a celebration of my freedom from really bad eyesight. That's when the great, the amazing Dr. Yaldo inserted a bifocal lens implant into each of my eyes and freed me from the crutches of glasses, contacts, and reading glasses. Now, declare your independence from those old technologies that only cover up but can't solve the problem of poor vision. Dr. Yaldo's custom LASIK gives most patients 20 to 15 vision better than the definition of perfect. For those of you in your mid-40s and beyond, Dr. Yaldo's bifocal implants, like I got, also mean freedom from reading glasses and freedom from losing those same reading glasses. These procedures are fast, painless, and last a lifetime. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com, sign up for a free evaluation, and then see better than you ever thought was possible.
Got some text coming in, then we'll get to the latest, the Larkin. Are you fine if Yzerman waits this out? All right, on our ridiculous, silly, Who Says No cross-city sports edition, Luca for Gibbs, Don.
Luca for Gibbs? No.
That's a no. It's a no for Detroit. We're not trading away the engine of our offense to have a...
I don't think it's a no for Detroit. It's a no for the Rams, for L.A.
What about the Chargers? I think if Chargers got Gibbs,
would
be the Super Bowl favorite. I do, because of Harbaugh's commitment to running the ball with him.
Yeah, I didn't even think about the Chargers. I was just thinking about the Rams.
But Cade and Luka, I know it sounds tantalizing. They run the same game. They both are the engine of your offense. It's redundant.
That's true.
I don't want to lose Gibbs as I'm chasing a Super Bowl. It's a no for Detroit.
I figure it out.
Yeah.
I'm putting Luka and Cade together.
Yeah.
All right. Beets make your winky bigger, Tom. It's proven science. Eat your beets.
Wow. Yeah.
I got to tell you, so
personally, there are exceptions to every rule.
My shoot the boot might be I'd have to eat like a bowl of beets.
Oh God, my mom used to get canned beets, canned vegetables and stuff. Heat them. Oh, they were really good.
Like in terms of I had to do something, consequences for doing something.
That's the worst.
The challenge would be a bowl of beets.
Kansas needs a hockey team. Can we trade the Red Wings for Mahomes? And we got another one. It says Larkin to Vegas for Max Crosby. Who says no? They love their hockey in Vegas.
Yes.
Eichel and Larkin, Team USA guys, actually came up through the national development team together.
Hanafin's on that team too, right?
Yes.
They're on the list.
They're on the list. So Larkin doesn't say no. Vegas gets better. They're close to a cup. And we get Max Crosby, and we're closer to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Max Crosby's near the end, not at the end of the career. I mean,
and the Raiders aren't competing for a championship.
I think nobody says no.
Yes and yes.
Yeah.
Yes and yes.
Tom Brady might say no, but
get over it. Cooper flag trade would be great. It would screw over Dusty May. Mike at U of M. It's a fun game. You could do it for hours. We are going to keep the show rolling. Fun feeling for the Tigers. They got a win last night.
Yeah.
And it's not just about the win at this point. It's the fact that guys are stepping up now. It's Jake Rogers hitting a homer. It's Zach McKinstry hitting a homer. It's Eduardo Valencia.
Who?
First career at-bat. Toiling in the minors since 2018. Finally gets a shot. He didn't miss. He hit it .425 to dead center. Very emotional afterwards.
It's one of those moments that are just so unbelievable that's why you watch sports.
Yeah. And he's given the heart to his wife.
Yeah.
Talked about how he thought his career was going to be over 5 years ago. Perseverance. It's a feel-good story, but it's also a team that's got everybody feeling good. They've won 8 of 9. 3.5 back in the wild card, 4.5 back in the division. Philly series going to be telling going into the break here.
Yes.
But a chance to get people back on board. I don't know who's going to get back on board with who, but this Larkin Yzerman thing is getting messy.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, Anaheim matched the Leo Carlson offer sheet.
They did.
Which actually was not unexpected, but it does leave them with only $9 million left, and they still got to figure out what to do with Cutter Gauthier.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I would do if I was the Red Wings. I'd try to get him to sign an offer sheet. He can't.
He's not offer sheet eligible.
Oh, okay.
It's complicated. But
okay.
He's not.
Okay. He's a restricted free agent, though. I would try to trade for him.
I don't think they would give up a 40-goal scorer
No,
in his
I know.
early 20s. Although it wouldn't stop Yzerman from asking.
Yeah, I know.
That's where we're at right now. So the latest reporting, Larkin's added a team, according to Ansar Khan of MLive.
Right.
It's not just 3. It's now a 4th team. It's the Dallas Stars. Well, the reporting in MLive has Steve Yzerman asking for Wyatt Johnston back.
I don't buy that.
It tells me Steve's not interested in getting a deal done because that's just like living in fantasy land.
Well, that's why I don't buy it. I mean, you can say what you want about Yzerman. He's done a lot of bad things. Okay, no doubt about it. I'm not going to defend him, but he's not that stupid.
Or he just isn't serious about trading Larkin. Remember, there was a report he wanted Boldy from Minnesota.
Yeah.
wants Johnston now from Dallas. Just so people who aren't up on hockey understand, Wyatt Johnston is 23 years old, scored 46 goals last season, was a point-per-game player. Mm-hmm. It's laughable. You're not on planet Earth if that's what you think is a fair ask of another team. And I saw people trying to stick up for Yzerman, slobbering all over our GM, saying, well, that's how you negotiate. Like they read negotiating for dummies one time and you're supposed to start high. Well, you got to start high, Jim. You start high and then you come down. Okay, go ahead and list your house for twice what it's worth. Are you some genius negotiator if you list your house for twice what it's worth? No, you're not on planet Earth. You'll get laughed at.
Correct.
It would be laughable to suggest, I'll send you Larkin for a player 7 years younger who's twice the player he is. Stoney, that just tells me you're not interested in making a Larkin deal. You want to wait this out.
You're correct, but I don't buy it. I don't think he's that dumb.
I mean, what's next? Like, Larkin adds Edmonton to the list.
Yeah,
McDavid and Draisaitl, we're not doing it.
Right, exactly. That's why I don't.
Larkin adds Tampa to the list. Hey, if you can give us Kucherov, we'll do a deal. You're not serious about trading him.
I agree, but that's why I don't think.
Are you impugning the character of Answer Khan and M Live?
Or whoever told him that. And by the way, the Free Press, Elena St. James says the list has not been extended. So there's a little,
we got beat writer beef.
Right, yes, in one corner.
Speaking of beats.
Yeah.
This is great. Like a rock. Are you fine with Yzerman waiting this out? No rush, no hurry. Larkin can be here to start the year. He could be here at the deadline. He could be here in 2028 and 2029. Are you cool with Yzerman waiting this out? 248-539-9797. We can discuss further. Cookie Jar at 7:35. It's coming up. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The story everyone is talking about this morning is Eduardo Valencia's home run in his first career plate appearance last night for the Tigers. After being called up yesterday to fill in for Dylan Dingler, Valencia was pinch hit for Kerry Carpenter in the 7th inning. On a 2-1 count, he smoked the ball over the wall in center field for a 425. The moment rightfully overshadows a 4-1 win that featured 3 unlikely home runs and one of the best pitching performances of the year. Jake Rogers hit his 3rd and Zach McKinstry his 4th homers of the year to pad the lead for Framber Valdez, who went 7 innings with only 3 hits, 1 run, no walks, and a season-high 9 strikeouts. Valdez is only the 16th Major League pitcher with that stat line or better this season. Casey Mize is the only other Tiger to join him. Tigers now look to tie their longest win streak of the year at 6 games when they face the Phillies in the first of a 3-game series tonight at 6:40. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
We got beat writer beef. MLive says the list has expanded. It's 4 teams Larkin's willing to go for. Free Press says, no, this is still 3.
What would Helena St. James' wrestling name be? Because Answer Khan already has one. He's Killer Khan.
Text him in. If you believe the latest, Dallas is now on Larkin's list, and Yzerman's ask was Wyatt Johnston, which is hilariously ridiculous. It's not living in reality.
No.
Johnston's 23 years old, scored 46 goals a year ago, point per game stud. It's not fathomable that he would be available. It's the most untouchable piece Dallas has, which is why, if this is true, it's clear Yzerman's not serious about trading Larkin.
No, if it's true, he should go into for medical help.
At least that's your rationale, Stoney. At least you're like, I don't believe this because Yzerman's too sharp to even offer it. I had people on social media last night saying, Jim, you just don't understand negotiating. You always ask for the moon, and then you get walked down.
You do ask for more. That's just such a...
But you have to be within reason.
Right, exactly.
The analogy is you list your house for twice what it's worth. Are you some negotiating genius? Maybe get to page 2 on negotiating for dummies. No, this would not be in good faith. That's the point. Yzerman's not operating in good faith asking for Wyatt Johnston from Dallas. And if you believe the reporting, he wanted Boldy from Minnesota. He's not interested in trading Dylan Larkin.
Not for, he can't be.
Not if these are the asks. And I'm not saying he's got to get back a plate of borscht. But I'm saying, like, you know what I mean, Stoney?
Yeah, I know.
He's not even trying to broker a deal with these teams from what we've had reported.
Yeah.
Not a serious deal anyway. So our question to Wings fans, the question is, are you fine with this? Are you fine waiting this out?
You know what the bigger question is
What?
for Yzerman about Wyatt Johnston is why'd you take Simon Evanson instead of Sebastian Cosa and also somebody and Evanson before Wyatt Johnston? They had 2 chances at Wyatt Johnston in the draft and passed off.
Yeah, I mean, the whole league passed up on him.
I know.
But he passed up on him twice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are fans cool if this drags out? Because it is at the detriment of doing anything to shift the franchise, right?
Correct.
You know, weirdly, I think the only thing that could apply pressure to Yzerman at this point has nothing to do with Dylan Larkin. Because there's 5 years left on the deal. There's a teammate of his that only has 1 year left on his deal.
And who would that be, Jim?
Alex DeBrincat.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that could create some urgency. And I don't pretend to know how DeBrincat feels about all this. I know he's a local guy. He may want to be here forever. But if I was him, I would be very fascinated to see how this plays out. And if Larkin's a malcontent here and the team's not going anywhere, why am I signing an extension? And if we get to the trade deadline, if Yzerman drags this out into the season and into the trade deadline and DeBrincat's an expiring, the uncertainty could cost you DeBrincat. So there are costs to waiting this out.
I mean, look, we have no idea if you're going to go into the hypothetical. Maybe DeBrincat wants to stay here, doesn't want to go anywhere because he wasn't part of the U.S. Olympic team.
It's the best thing that ever happened is he didn't make that Olympic team.
Well, yeah, because he,
Otherwise, he'd want to team
maybe
up
he's
with
jealous.
these-
He doesn't want to be. Maybe he's not buddies with all these guys. I have no idea. Obviously, I'm just making that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the other option is maybe he just wants to be here, but then Yzerman should get that deal done.
You would think.
Right? He's in the last year. We're in the window to negotiate. If Alex DeBrincat is like, dude, I don't agree with Dylan Larkin. He's a prima donna baby. He wants out. I want to stay. Well, then let's get a deal done with DeBrincat, right?
Right. But
What are we waiting on? Why isn't DeBrincat's deal done?
Well, maybe it's because DeBrincat still wants to see where this team is going to be.
That's my point.
Right.
So waiting this out has a cost that is more than what happens with Dylan Larkin,
Right.
which is why I'm not cool with dragging it out forever until the end of time.
No,
He's got 5 years left on his deal. Yzerman is in no hurry to make a serious offer here.
It's just an incredible game of chicken.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it could be that Yzerman will have Dylan Larkin at training camp. And, man, how crazy is that going to be?
Guys, I can't take this anymore. Larkin is a bitch boy. Yzerman is not going to give him away. Yzerman's on his last stand. He has to knock this out of the park, and he knows it. That's why he's doing this. That's from Cooper. Okay, I agree. Yzerman has to get this right. Does he think teams are going to take him seriously if he asks for their best player? Or one of their 2 or 3 best players?
Depending on the team, depending on the player.
Does he think Dallas would take him seriously if he asked for Wyatt Johnston?
No.
Okay. Wyatt Johnston twice the player of Larkin? No, he isn't. He asked for Johnston because no one else on Dallas equals a deal besides Harley. If Dallas is legit, I think it's Larkin in pieces for Johnston.
No.
Yzerman is the opposite of stupid for starting there and adding picks to make a deal happen, Michael in Northville. I don't know what planet we think we're on where Dallas even considers trading Wyatt Johnston.
I wouldn't think so. I mean,
They go, we don't need Larkin that bad.
Yeah.
We're not going to downgrade at 1C to help the Detroit Red Wings out, to get older and worse at 1C while we're chasing a cup so that Steve Yzerman can save his job. I know it's Jim Nill. I know it's in the Red Wing family. And I can't imagine they're not that friendly. Come on, guys. Come on.
No.
Let's get our heads screwed on straight here. Waiting it out, question mark. That makes the Red Wings a joke. What player wants to come here and deal with our nonsense? Larkin's proving his point over and over, day by day. That's from Tony.
Okay. I understand what he's looking at. Like, Steve, if this is true, well, they make the same amount of money. Exactly. Almost. Larkin makes a little more. Wyatt Johnston signed through 2029-30 for $8.4 million a year, but he's only 23 years old.
So you're telling me he's cheap for a bunch of years?
Yeah. Hintz, who is 30 years old.
Yeah, they can throw him in the deal.
But he makes the same amount of money as well, 845. He's signed up through 2030-31.
Yeah, we're not going to want Rope, Hintz, and Larkin is probably more of a 1-for-1. What's the point? It's like a pointless trade more than anything else, right?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
I guess-
Look, Harley would be awesome too, but he's making 10. 10-5. Yeah.
Well, take a peek at what the fencemen are about to make, and
Yeah, exactly.
suddenly maybe you
I
stomach it.
don't think you're going to get him for. I don't think you're. They're not trading him. What are we even having this discussion for?
Right. Well, we're having a discussion because MLI put it out there.
I know. I'm talking about, but they're not trading Harley, is what I'm saying.
I want Arvidsson to get 71, Larkin to have the C stripped off in a public forum. I'm on Team Steve. Maybe Yzerman figures his only leverage with Larkin is to force him to expand the list of teams, and the assumption is Larkin doesn't want to go to training camp. Look, we could explore that possibility.
Yeah.
Where every team Dylan adds to the list, unless it's one Steve wants, he just asks for the moon, so it's a stalemate.
Right.
So if Dylan added Tampa, he would ask for Kucherov and go, Dylan, I just can't get the deal done. They won't play.
Or Point.
I asked for Braden Point, but Tampa won't trade him. Sorry, you're going to have to add another team to the list. Then he adds Carolina. Well, we need Aho back. Damn, Dylan, they're not going to do a deal in Carolina. You're going to have to add another team to the list. Is that Steve's goal here?
I have no idea.
To just peel the onion back one layer at a time until he gets a team that he can do a trade with and try to walk Dylan Larkin into training camp and see if that gets him to break? Because that makes more sense than he legitimately thinks he can get Wyatt Johnston from the Dallas Stars.
There's no way that, like I said, if he believed that he could get Wyatt Johnston for Dylan Larkin, then he needs some psychiatric help.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't buy it. He's not that dumb.
Maybe he's trying to tell Larkin how highly he thinks of him.
Larkin, I think you're just as good as these guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're our Braden Point. You're our Wyatt Johnston.
Hey, isn't that been the story of this offseason? Is like the Leo Carlson offer sheet. Oh, well, how valuable is Dylan Larkin? How valuable is Dylan Larkin?
Yeah. At the contract you're signed, you're pretty damn valuable.
Right.
So valuable that I would need to get blank to get the deal done.
Like other teams definitely want Dylan Larkin, but not the ones that's on his list.
Right.
Because they're really, really good teams.
Yeah.
And they don't have room for him.
So you say, Yzerman's not that dumb. And I'm not going to say that the man is a dumb man. I'm just not going to do that. I disagree with the decisions and the direction of the hockey team.
too.
I don't think he's a dumb man.
No.
But it's not like he's done a great job navigating the hockey pro side of this.
Oh, no, not at all. It's been awful.
So it wouldn't be a stretch to me that he has whacked out prices when it comes to these trades.
Not that much of a whacked out price. That is like ridiculous.
So the offer's silly, 1-for-1. I mean, come on. Let me ask you this. So I am completely fine with waiting this out. I do think there's an impatience coming across, Jim, from you a little bit and I think it's because of how absurd this offer is, but I'm completely fine. So the Lions open the season September 13th.
Yeah.
You're right on the edge of the Red Wings. They may be in camp by then. I know their first preseason game's like the 21st September. I'm fine with him holding this thing firm for 2 months.
Look, what do you have to lose? What's an 11th year without the playoffs? What's a 12th year without the playoffs?
These next 60 days don't matter, Jim, as long as he gets the best deal.
What if he loses to Brinkett?
He can't lose him in the next 60 days unless he comes out and demands a trade too.
Right. No, you can't lose.
There is a patience factor here, I think, that people are having trouble with. And I do support that. I do support that he does get the best deal for the team. And
of course,
if he wants to wait it out, he's completely entitled to. Plus, it may cause the agent to do something or say something. It may cause Larkin to do something.
I understand you're trying to get Larkin to break. I get it. I'm also, maybe this is a good time to clarify. Larkin doesn't have to get dealt today or tomorrow or next week. That's not my position. And if it sounds impatient, it is, Tom, more about the ridiculousness of the latest report. That I don't think Yzerman is seriously trying to trade Dylan Larkin. If he was trying and he's in the ballpark and it's just not going to happen, I get it. There's a ton of things going against this deal. Mm-hmm. A small number of teams, those teams being contenders, and them not having the premium assets Detroit would need. That's why this could drag out. It can't drag out, though, because Steve isn't trying. And I would accuse him of not trying to trade Dylan Larkin if Wyatt Johnston is the ask. You're not trying. That's my criticism. Do your job. You haven't done your job well enough for 8 off seasons now. Do your effing job. If you're not actually trying to trade him, that's an issue. Is it not?
It is, but I think he is trying
No,
to
he's
trade.
not. He's not. Find me
Jim,
one credible report. One credible.
He's got
MLive,
60 days
Debt
to-
News, Free Press, Friedman. Give me one insider, national or local, that presents Yzerman legitimately trying to
He
broker this
doesn't
deal.
have to right now.
He doesn't have to try ever. He has
doesn't
a
have to
lifetime
ever
appointment.
because if he doesn't get what he wants in return, he thinks his best hockey team, what is best for the Red Wings organization,
Right.
is him on the ice.
Do we
do we think Steve knows what's best for the organization?
But as we had what Friedman said, and it's true. He'd rather make a no trade than a bad trade.
I agree you don't make a bad trade.
Right.
But I want to push back on he's doing what's best for the organization. Do you believe he knows what's best for the organization?
I'm not quite sure because I heard Mike yesterday and the guys saying that really the best thing for this team to do is to probably do a full rebuild. And I've kind of been
Yes,
feeling that way too.
I agree.
But for the time being, you can still let this play out, and you've got to have patience because he might strike a deal. It only takes one fool out there or Larkin to end up opening up this list to where you get the best deal for the team. You want what's best. You've got tickets to 20 games next year, right? Patience. But this offer is ridiculous, and you should be upset about it.
Do you think they've been offered, or he would take Hurdle?
No. Too long in the tooth. Does this team no good?
Okay. The salary matches, the position matches, but he's
Sony, I'm reasonable. I'm not saying he needs to take the first deal that's offered.
No, I know, I'm just asking.
I think Hurdle would be a bad deal. I don't want him to do something bad.
have a Hurdle and a number one because finally Vegas got picks.
But their ones are late ones.
Probably.
So I'm getting how old's Hurdle? 36, 37?
33.
Okay. Anyway. I don't want him to make a bad deal. I want him to try to make a good deal.
Okay.
And I have no reporting that indicates Yzerman's trying to make a good deal, nor do I think he knows what a good deal is. I think maybe that's at the core of my frustration. I don't believe or trust that Yzerman knows what a good deal is, having him run this team for 8 years.
I just think, like, even when they passed the draft, I kind of had the opinion that, oh, well, futures are off the table.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not.
Well, if they're not off the table, then he should have done the deal at the draft.
He's at that time, he thought he could get a better deal than I'm not committing to futures this quick. I'm going to let this play out and see if I can get something better for the now. And if I can't, then I might still go back to the futures to get him out of here. I don't know. I mean, the money question here is, can this guy take the ice this season in Yzerman's eyes?
I think Yzerman's eyes, yes. I think in Yzerman's eyes, yes. And then maybe in Larkin's eyes, yes. And I don't know how the organization moves forward.
I'd like to
in that
know how
world.
his teammates would feel.
It's going to be awkward, dude.
See, I'm cool with this kind of 60-day window that I brought up there before camp because I don't think it damages the Red Wing organization. I think if Steve Yzerman forces Dylan Larkin to take the ice, I think it damages the team around the league with the players.
Okay.
Players will see that it's becoming a players' league, whether
Right.
you like it or not.
Exactly.
Correct. And I think it will do great harm.
Yeah. Look, I know we're late. We'll get feedback. We'll get the cookie jar. It's 97.1. Such a feel-good moment. The emotions as he rounds the bases. First major league at-bat. Toiling in the minors since 2018. He hits the homer.
Great story. Absolutely amazing.
Outpouring.
And the Tigers won.
Tigers keep winning. Feel good all around. Feel good Friday. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, Stoney. We got Gov and Greg behind the glass. Cookie jar coming up at 7:35. I guess let me just restate where I'm at with this Larkin stuff, and we'll read some texts. And I don't want the blood pressure to get too high. I think Larkin is also being unreasonable, too.
Yeah.
Dylan Larkin's not that serious about being traded if he only has 3 or 4 teams on his list. My contention is the man running our hockey team also isn't seriously trying to trade him to any of those teams because we have reports that he only wants 40 goal scorers back.
Right.
Boldy or Wyatt Johnston from Dallas being the latest, that Yzerman isn't seriously trying to trade Dylan Larkin, and I want a serious person running this offseason. I haven't seen a serious effort to improve this hockey team now going into the 8th offseason, and we're going to just throw this offseason away as both sides stand in their corners.
Right. He doesn't... Look.
This is not me defending Larkin to the ends of the earth.
No.
But my frustrations with Yzerman go deeper. And I think for most fans, that's true.
Correct, because it's been a long freaking time. And, I'm sick of just saying, all right, he was great on Sider and great on Raymond, and it looks like Evanson's going to be a really good player, and then stop the presses.
Right. And I think that the Brinkett trade was good, and overall the Gibson move, I think, was a good one.
Yes.
But this does have an expiration date. And Yzerman has stated Dylan has 5 years left on his deal. There are no guarantees. Mm-hmm. But the expiration date, Tom, you think it's training camp because of the optics and how bad it makes the organization and dysfunctional look. I think the other deadline is the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Because if DeBrinket's still here with no extension, now all of a sudden this is bleeding over and hurting your roster.
Right.
It's already going to hurt if they lose Patrick Kane. And I know you out there in listener land like, oh, who cares? Yzerman cares. He wants Kane back. So if you start bleeding players, good players that you want to keep while you have no decision on Larkin, that forces your hand. That forces you to be a little more serious about these negotiations.
That's the problem. He wants old guys who can score a little bit who give nothing to the other side of the ice.
I think if the reason I said training camp, look, I think if we got to camp, I think Larkin would not report.
I agree with you.
And I think he would delay facing the media by doing that and try to just dodge it. I do think opening night, I don't think there's a world where he can take the ice because there's no way you're putting him on the ice with the C.
Right.
And if you put him out there without the C, the humiliation of that will create a ripple effect through this league to where players will, I think, publicly comment about this.
They'll take Larkin's side.
Yes.
Of course they will.
I think
it's becoming more of a players' league. Do you want to be the
turning
organization?
into the NBA without the ridiculous money?
so. Steve can say he's got him under contract for 5 years. I think if he truly believes he can do what I just said, I think he's letting personal grudges get what is in the best interest of the Red Wings organization. I keep going back to that. I want to address one text. Gov, it's been 8 years since, or 8 years of patience. I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about what's happened. I'm talking about we've got 60 days here, roughly, to let him do the best thing because that's what we all want.
Yeah, no, we all do. And I say the loser in all of this are the fans.
Yes.
The loser in all of this is it drags on and the organization spins its tires, sprints on a treadmill going nowhere. We're the ones that lose, the fans. You bring it up if this gets into training camp and how toxic it gets. If it's a players' league or becoming a players' league and you have a GM who's anti-player,
how are you going to get free agents here?
And then more importantly, you say what's best for the organization. And in the short term, I'm paying money, fans are paying money, we want to see a good product. What if the best answer is we have to blow it up? Is Steve comfortable if that's what's best for the organization? Because that's the answer I don't think we have in all this. His belief is we're going to pull off a hockey trade. We're not going dormant. We're going to march on. no pun intended. We're going to get through the month of March and march on to the postseason
Right.
sooner rather than later. That is his belief for what's best for the organization.
But the best-
What if he's wrong? What if what's best for the organization
Is
is
a
a
rebuild.
rebuild?
It is.
So now he is sabotaging what's best for the organization.
Right. I think what's best for the organization is a rebuild as well. And I said that 2 weeks ago.
So, but then is that an issue that the man in charge doesn't see it?
Right now, yeah, it is for right now. But you still have to let it, John Jansen, play out and see what happens. Because look, even if they make a good hockey trade, I'm not talking about the Wyatt
Yeah, I
Simmons
know.
or something like that. Just a legitimate good hockey trade. They are still so far away.
Yeah, I know.
Stoney, refresh me here, but I mean, it wasn't this bad in Hartford with Shanahan, but it was getting to a point where they needed to kind of move him out, right? Before the season started. It happened the night before the season started. That's kind of what I'm trying to teach here a little bit is, they made a pretty good deal for themselves.
Yeah, they got Primo,
And an older coffee.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying we're getting Brendan Shanahan.
No.
And Larkin is not Shanahan. It wouldn't be that
Right.
big of a deal, but the timing aspect of this is you just got to. I know it's impossible to ask people to have patience for this 60-day window when people are losing their minds over what's happened for 10 years.
Well,
ago.
again, we're just going to react to what we.
Part of the problem is the list.
Yes.
If Larkin just didn't have a list, said, "Listen, I want to be traded. It's too much losing, whatever," and didn't have a list,
Or just said, don't send me to like these 5 terrible places.
yeah, I think people would understand it a little bit. But
Yes.
Yzerman, I'm not sticking up for him, but he is handcuffed here.
Oh, he is.
I mean,
I don't dispute it. I don't doubt it.
But I believe there's only one person that can take the handcuffs off, and it's Chris Ilitch. And I don't think Chris Ilitch would ever do that until that nightmare scenario we're about to take place.
Where it becomes a PR on ice disaster.
Like I don't see how people could support that you could do that in a players league.
No.
This text says Steve isn't going to trade him. He's going to force him to play and lose this team or create a toxic locker room. The only silver lining is it would finally lead to Steve being fired. Larry and Royal Oak.
Well, we also don't know what the locker room feels about Larkin all
That's
the
a
time
good
as
point.
well.
That's a good point.
I mean,
This one says he's a lousy captain. It says Steve in his prime would carry this team.
okay, but you're comparing a Hall of Fame great player all time to Dylan Larkin,
Yeah.
who's just a very good player.
Hey, he's not the player Steve Yzerman
Come on,
was. Yeah, Yzerman was also working with better supporting cast.
Yes, obviously, yes. But even actually early in his career, he really wasn't.
No, but by this point,
Yes.
by the time
Yes.
Steve Yzerman was a 30-year-old person,
Yeah, absolutely.
he had much better skill talent around him.
Yes, no doubt.
And he had a Hall of Fame coach.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's just a better infrastructure that that Yzerman was provided as opposed to what Yzerman has provided for Larkin. Stoney, I don't want to give this, blow a gasket on this again, but you can address this text. It says, why wouldn't Steve ask for a great, great, great return? Gasp. Why are we so surprised? 3 to 4 weeks ago, we were terrified that Larkin had all the power. Why should we be surprised that Yzerman is asking for the moon?
Because if you're going to ask for the moon, you're not going to get the moon. And Jim is right. You don't ask for craziness. You can ask for something that's maybe better, and then you start negotiating from there.
Yeah, like I use the house analogy. If you list your house, I'm cool if you list it high
Yes.
with the understanding that you can come down.
Right.
But you don't ask for 2 times or 1.5 times what the house is worth and go, look how smart I am.
No.
I have a galaxy brain.
Right.
I'm going to set it so high that when they settle, I still win. If you set it way too high, people don't even go to the showing.
Right.
They don't
It's-
even go to the door. They don't even give you a chance. They hang up the phone.
And sometimes you don't want to price something too low, because sometimes people do that because they want to get a bidding war, and it drives it up. You can't do that either. It's Dylan Larkin. We're not talking about Connor McDavid. We're not talking about Nathan McKinnon. You're not going to get a great player for a very good player.
Last note, do you agree with this? There's only one absolute here. Detroit will lose the trade. The question is how badly.
Chances are that's correct.
I agree with that. We'll do the cookie jar next. Something lighter, something fun. 97.1. It's the Cookie Jar. We do it on Fridays. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. First question. Eduardo Valencia hits a home run in his first major league at-bat. Been in the system since 2018. The emotions are pouring out. What's your favorite emotional moment in sports?
Wow.
Or even just one that comes to mind.
One that comes to mind is like when Tiger Woods won the first Master and he hugged his dad. I think that was pretty damn cool.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Emotional, I don't know if you consider it emotional, but to make it local a little bit, the fans at Ford Field, a few guys who were crying that the Lions won a playoff game, that was pretty damn emotional.
It was. Greg?
Fourth down stop in the Rose Bowl. I ran out of my house and halfway down my street when that happened.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Good.
For me, I think it's probably the walk-off homer to end a series in the playoffs.
You have one that comes to mind?
Maglio.
Maglio.
Yeah.
The Joe Carter one's still way back. I mean, I know that they didn't have to win that game and you didn't have to win it. But to me, when you have the walk-off homer, the absolute raw emotion, pure joy. Like I was at Hollow Weekends when Mags hit that home run at Cedar Point, and we actually went to the Fridays there to watch the game. Me and a few people jumped out of our seats and lost our mind when it happened.
I think locally, giving Vladdy the cup.
Yes.
But if you want to stick to a play that happened in sports and it's bigger than sports, I'll give you 2016 D. Gordon with the Marlins.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's wearing the jersey of Jose Fernandez, his teammate who had tragically passed away. Mm-hmm. He goes yard in the first inning, tears as he rounds the bases. It's the only homer he hit that season. And he is sobbing as he comes home, thinking of his teammate. I think that's as emotional as it gets. Sergio Garcia blamed not qualifying for the Open Championship in part because of a lunch lasagna he ate. Didn't sit well. Stoney, what's the worst thing you could eat before competing?
Chili.
Okay.
I mean, for
Bloated
obvious reasons.
Gassy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Greg?
I think anything pasta-based is in trouble. It's just like really heavy and it's going to really sit in your stomach. Also, anything spicy, because if you, look, probably not going to affect you in golf, but if you are running very intensely and then almost have to, if you're working yourself to exhaustion and almost have to throw up and do almost a dry heave of any kind of spiciness coming back up is really going to burn.
By the way, it's another reason to put into the Sergio Garcia as a DB category. Blaming the food on him not qualifying. Come on.
You know what? I was kind of thinking fettuccine Alfredo because that's usually something that makes me just overly full. But I side with Stoney here, chili. And the reason is, I've almost like kind of spit up a little bit of chili after the fact because of overindulgence before. You know, when you kind of get that like mini puke in your mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not fun.
No.
Okay, first things first. Lasagna is not a lunch food. Lasagna is a dinner. Can we all agree with that? You shouldn't be eating lasagna for lunch.
For the most part.
If dinner is the biggest meal of your day, which it traditionally is, lasagna is a dinner food.
Yeah.
My answer for this is a milkshake. Milk was a bad choice, but they sit with you. They're heavy, the fat, the dairy. I don't think you want a milkshake before you're going to compete.
Probably not.
Will U.S. soccer ever win a World Cup in your lifetime?
The United States men's soccer team will not win a World Cup in my lifetime or my daughter's lifetime. We're so far behind. They're going to get incrementally better, probably on the margins a little bit. Yeah, but the other teams, it means more.
I will say no as well. I think the key here is that it's every 4 years. Now, if they had every year, maybe they have a chance to have an upset bid and it's just more bites at the apple, as John likes to say. But I will say no.
How many years you plan on living, Greg? We'll do the math. Such a dark
84?
question. Okay, so you got more than a handful of chances here.
Yeah.
Still say no.
If I live to a decent age here, upper 70s, they've only got 7 more chances. No way in hell.
I feel like if I live another 50 years, it put me in my early 80s.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of doing.
I got a dozen more. Yeah.
You're crazy.
I think in 50 years we could make up the gap. Not anytime soon.
Going to cost the lock?
I don't like you very much, Stoney. Glad it's the end of the week. National Pina Colada Day. What is the best tropical drink?
Wow. I'm not a big pina colada guy.
But like you go on a vacation, one of these, you're down in Florida. You're sitting toes in the sand.
Like a Mai Tai is probably better than a pina colada because I don't like coconut.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Mai Tai's a good choice.
I got nothing here, man.
Nothing?
Nothing.
I guess I'd go with pina colada. Is a margarita a tropical drink?
That's a good question.
Yeah. I was
248.
thinking about that.
I don't like margaritas, by the way.
Is it the tequila?
It's just
The
everything.
salt?
You can get it without the salt. You can do sugar on the rim.
That's true.
Mojito. The muddled mint, fresh
Yeah.
lime, rum, little simple,
a good
simple
one.
syrup. All right, question for you guys. You got to keep all the spoons in your house. Or sorry, I should put it this way. Remove all the spoons in your house or remove all the forks in your house. Which do you pick?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. Not really. Who the hell would ever think of something like that? But my answer to that would be I'd remove the forks because I can't have cereal with a fork. And Gov knows my love for soup. I can't have soup with a fork. So you got a spoon. You can use a spoon. You can still, it'll be tough for as long as you have your knife, you can still cut your steak with a spoon and a knife. You don't need who needs a fork? Fork you.
How you gonna eat pasta? I love pasta. How do you eat pasta with just a spoon?
Well,
You twirl it.
yeah.
I guess.
Use a knife. Or you can cut it.
I'm going to remove the forks, the spoons here. The big factor here with the spoons is ice cream, soup. Those are the two big ones.
So you keep
The aforementioned chili.
Yeah.
Chili, yeah. Any kind of like liquid based thing. And then the spoon is more versatile to do any kind of like cutting or scooping.
And actually, the spoon's also a musical instrument.
No.
You can
Okay.
play spoons.
But you're not willing to go that far. Tom?
Sony stole all my thunder. Soup and cereal. It would be virtually impossible.
Yeah, but you could do the like caveman slurp. You could like lift the bowl up and still drink the soup and drink the cereal and get a little crunch. I want to have the fork, the stab, the number of foods
Just
you
get me a
stab.
spork.
Yeah.
There's your cookie jar. Very highbrow stuff. We like to mix it up on Fridays.
By the way, speaking of forks,
Yeah.
Wojo, the
Oh,
Tigers,
yes.
Tigers are 8-1 since Wojo actually literally put a fork in them.
We should get
On-
the
on
audio
Fox
for that.
too.
Yeah, this was.
Yeah, it's on Twitter.
I saw. Was it Dan Miller that shared it?
with Woj and Birchie.
Birchie. They were sticking a fork in this baseball team. 8-1 since.
Yeah.
They didn't stick a spoon in this baseball
No.
team.
It's true.
It's 97-1. Tigers have won 8 of 9.
Mm-hmm.
3.5 back of a wild card, 4.5 back in the division as you wake up this morning. Win 2 of 3 this weekend going to the All-Star break, and it means they would shave 10 games off their low point going into the All-Star break, Stoney. Now, the moment last night was Eduardo Valencia.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
It's just the teams feel good. That's a feel-good moment. Everybody's loving it. We asked in the cookie jar for some of your most emotional moments watching sports or emotional moments you've seen others have while they play, because for him, that's a long time coming.
Yes.
Guys, the U.S. Olympic hockey team beating the Soviets.
Oh, yes, absolutely. 1980.
Ernie Harwell's address to the fans from home plate after announcing he had cancer. I'm still crying. Darren in a truck. Emotional moment when the Lions drafted Gibbs. The only reason I say it, I was jumping up and down in my living room because I called they would take him a month beforehand, Todd, in a car.
That's emotional? Wow.
I mean, I think a lot of fans had the opposite emotional
Yeah, I know.
reaction.
A running back.
It's worked out.
Yes.
Michael Jordan's first championship of the second three-peat. After the gambling suspension, then ended up getting his dad murdered because of gambling debts. When he was crying on the ground, dedicating the win to his dad, touching moment.
All that allegedly.
Yes.
Yes. Says D. Gordon's a good one, Costa. Note that everyone was wearing the Jose Fernandez jerseys for that game, and he starts that game in the first inning with a home run. Foods you don't want to eat before competing. White Castle.
Oh, yeah, that would be tough.
Says hockey players will eat spaghetti 3 hours before games. What's wrong with lasagna?
Yeah. And he's a golfer.
He's a golfer. Come on, Sergio. Says lasagna is a dinner food, maybe by tradition, but practically it should be a lunch food. The last thing you want is a ton of calories to burn before going to bed, Steve in Livonia.
Well, you're not eating your dinner right before you go to bed.
No. Look, there are people who claim the healthiest way would be to have your biggest meal in the middle of the day.
Correct.
But that's not how we practically live our lives. Most people are at work in the middle of the day. They're not doing their biggest meal.
Right. Some people, lunch is some culture's biggest meal.
Yeah,
That's correct.
Yeah. And I think you could make the case it should be. It's not here.
Right.
So lasagna, and don't do it at 10 p.m. at night, but if you have a reasonable dinner, you can still digest it. You can go for a walk, do what you got to do.
Right. Maybe that's why we're more obese than other nations.
I think there's something to that. The best tropical drink, simple rum and pineapple juice. Rum is the tropical liquor for sure. Pineapple juice goes perfect. Simple, don't fix what ain't broke.
Okay.
A classic rum punch is my go-to tropical drink when I'm in Florida after a long winter. Unnamed texter. Food you don't want to eat before. When I was a freshman playing college baseball, coach got mad at all the starters, so he decided to start a bunch of freshmen for the second game. I wish I knew that before downing 4 hot dogs between games. Never saw the field again that season.
Wow. I don't, can't eat those dogs before you get that Gates Brown story and all that stuff where he had a dog in his uniform and all that kind of crap. Anyway.
We'll keep collecting some of the emotional sports moments. I think that could be fun today. But let's talk about the Tigers a little more.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I thought you wanted to talk about the draft. You have a mock draft for the baseball draft on Saturday?
God,
Come on.
Yeah, I like the catcher out of Georgia Tech.
I was just checking. Keith Law of the Athletic has the Tigers taking left-handed pitcher Carson Bowman from Southside Christian School in Simpsonville, South Carolina. A lefty pitcher out of a high school.
All right, grade the pick, Stoney.
I'm going to give it a C because I've never seen him play.
I was gonna say let's not go too far down this rabbit hole. Lose everybody today.
I know.
I don't know what's worse, me bitching about Iserman and Larkin for a half hour, or us spending time on.
No, I just mentioned it as a joke.
Oh no, I'm.
Well, they're going to take a shortstop from high school.
Well, there you go.
That's what they've done the last 2, right?
Yeah, they took Yost.
Yep.
Was the pick last year, right?
And Bryce Rainier.
Yep. Who, by the way, had a big day the other night.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. Vaughn Lackey is the Georgia Tech catcher I was referring to. He won't be there. He'll be in the top 5.
Oh, listen to you. You know your stuff.
Well, I couldn't think of his name, but yeah, I peruse this stuff. I'm a loser. With the Tigers, have Eduardo Valencia.
That's a drop. That's a drop. I don't peruse this stuff. I'm a loser. By the way, Keith Law has him second going to the Rays.
Well, there you go. Good for Tampa. Are you buying back in?
No.
No.
No, I'm having fun. I'd rather them play well, makes things more enjoyable. But no, look, if they win 2 out of 3 and chop another 2 games off that, lead and things like that going into the All-Star break and then playing a good team this weekend, then I'll say, you know what, there's a decent chance.
So Jansen comes back Monday, and I wonder if he's going to come back and try to be the first believer of this baseball team, because no one on this show has taken the leap yet.
No.
They've been real good since the start of June, best team in the AL, but no one on this show has taken the leap to say they believe that they're bought back in.
Yeah, and I actually think if they win 2 out of 3 against the Phillies, no major injuries, good sound pitching still going, I think I might buy in on Monday.
You could be the first.
Because I just think that the fact that they shaved 10 games off in 42 days to be only 6 under, it's kind of a good, wow, we just did this. They've been talking publicly, especially Skubal, about we got to do this and we got to do it now.
Right.
Kind of got lost in the headlines of him and talking about the deadline and all that. But they've got a little mojo going. The pitching, the starting, and I think Valencia was a cool thing that happened last night. The biggest thing that came out of last night was that Valdez looked like the guy they signed him to
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. And look, even if he has 2 out of every 3 starts similar to that, that's good. I mean, he's not going to be your ace, your Cy Young candidate, so to speak. But if he can be, maybe even not as good as he was last night, but if he can be good 2 out of every 3 starts, that's pretty good.
He had been the only one that was dead weight lately.
Oh, yeah.
Because even Flaherty had started to pick it up. And Valdez is the highest paid pitcher.
Right.
Last night, 7 innings, shutout baseball. He gave up
3 hits, right?
3 or 4 hits, 9 strikeouts. I don't think he had a walk. He hit a couple batters.
Right.
But from the jump, I started listening on the radio, and he strikes out the side. And they're highlighting, boy, he just hasn't had enough swing and miss this season. This is the worst year he's had swing and miss in his career. And there's more fly ball than ground ball. It's just all the wrong indicators for him. Him at his best, he's pitching down in the zone. He's getting ground balls. He's getting swing and miss. Strikes out the side in the first. Then I'm watching a little later, and Dirks made the point. His curveball swing and miss is way down. His curveball was good last night,
yes.
And it unlocks a little more of what he does because he can throw it when he's throwing it to lefties and righties, and it's that looper, and it can throw off the hitter's timing. All of a sudden, there's the swing and miss that makes Valdez not a 1 on this staff because of Skubal, but one of these guys that you can give the ball to and go and just cruise.
What do you mean, Jim? The Oakland, the Athletics, they're not a very good offensive team.
I don't care. I don't care.
That's what
in terms of buying back in, it's a question we ask you guys, and we'll discuss it amongst ourselves. 248-539-9797. Stoney says, no, not yet. Tom says, not yet, but maybe with this weekend
it sounds
coming up.
silly but it just win 2 out of 3 more games. They're playing a good team.
Right.
They're going against 2 really good pitchers. And I just think to get to have that positive vibe going into the break, they're going to kind of sit there and, wipe their hands and say mission accomplished. We did what we needed to do to get back into this.
Well, they should be feeling good.
They've
right
got
now.
a little bit of mojo going to them. I guess the best way I can say this is I think they're playing September baseball right now, and other teams aren't. Now, is that sustainable?
No, I don't think this version is who they really are, but they needed this to counteract May, who they also aren't really. I mean, they're not that bad, so they needed this to counteract it. It's funny. I don't want to get too caught up in, last night was such a fun night. I don't want to come in today and say, I'm on board, because if they lose 2 or 3 to the Phillies, going to the All-Star break, they're going to be 8 under 500.
Right.
We're going to go, well, okay. Still more work to be done.
No, then you're going to come in Monday or Friday and say, well, they just go 7-2 in this next stretch.
I'm sick of doing that. That's kind of why I'm saying this.
Running out of time.
Yeah, we're running out of time. They have done just enough to give themselves a realistic chance. And the playoff odds indicate that. They are above 33% now, right?
I would assume so, yeah. 10 seconds. Sounds like Greg has a point he wants to make. We can work that in the 8 o'clock hour here. 248-539-9797. You bought back in. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Eduardo Valencia homered in his very first plate appearance as a big leaguer last night. He blasted a solo shot to the deepest part of Comerica Park in center field to give the Tigers a 4-1 lead in the 7th inning. That would be the final score on an emotional night for Valencia, who thought he might never make it here during his minor league career. Valencia suffered through Tommy John surgery, a broken hand, and a hamstring injury on his journey to the majors. A.J. Hinch enjoyed watching his debut last night. Detroit is only 3.5 games back of a wild card spot now. The Tigers will now take on the Phillies in the first of a 3-game series tonight at 6:40. Also last night, Pistons rookie Ibuka Okori made his summer league debut with 20 points and 4 assists while shooting 50% from the floor. The Pistons lost to the Sixers 101-93 in the first rounder's debut last night. They play again on Sunday against the Cavs. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I forget about buying at the deadline. Are you buying back into this ball club as a fan? They've won 8 of 9. They're on fire. Officially a hot ball club. Someone let the Tigers get hot.
That's right.
And how about last night? You know when things are working out for you when Jake Rogers again, McKinstry waking up, and Eduardo Valencia, 8-9 years in the making, major league debut, first at bat, 425 to center field. He's emotional. He's crying. He's sobbing. It's awesome. It's why we love sports.
And then they hit him his next time.
It's ridiculous. But in Lost in all of its, Tom highlights the best thing is probably Valdez. The 7-inning start, the guy you're paying him to be. Are you buying back in? Are you bought back in? Like, it's the high of last night makes this a really interesting time to ask this question. I don't want to get too caught up in the emotion of last night, and it's why I'm looking at this Philly series.
Right. And it's good.
And also get a little closer to 500. They're still not quite all the way back into this yet.
Well, and it's good that they're playing a decent team this weekend.
Good measuring stick.
Yes, absolutely.
So what, tonight it's Flaherty against Nola.
Right.
But then the matchups only get bigger from that.
Yes.
Mize and Sanchez.
Yes.
And then it's Wheeler Skubal.
Yeah.
On Sunday. Although, is there a possibility it's not Skubal on Sunday?
I don't think so.
No,
Where'd that come from?
They've been saying that.
Okay, good.
You know what they've set up here too with the last few games is they can do what I've been wanting them to do with the Flaherty starts. Montero's ready to go when you get to the third time around in a lineup for Flaherty.
Well, he pitched 2 days ago, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And Montero is set up here to, if Flaherty can give you 5, Montero can go 3 or 4. Like if that's the plan,
it's a good plan.
Where's the weakness in the rotation?
Right. There isn't at this point.
Just a reason to buy in. That's why I really liked what I saw from Valdez last night.
The rotation was always supposed to be the strength of this team.
Yes.
And it is. It definitely is the strength of this team right now.
But nobody saw what we're seeing so far. Still small sample size from Melton. He's just been great.
It's everybody humming right now.
Yeah.
Everybody. Look at the last start from the 5 guys in rotation plus Montero. It's great. It's a great setup to help you go on win streaks.
Yeah, absolutely.
And avoid long losing streaks.
Correct, because your offense still isn't great.
No, and that's...
Well, they do have like the most home runs since June 1st in baseball, which is incredible.
They do. Now, I don't think this is who they're going to be.
No.
I don't think anybody thought the Tigers would have the most power of any team in baseball. They are lightning in a bottle, taking advantage of it right now as they should.
But they're not doing it with like one guy getting like 15 home. You know, it's all spread out. Like we mentioned, Jake Rogers adding to that list.
See, I think last night's a game they lose earlier in the year, like all day long. You're not getting contributions from guys in the lineup that you don't expect, like McKinstry and Rogers, and obviously Valencia. You're not getting the Valdez start. Jansen did have a couple hard hit balls in the ninth.
Yes, he did.
And they just went to the guy. So, you know, they're still nibbling on the back end of their bullpen when they can't use Montero.
I still there's obvious concerns about bullpen, multiple pieces, always awaiting an eruption. And then offensively, like when they face a lefty, the lineup is still going to feature a bunch of dudes you don't want to see in the lineup.
Correct.
Although it won't feature Jahmai Jones.
Yeah, that could be, with all due respect, is a good guy, everybody says. Actually, the best thing that happened yesterday was that they DFA'd Jahmai Jones.
That's what this text says. Jahmai's out, I'm in. That's simple.
Yeah, look.
Why'd they DFA him? I thought he was such a critical piece.
Why'd they wait so long? That's what I want.
I know, no kidding.
But whatever. They did the right thing, and they're getting ready for, we could come to the break, and we'll see what happens. And then you get to the deadline, and obviously the Scooble thing's going to be heating up, and if they're still in the race, yeah, they need a bat, but we mentioned, Jen, they needed another one or two bullpen arms. I mean, I know for some reason they love their Drew Anderson, but it seems like he gives up a home run every other time he pitches.
At the same time, if they only added bullpen after watching the offense run dry in the last two postseasons,
I know that would be.
I would think they're falling for it again.
Right.
They're going to set themselves up to get embarrassed again.
Right. That's why I said they have to do more.
Right.
I think, what's a bigger priority, though?
I'm going to say offense.
Okay.
Because this is not to absolve the bullpen of the issues.
I tend to agree with you. It's close, though. It's closer than you think.
In the postseason, here's my rationale. In the postseason, you shrink your rotation. So we got a 6-man rotation. It's really like a 3-man rotation until you get to the ALCS. So what do you do with the extra arms?
You put them in the bullpen.
You throw them in the bullpen.
Yeah.
So that can help. And then in the ALCS, you're running a 4-man staff. But by that point, your 6-man rotation and Job, I feel like you can...
And Verlander.
Sure, Stone. I like to live in that fairy tale world. It'd be great.
Yeah.
So that's not to say don't do anything with the bullpen.
But you're right. I agree.
But the offense, it's the opposite. It's
right.
You're going to have to count on guys repeatedly to deliver. And if they aren't proven commodities, if there are guys who have fallen short in the postseason multiple years in a row, you owe it to give them a shot in the arm.
Correct.
So I talked about how I feel, and remember, this is me buying in. There might be another point later in July where they don't win 2 or 3 this weekend, but then they get closer to 500 and you'd buy in then. Mm-hmm. The fact that they would have shaved 10 off since June 1st and gotten a 6 under. So if you get to that point, you're at the break. If you go 10, you shave 10 more off. Win 10 more games and you lose the rest of the way, that's 84 and 78.
Yeah.
That's probably good this year. It might be good for the division.
Right.
Yeah.
The best record in the division is only 2 over 500 right now.
And the White Sox got their guy back starting tonight.
Is Murakami back?
Yes.
The big hidden first baseman? Mm-hmm. So we get this text, and I've started to see a little bit of this floating around the fan base. Stop focusing on the wild card. Look no further than our trash division. The Sox won't finish above 500. Well, I'm going to go back to the Jansen stat. No team has ever made the playoffs in a full season of Major League Baseball that wasn't at least 500. So that's why we continue to say,
you at least got to get the 500.
At least. What I don't want to do is say, well, no one in the division is going to be 500, so we actually don't have to be a 500 ball club.
No.
I mean, look, if those teams in the division want to collapse, more power to them.
Yes.
Well, gladly. I'm not going to complain about
and
it.
Look, even though you don't look at them and saying, oh, they're that good, but the Twins are still ahead of the Tigers, too, don't forget.
Technically, yeah. What's the gap there?
2 games, I think.
Yeah, it's all bottlenecked up in the American League right now, especially in that wild card. It's all separated by a couple games.
Yeah.
Like, I could pull this up. How many teams in the American League wild card race are within 5 games of one another? It might be the majority of the American League.
Yeah, I think maybe other than the Royals.
So that's why I say, I don't know how this weekend's going to go.
I'd say
if they lose 2 or 3 or lose 3 or 3 to the Phillies, they'll be right back where we were when the week started.
The wild card race. Okay, Seattle has the last spot. Okay, Minnesota's 1 back. Then it's Houston 1.5, Toronto 2.5, Boston 2.5, the Tigers 3.5, Baltimore 4, the Athletics 5.5, Kansas City 9, and the Angels 10.
Okay, so outside of Kansas City and the Angels,
yeah,
pretty much everyone's a stone's throw.
Everybody's
from one
within
another.
5. Everybody's within 5.5 games.
Yeah,
I am buying the division thing right now. It'll be interesting to see what the White Sox do at the deadline if they're still above 500. But the problem with the wild card right now, a little bit for me, is I think Seattle is a team that could surge. Another team's doing the same thing the Tigers are right now, Boston.
Boston's also won 8 out of 10.
Yeah, so
and it might be better than that because they show the last 10, but it's been 8 out of 10 for a few days in a row here. Right. They just keep winning.
We could still be in a world where the wild card might require the usual 86 wins.
And if it does,
I don't know about the Tigers getting to that. That just seems.
Well, you mentioned a great wrinkle in all this. We are inside of 25 days to the deadline. Mm-hmm. We focus on, well, what if the Tigers win enough and they buy? What if Cleveland buys? I know that's laughable. What if the White Sox buy? What if the Red Sox buy? What if the Rangers and the Mariners buy?
Yeah,
like
like
other
the
teams
Reds
are allowed to make moves too, is all I would stress is that is a consideration too.
Like everybody says, the Red Sox, you go after get Chapman. Well, they might say, "Yeah,
We're not gonna sell.
we're in this. We're gonna,
We're not going to get rid of them."
yeah."
Text coming in. Bought back in. I never left. I called the gritty Tigers turnaround. Keep stacking dubs, fellas. Jamil in the truck.
Congratulations.
I'm not going to call you a liar because I don't know. But I have a really hard time believing on May 31st, going to June 1st, when this team was 16 games under 500, that there were a lot of people who can honestly say, oh, I still thought we were going to make a run.
Isn't it true no team 16 under or more has ever made the playoffs?
I would believe it. Yeah, I feel like I've seen that.
I know the Nationals were 12 under when
Yeah.
they were like 19 and 31, something like that.
I'll buy in if they end up trading Skubal because this is not a World Series team.
Well, what are you talking about? You're right. They're not a World Series team, but then we're asking about buying into this season.
I think he's twisting the question. He's saying,
Yes.
I'll buy into how this organization is
right.
conducting themselves
Exactly.
if they trade Skubal.
Yeah.
That's Valdez's best start of the year. Guys, I've never been out of this team. It's still early July. Diehard Tigers fan. I'll always believe they can do it. Mike in a truck. I'm not sure what to think about the Tigers. Here's I think, a more genuine. My heart's feeling 2024 vibes, but my brain's telling me things like that don't happen twice. If I was pressed, I'd say yes, emotionally, I am bought back in.
Yeah. Because you're watching every game.
Yeah.
It's not background noise anymore, maybe.
Right.
I mean, that's what you're going to decide this weekend. Also, next week, you're going to stay up late to watch the Angel games.
Oh, that's right. They're on the West Coast a bunch now between now and the deadline, right?
Yeah.
They end this stretch against the A's,
Correct.
but right before the deadline.
It's at LA Angels, at the Cubs, Royals home for 4, Orioles home for 3, and then at Oakland for 3.
Yeah.
And then the deadline.
You said the Orioles. If they win more and more and buying is more of a consideration, we can upgrade the names. But I think a pretty, I'd say, affordable bat to add is Taylor Ward. Baltimore Orioles, right-handed outfielder, 850 OPS against lefties. I'm not saying it'd rock your socks off, but if they are adding, those are the type of guys they're going to be looking at.
So next week we got the All-Star game. I think story number 2 in baseball is Tarek Skubal.
In all of baseball.
All these analysts and all the secondary conversations, maybe even during the broadcast of the game, is going to be about Skubal. I wonder what it's going to sound like if they were to somehow sweep the Phillies.
Well, I bet you Jeff Passan would update his trade percentage.
Yes, I saw that.
So on ESPN, they have a running list of the top trade candidates. It's actually 100 candidates. Skubal's the number 1 trade candidate, and they have an 85% chance of him being traded. That would change.
Yeah. I mean, he would write that probably at 400 and say buyers. But still maybe trade Skubal.
Still maybe
See,
trade
that's what the national guys are going to really start talking about if the Tigers get a couple games close.
Here's a national tweet. Bob Nightingale. The Detroit Tigers win again. They're 5th in a row and are now 21-12 since June 1st. They've climbed within 4.5 games of first place in the Central. Sell, ? They could be buying.
Wow.
Look at the Tigers' positive run differential, especially within the division. They will win this division. There's still plenty of time left. Costa is fully bought in. He's talking about 4-man rotations in the ALCS. Pump the brakes, cookies. I just said you could minimize the need for a bullpen if you actually made that point. Regardless, we'll get to, this is going to be fun. 8:35. You've heard of Who Says No? Mm-hmm. You present a trade, who says no? We're going to do that with a twist. That's at 8:35 this morning. It's 97.1. Are you bought back in? Look, last night was fun, emotional. Valencia, baby. We should mix in more of that audio this morning because it was awesome. Not just the home run call, but hearing him talk about it afterwards. We'll mix it in. We want to know from you guys. Valdez with a gem. Team keeps winning. Unlikely heroes. Look at the standings. Are you bought back in? To which we've all said, not yet.
Not yet.
But we're not oblivious to what's happening. We're aware of it. We're taking it more seriously by the day.
We know what the sport is. It's a sport of peaks and valleys and streaks and things like that. And
we know we have the most bipolar team in baseball over the last 2.5 seasons.
Right.
We have seen record-setting highs and lows in the span of a few months.
Crazy.
They just had the worst month in 30 years of Tiger baseball. And here they go, rattling off a bunch of wins. And that's before they blew the largest lead in the history of baseball last year, and before they climbed back into a playoff spot in 2024 when they were left for dead.
If they're truly bipolar, wouldn't they be the team to go 31-11 to finish a year, blow a 15-game lead the next, and then have the biggest comeback from 500, under 500?
yeah.
The question, though,
Of course they would.
will be, and I'm not trying to move the goalposts,
And then losing and not win a game in the postseason.
That's just what I was going to say. I hate to move the goalposts too, but what are they going to do in the playoffs when we aren't even saying they're a playoff team yet?
right.
Yeah, they keep Skubal, so you go out game 1 and game 2, Skubal and Valdez, and get swept. 3 games.
Pretty.
No, they lose in Game 5 of the ALTS.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yes.
Deja vu.
And Valdez pulls himself out after 5.
I continue to use 500 as my North Star. And it's because of the staff from Jansen. You got to be at least a 500 team to be a playoff team. And I don't care if it's wild card or division. You got to be a 500 baseball team. So if you're asking me, am I bought back in? Not yet. And even if they sweep the Phillies, they're not a 500 team. But you'll get me closer.
But you always want to be first. I mean, isn't that what happened about this time last year when you said the division was over?
I'll wait on this
Yes.
one. I also think it'd be silly to come in after the emotions of last night and proclaim they're back.
Yes.
Because what if they lose this series to the Phillies?
We all know it's a depleted team they just played.
Yeah,
and the same
correct.
thing is with the Yankees previously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're not taking
But
the wins
that- but-
off the ledger, but yeah, that's true. That's
you
true.
can-
But in fairness, okay, yes, no doubt the Yankees didn't have Judge. They didn't have somebody. Max Fried's not back yet, right? The Athletics depleted. But let's remember when the Tigers went through their ridiculously awful month, they were injured too. So it all evens itself out.
But Philly's a good team, and they got
Yes.
2 studs going this
It's a
weekend.
really
Yes.
good test.
Yeah.
They need to win tonight and beat one of those guys Saturday.
And I won't be surprised on Monday if there are members of this show. You've talked about it. I don't know where John's a total wild card. He's been gone this whole time.
What if we walk into after a sweep? You think you're jumping in?
I think I'll be right on the edge.
You wish there was no All-Star break.
Why do they have to stop playing? Let's get to Bill in New Haven. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. How are we doing?
Good.
Quest, 2 things that no one seems to touch upon. First of all, they were buyers last year, correct, at the deadline, and this yo-yo gave us Chris Paddock and Charlie Morton. So what is to think that he's going to do anything different this go-around?
I agree.
And secondly, no one ever mentions Jeff Greenberg is technically our GM, and this guy is like, it's like Jimmy Hoffa. Like, where is this guy, and what does he actually do? You know what I mean? Like, I don't.
Well, we
it's bizarre.
fixate on the head decision maker.
Right.
The guy who makes the final call,
The head
which
of
is Scott
baseball
Harris.
ops is Scott
I gotcha.
Harris.
I gotcha.
It's-
well,
yeah.
What do you guys think? Do you expect Harris? Remember his famous quote, "Oh, I'd be too haunted if any of the
Yeah.
prospects came back." That's crazy. Dave Dombrowski would never think like that.
No, he wouldn't. Dave and him are in. Dave's in town this weekend.
Look, I don't think we ever really said they should trade Melton.
No.
And I think they're glad they didn't.
Correct.
But they're not all going to hit, and you got to be willing to take on some risks if you're going to fight for a championship. Do I have belief that they're going to buy effectively? No, of course not.
No, I mean it's
One thing at a time. I'm just
Scott
talking.
Eiserman,
Oh no.
Steve Harris.
Is he going to ask for Ohtani at the deadline?
Wow. Where is it? You can't do that. Make that comment and not hit.
have to have the alarm ready?
For that,
Hold on, let's just.
I'll eat a bowl of beets if a report comes out that is actually reputable that Scott Harris tried to trade for Ohtani.
For those that missed it, the latest on Larkin, we'll get to it at the end of the hour. Allegedly added a team to the list, although the beat writers are beefing about it.
Yeah.
But allegedly there's a new team on the list, and what Eiserman asked for is from a different galaxy. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Stoney, you are one of 15 people in Metro Detroit who watched Summer League last night, so you can give a qualified opinion on Okori.
Yeah, I thought I watched. Yes, I'm a loser. The game was on Prime, and first impressions weren't good. Second half, he played very well. He's slight, obviously. He needs to bulk up a little bit, but he takes it to the hole. He's fast. He was last night. He had 20 points, 8 for 15. And I'd sit there watching the game, and Philon looked really good for Philly early, but then he faded away. So pick your poison there. The second round pick who they got, he didn't look good at all. Onyenso, he was bad. And look, I don't think he's going to make the team. I thought it was pretty interesting. Roddy Gale was 4 for 4. Montez Johnson played against Yaks, and they both had like 27 in the Warriors game. With the Mavericks, Yaks had like 24, and Marez Johnson had 27.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. But yeah, as far as Summer League, you can't take too much from it. You can just see if guys have something, and I think Okori, he definitely has speed.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I want to be fair. It's not a lottery pick, so I'm not asking him to be incredible. No. But you are looking for a couple traits that can translate.
Yeah.
And you're seeing some of that stuff.
Yeah, I guess the marquee game in Summer League was Washington against Utah with Peterson and against Dabansa. That was pretty good, too. I didn't watch it, but that's what I'm hearing.
It's when they drafted Cade, I was a little more into Summer League.
Yeah.
And they had Ivy, and because the team had been bad, and you're looking there's a lot of weight that you put into this next wave of young players. It's just not the same.
They had that game against Houston. It was like, ooh, against Jalen Green. Ooh, he picked his pocket. Made him look like a little child. Boo.
Yeah. We used to put I don't think we ever put a lot of emphasis on it, but we put some emphasis on Summer League. I know you do restore the floor.
Yes.
And you want to be able to speak on these guys.
Yes.
So you perused it.
Yeah, I perused it. There was one guy who kind of stuck out, not offensively. Drake Allen, who's from Utah State. Really good defender. He looks like he'll be really good with the Crews. Because that's what these guys mostly are going to be. I mean, very rarely you're going to get somebody who you don't expect, who's not a first-round draft pick. By the way, Chaz Lanier did play again. He was 1 for 6 from 3.
I saw someone say they were disappointed in him.
Yeah,
and I can't offer an opinion.
He didn't look very good. But it's a Summer League game.
One clip I saw of Okori, he's got kind of a low release point on his jumper.
Yeah, what was he?
He's a smaller guard.
He was 2 for 5 from 3, which is fine.
All right.
I'll take my backup point guard going 20 points, 4 assists every game. I'll take that, but that ain't gonna happen.
Quickly, how are you in favor of this thing they're tinkering with in the Summer League?
It's kind of interesting. It's cool. It's what they're doing is, for those of you who don't know, most of you don't, they're experimenting with something they didn't, I guess, in the G League last year, where on foul shots, if you're fouled shooting a 3, you get 1 foul shot, and 2 if you get fouled out of 2. Basically, it's 1 foul shot every foul. But if you're fouled shooting a 3, the 1 foul shot you have, if you make it, you get 3 points. So what it does is it speeds up. You don't have a guy at the line taking 3 free throws. And at end of games, where the parade to the foul line goes on and on and on, sometimes it could speed it up. It's interesting. I don't think they're ever going to approve it.
Yeah, I don't know if I like it.
Yeah, but
it kind of lets you off the hook. You should have to make 2. You should have to make the 3 free throws.
It also puts really intense pressure on guys like Mitch Robinson or people like that who aren't good free throw shooters. And if you miss 1, you don't have a chance of making
anymore
2 out of 3.
We would also have to add the new stat, true free throw shooting percentage.
That's true.
I hate you. True. You're 100% right, but that makes my head hurt.
I know.
You felt it when you said it that way, too. That was incredible.
He's stating fact. I didn't have to hear it. Sometimes the truth is hard.
A couple quick texts. I've gone from spite watching the Tigers to entertained, not bought back in, but let's go beat Philly and see what happens. Another says, I'm a believer. They have the best record in the AL, 26-19 against teams above 500. The pitching is too good to not win this division. Mm-hmm. Jim, it's Ohtani plus picks. Get it right, Nate and Burton. Coming up next, we're going to play a game with a little twist. Who says no? But we'll put our own spin on it, as only Stoney can. And I think this is fun. We'll do it next, 97.1. We'll get to that Wojo component in a second, but that is Eduardo Valencia
What a great moment.
blubbering.
Hey, people are saying he was their best hitter in the minor leagues except for McGonigal last year.
I love it. I love seeing that real emotion. It's why we watch sports. He toiled in the minors. He talked about he thought his career was going to be over 5 years ago. He's been in the system since 2018. He gets his first shot at it. He didn't miss. 425 to center field at Comerica Park.
Wow.
Yeah. It's called announcing your presence with authority.
Guy almost made an amazing catch, too.
I know. I kind of threw Benetti up because you don't want to call
Yes.
it wrong. It could be his first home run. Awesome. Awesome to see the emotions, the heart with his wife. Obviously, everything that's gone on in Venezuela. There's just a lot that plays into that moment last night. The earthquake, and he did say his family's okay, but
Yes.
obviously the devastation. We were talking emotional moments in sports. You said a buddy texted you one?
Yes, my friend Gary. Jim Craig looking for his dad after the U.S. hockey win.
That's a good one.
Yeah. And, people, giving Vladdy the cup in 98.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, because of the weight when Bettman gave Yzerman the cup at home at 97, and that was tears for a lot of people. Just like there were tears for people at Ford Field when the Lions won the playoff game.
No, and to the outside, that sounds so pathetic, but
I
if
know.
you're here, you get
Yeah,
it.
right.
You get it. I thought Dan Miller crushed that moment. I thought fans had been waiting just for a single playoff win.
Right.
To feel like they belonged in the NFL.
Yeah,
We're allowed to be at the big kids table. This is really happening.
I know. It's amazing.
So look, I think we've mixed in the Tigers and we can keep taking calls and feedback on all-time sports emotional moments, this team and your level of buy-in. Had a good time with the Who Says No. If people have some of those crazy ones, they can send them in. I wanted to address the latest Larkin.
Okay.
So the reporting yesterday, and now we have beef with the beat writers. The latest reporting from MLive, Ansar Khan, says there's a fourth team. Helene St. James of the Free Press says, no, it's still only three. But the reporting is Dallas is in the mix,
Yeah.
and Yzerman's ask was Wyatt Johnston. For who's not a hockey fan out there, let's just break this down. Wyatt Johnston is 23 years old. He's younger than Dylan Larkin considerably. He scored 46 goals last season. It was a
Contract is the same, pretty much.
point per game player, 46 goals, 23 years old, reasonable contract.
Amazing on the power play.
Why in the world would you think that would be an ask that Dallas would entertain? It's not a serious offer. You're not serious about trading Larkin.
That's why I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
So your
Steve.
team, St. James.
Yeah. If there's going to be a brawl on it, sure.
In this corner.
In this corner, Helena St. James. In the other corner from MLive, Ansar Killer Khan.
You don't buy that Yzerman would be silly enough to ask for Wyatt Johnston for Dylan Larkin.
Yeah, I said dumb enough. Yes, I don't believe he'd be silly enough.
Okay.
It makes no sense unless there are other things you're throwing in.
Look, you could say both sides aren't serious. I'm cool if someone wants to call in and say Larkin's not serious. He only has 3 or 4 teams on his list.
Right.
But you got to tell me, Steve's not serious if the only ask is 40 goal scorers.
Yeah.
Matt Boldy or Wyatt Johnston, and Johnston's even more ridiculous.
Right.
You're not seriously trying to move the guy. So
No.
you're cool with this dragging out. That's how I would read into the situation. I don't know if fans are cool with this dragging out. We'll let them speak for themselves. But it seems to me that Yzerman is totally fine dragging this out.
Look, Steve is so close to the vest. I have no idea what's true and what's not. I mean, I think that, the team lists, because most of it came from Elliot Friedman as well. I think that's probably legitimate. But as far as the asking prices,
You don't know what to believe.
I don't know what to believe.
There is a fight happening from a PR standpoint. When the first list was reported by St. James of the Free Press,
Right.
the very next day or the next couple days, Elliot Friedman said, I don't want to discredit her, but I've heard a couple different teams. And he had mentioned Dallas and Tampa.
Okay.
Then it goes dormant. Helene St. James reports it's still only 3. And what happens the very next day? A different reporter says, well, actually, I'm hearing there's another team. Both sides are trying to control the narrative here.
Right. Next
And
thing we're going
it's
to find out is the KHL is interested.
Steve wants to send him to Siberia.
Yeah.
Okay. Where we go from here, I don't know. It's two guys dug in, hell bent on not getting this done. So the loser is the fans, the team, the franchise. It's a bad look if this drags into the start of the season.
I would assume.
But these guys don't seem to be motivated to get something done. Dylan or Steve. Larkin and Yzerman are cool if this drags out. They're really not giving much ground either way. The Steve Yzerman thing irks me, though, because it's a wholly unserious thing if you're truly asking for Wyatt Johnston.
If that is true, that's absurd.
You're wasting the other guy's time. Like, I know there are people who talk tough on social media and say, well, this is just negotiating, bruh. You don't get it. I don't know that you should be shooting as high as he's shooting if you want to be taken seriously in negotiating. I liken it to listing your house not at 10% over to build in a little bit of a buffer, but listing your house for double the price. Sorry, no one's taking a tour. No one's taking you seriously. They're just driving by. You want Wyatt Johnston? Lose my number. There's nothing to talk about.
No.
If Larkin added Edmonton, would Yzerman ask for McDavid?
No,
if he adds Tampa, would he ask for Kucherov? I mean, it's just not serious.
No, if he'd call Edmonton, he'd want Draisaitl.
Oh, we're German.
Yeah.
Tie him into cider.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. See, he's it's just these guys that have read like one Negotiating for Dummies book, and now they're brainiacs. This is good for Steve to ask for unattainable pieces. Oh. It wastes everybody's time. It's not serious.
That's why I don't think it actually happened.
248-539-9797. Tom, are you cool if this drags out? We'll get that answer coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. I'd love to hear from people on this because it sure feels like it's going nowhere fast. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. In his first Major League plate appearance, Tigers rookie Eduardo Valencia hit a solo home run to give the Tigers a 4-1 lead in the seventh inning over the Athletics. Despite Valencia mashing the ball 425 feet, it just barely snuck over the wall in center field. He wasn't sure if it was leaving, but he knew he hit it well. Valencia's inspiring blast was coupled with an incredible pitching performance from Framber Valdez, who went 7 innings with only 3 hits, 1 run, and a season-high 9 strikeouts as the Tigers won 4-1. Detroit will take the field again tonight against the Phillies, who are 52-42 this season. A win for the Tigers would tie their longest win streak of the year at 6 games. Philly comes in off a series victory against the Reds. It's Jack Flaherty pitching tonight for Detroit against Aaron Nola for the Phils. First pitch is at 6:40. Pregame coverage here on 97.1 begins at 6:15. Ibuka Akori made his NBA Summer League debut last night for the Pistons. He dropped 20 points on 50% shooting to go along with 4 assists. And the World Cup is back today as Spain plays Belgium at 3 o'clock. The winner there moves on to the semifinals to face France, who defeated Morocco 2-0 yesterday. Spain is the favorite again today at minus 355 odds. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ticket Text says, can we trade Yzerman for Dombrowski? And another says, how about Larkin for Max Crosby?
You know what?
They love their hockey in Vegas.
Yes, they need a center.
They're closing in on a cup over there while their football team's nowhere close.
Correct.
Our football team could use the boost.
Yeah, absolutely. Who says no? Nobody.
Who says no cross-sport trades? We're having some fun today on a Friday.
Yes.
We brought up this latest Larkin, and it's the idea that Dallas may or may not be on the list, and Yzerman may or may not have asked for Wyatt Johnston. I would tell you if it's true, neither side is serious about getting this done.
Correct.
If Steve's asking for those players, he's not actually trying to get a deal done. He's cool if this drags out. Are you cool if it drags out? Tom Milliken.
Look, I think the trying to get Johnston for Larkin straight up is foolishness. And I agree that it's kind of a waste of time, but he does have time. And I am willing to wait this out because I really think we're sitting in a window right here. The Lions start football. The first game is September 13th. I think that's about when we need to have some resolution here because If you go a little bit longer there, maybe another 20 days. I think first off, I think the season is starting a week earlier this year, the NHL season, because they added the game.
Yeah, we need 84 games.
We got the preseason schedule. So just the timeline here is, I think if we got to a point where they want Larkin to report and he's still here, I think he would not report.
Really?
I think he would probably
You're saying in the preseason.
Not necessarily want to take the bullets that he would have to take with the media, but also just the awkwardness of it all. Potentially take the ice with a preseason game with no C, because I don't think there's a world where he can go on the ice for the Red Wings wearing the C. But I think he would do that thinking Steve's got to move me before the regular season. Because I think if Steve tries to put Dylan Larkin on the ice in the regular season without a C, I think he damages the Red Wing organization. He said he's going to do what's best for the organization. He's got to realize that he's damaging the organization around the league in what is becoming a players' league, especially the American players.
Yes.
Have pooled together here. If you might not like it, but that's where the league's going right now. And there's going to be chatter around the league of the humiliation that Steve Yzerman put Dylan Larkin through.
Right. You mentioned
even if you stand flat-footed here and say, I'm a guy that you're under contract, you're playing for me. You may be that way. I'm kind of that way, to be honest with you. But you have to adapt to the league. Mm-hmm. And there's no... think about the utter humiliation that would be for Larkin.
Right. And you mentioned the Americans, the thing, that whole Team USA, they all have the group chat that I'm sure they still have. They love each other, had a great time. And all the movement that you're seeing is with American players. I think there's something about the cultures of America versus Canada where the Canadian, the hockey, the Stanley Cup, everything is so ingrained. They're not as focused on the money as much as the American players are. They just want to play hockey.
This is the NBA's version of the Big Three 20 years ago.
Yes.
Where the Celtics decided, we're going to do this. We're all going to get together and do it. And then teams started copying it. That's why LeBron went to Miami. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is just the way the sport is going. And you've got to, at some point, kneel to the player. But at the same time, you've got 60-plus days right now. And that's why I'm cool with waiting it out. You've got time to make the best deal.
And then you think when the camp starts, when the preseason games are happening, when we get to the regular season, time's up.
I really do. I know Friedman said there's a world where Dylan Larkin's a Red Wing. I think you're treading in dangerous waters if you do that in this NHL. In the NHL 10 or more years ago, I think you could do that. You could be firm. I don't think you can do that anymore.
Look, it's clear Yzerman's going to do it his way, and sometimes it's to the detriment of where we are. I mean, look, he's done it his way, and we're still treading water, still waiting to even make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
in a world where Steve gets it his way and he holds Larkin, the team will skate next year and not be a playoff team again, right?
Right.
Okay, so Steve doesn't get his way really in that scenario.
No.
It's
well, I believe even if they trade Larkin and it's a good trade, they're still not making the playoffs next year. But whatever.
Well, and that's the reality is they put themselves in a bad spot to where their captain wants out, and there really is no great path forward now.
We just got the text. Larkin has to report to get paid. I know he does for the regular season. I think he would bite the bullet and eat some dollars to not have to go through that and give Steve, kind of call Steve's bluff and say, I know you're not going to put me on the ice on opening night. And then Larkin
Well, why not? Why wouldn't Yzerman skate him on opening night?
Because of the humiliation to what that would do to Larkin. There's no way he's going out there with the C.
How does he could play without the C?
Yeah, that's what Yzerman. Yeah, he might think that.
Yeah.
Do you realize the damage you're doing?
I'm not saying it's right or wrong.
You will hear players coming out and publicly commenting on Yzerman and the way he treated his players. They're definitely going to talk behind the scenes.
Yeah,
I would say there could even be an American movement not to want to play here.
Think about it. We're the winningest American franchise, the most cups of any franchise in the U.S. Mm-hmm. And you would be alienating yourself.
You're already living in a world where people say on the streets, players don't want to really play here.
Right.
Free agents don't want to come here.
Correct.
You're gonna put your best player, whether you like the guy or not, the heart and soul of this team the last 10 years, who's been through rough times. You're gonna trot him out there after you demanded a trade without the C, and let him feel the wrath of whatever the public decides to do. You're gonna do that.
I think it's definitely on the table. To echo what the insiders in hockey are saying. And I think it would be awkward, no doubt about it. But is there a world where you like get through the awkwardness? So think about it. It's really bad initially. And then it's game 2 and game 5. And it's November and December. It's January and February.
Let's get to the deadline.
Well, and then I wonder if that's when there's an increased urgency, because I actually think the player who can alter some of this more than Dylan is DeBrincat. And DeBrincat doesn't have to agree with Larkin. He's his own person. He can extend, he can leave, he can do whatever he wants. But he very much should be paying attention to how this is handled.
Well, it's also he wants to probably figure out how DeBrincat sees how they handle Kane.
Which is we could see any day now he signed somewhere else.
Right, I assume Buffalo, but who knows?
There have been people talking about it. But okay, let's just set Larkin aside for a second and speculate, because that's all we can do with DeBrincat. You're Alex DeBrincat, Stoney. Mm-hmm. This is the last big contract you're going to sign. Do you want it to be here right now? Unless it's a big overpay, you probably want to see what happens when the year starts, right? Well, if the year starts and this is hanging over the franchise, and we get to the deadline and it's still hanging over the franchise, and you don't commit, then Yzerman has to trade you to get something, right?
Here's the other thing.
So now all of a sudden the dysfunction bleeds over and affects Alex DeBrincat, who's a hockey player we all like and would like to be here.
Does Alex DeBrincat want to be a first-line player for the Red Wings or maybe a second-line player on a really good team?
Right. You're signing away the peak hockey years of your career. Do you want it to be here in Detroit, knowing what the future looks like, or somewhere else? And there's clearly a familial connection and a hometown connection,
Correct.
and it's why he's here to begin with. But I'm sure when he came here, the thought was by this point,
Yes.
he could have his cake and eat it too. He could be home and playing playoff hockey in meaningful games in April and May and someday June. Mm-hmm. Let's get to the phones. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I heard this on yesterday's show. I'm just not really certain if it's true or not. Can they suspend Larkin if he doesn't show up for camp?
I don't know when the money starts.
But in theory, if a player refuses to play, you
Yes.
could face team discipline. Yes.
Yeah, he can face team discipline if he doesn't show up. But he
And
could,
so if Yzerman's really grumpy, he's just going to wait it out, see if he shows up for camp or not, and then if he doesn't, they can suspend him, and then he doesn't get paid.
Right. I think that's when you reach a moment where you have to have where we have to have some kind of conflict. Mm-hmm. But if Larkin does report, answer the tough questions. No. But when it comes to a head, like publicly, because even Steve hasn't really addressed this.
Right.
He did it. You were on that press call. Mm-hmm. He did it on his terms with one answer.
Correct.
And he promised he would disclose more later. Neither side has really had to publicly wallow in this.
No,
but if Larkin does the walk of shame with the media, gets through it, and is playing, then it shifts back over to Yzerman.
Yeah, no doubt. Look, we know that a lot of these players and we should be coming up on that shortly, probably in a few weeks, where these guys get together at some rink around here and, they just, skate, get in shape and, mess around. And he's going to be part of that. And you wonder, somebody will find out media-wise, there'll be some cameras or reporters there, and whether he wants to talk or not, it'll be up to him. But he's going to have to deal with this sometime.
Text says, you have to remember Yzerman dragged things out like this before in Tampa. Jonathan Drouin.
Yeah, but Jonathan Drouin he wasn't good.
He was a number 3 overall pick.
Right.
But he wasn't one of the 3 or 4 best players on the team.
Correct.
He wasn't the captain or former captain of the team. It's a little different.
Right.
And Tampa was in a much better position as an organization to where they could draw their line in the sand and say, kick rocks.
Right.
The Red Wings aren't that team anymore.
Right. And St. Louis had a thing with as well, but
guess what? He traded him to the place he wanted to go.
Yes.
He traded his captain, Martin St. Louis, to the place he wanted to go, the New York Rangers.
Right.
So if I'm Larkin, trade me the place I want to go. And that might be unreasonable to say one place and one place alone. Mm-hmm. Fans probably have an issue with it being only 3 or 4 places. Yeah. Yzerman may have an issue with it only being 3
Correct.
or 4 places. But when you're given those options and you're like, yeah, I need Wyatt Johnston. I need 42 goal scorer Matt Boldy. Like, all right, Steve, so just don't even make the calls at that point.
Right.
You can't even claim you're trying at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
And people are going to go, what do you want him to give away for peanuts? No.
No.
There's a middle ground.
Exactly.
What's the market price?
Right.
Larkin's a damn good hockey player. There's a market price to get a good return for
Yes,
him.
and his contract in today's league is, and the way it's even going to go in the next few years, is perfect for the Red Wings as well, and for every other team. 8.7 for a player that good. That's a bargain.
I don't think either side is serious about making this happen. We'll take some phone calls, read some texts, and we got Cookie Jar coming up at 9:35. It's 97.1.
That was amazing.
Awesome moment.
The 10th player in Tiger history with a home run in his first career at bat. I have the list of the 10 in front of me.
Are there any notable names?
Okay. I would say I've heard of 1, 2, 3. I've heard of 6 of them, but
You're not going to ask me to blind rank them, are you?
No, I'm not. But you ready? Here we go.
But by the way, we did a blind ranking earlier, and if people missed it, total egg on my face.
Go to your Odyssey. Yeah. Go to Odyssey and download.
Get a little rewind,
Yes.
podcast, whatever.
Yes.
What do you got?
Okay. Hack Miller. Never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
Sam Vico. Miller, by the way, was 1944. Vico was 48. Never heard of him.
No.
1963. Gates Brown. Heard of him, obviously. 1964. Bill Rowan. Who?
Who could forget?
1970. The great Gene Lamont. Former third base coach.
There we go.
1974. I remember him not as a Tiger. I remember him, I think, as a Cincinnati Red, Reggie Sanders. And the next 3, one everybody probably would remember is Akil Baddoo in 2021.
Yep.
2020, Sergio Alcantara.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
One of the ridiculous guys they got in the J.D. Martinez trade from Arizona, along with Doel Lugo.
Yep.
And the other one, 2015. I believe it took place at Wrigley Field.
Castellanos?
No.
2015.
Daniel Norris. Remember when he had to hit? Because
Yeah,
they
the
played
NL,
National League
yes.
rules. Daniel Norris, his first ever at bat, hit a home run.
He was a character. Didn't he live in a van?
Yes. Yeah.
Which trade? How did we get him again?
That was the Matthew. No, we traded Price to Toronto, I believe, for Matthew Boyd and Daniel Norris.
Sounds
if
right.
I'm not mistaken.
Sounds right. It's right around that time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Household names, huh?
A pitcher on the list.
Yeah.
And we had someone text earlier like, I know I got let down by Baddoo. I don't want to believe. No one's asking you to believe that there's anything more than what it was last night. An awesome moment.
Yes, exactly. We're not,
There's plenty to revel in from last night.
yeah, I don't think Valencia's going to be in the lineup every night.
He will be tonight.
He will be
AJ
tonight.
announced he'll be the DH.
Yes.
That's the thing. He's more of a hitter than a catcher, but he's giving him a little catcher depth, and
Right.
he's taking the place of Jahmai Jones. Nobody's complaining about that right now.
Exactly.
By the way, Tiger win. We've been mixing it in today. That's 8 of 9. They're now 7 games under 500.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're looking at the playoffs and how close are they, 3.5 in the wild card, 4.5 in the division. Huge series with the Phillies starts tonight in
Yes.
Detroit. Should be some great atmosphere, great
Great
environment,
pitching,
great pitching
great
matchups.
names. You know, obviously Harper and Schwarber and people like that. You look at their lineup. They won yesterday 1-0. They don't have a lot of offense either besides Schwarber. Brandon Marsh is having a great year, but Riamalto's batting below 200. All their guys are having trouble.
We got text coming on with the latest Larkin. Is Dallas on the list or not? Did he really ask for Wyatt Johnston? If that's true, I said it's not serious. He's not serious about trading him. You could say Larkin's not serious with a short list, whatever, but this is dragging on because neither side is motivated to get this done right now. Text says, I would 100% put Larkin out there on opening night. He screwed us by publicly demanding a trade. Is there a world where no Red Wing wears the C? Yes, they've done that before. DeBrincat would be dumb to sign anything until next offseason. Larkin is too soft to report and face the media. That's Steve Gamble. He'll expand the list. No one cares about the history of the franchise when you haven't been relevant in a decade. They're nowhere close to being relevant. Stop being a homer cookies. No, I'm the one agreeing. Like, there's nothing relevant here. This is not a desirable place to play. It's part of why Dylan Larkin wants out.
I know.
Eisman has the power if he doesn't expand the list. Suspend him if he doesn't show. Expand the list, and then the trade is more likely to happen. Everybody has this fan fiction where, like, Yzerman is going to, like, scold Dylan Larkin and ground him and send him to his room. What if Larkin addresses the media, does the walk of shame, and then laces up the skates and plays anyway?
They would craft, if they figured that they couldn't get anything done, they'd craft something out like the Werenski thing. But I don't think that was really serious at all.
No, this feels like there's more teeth to it.
Oh, yeah.
This is going back a couple off seasons.
Yes.
This has lingered far too long for it to be just, a great misunderstanding. I want to go back to it. Doing what's best for the Red Wings. That is the last and really only thing we've heard Yzerman say on this. He's got 5 years left, no guarantees. I have to do what's best for the Red Wings. What is best for the Red Wings? might not be what's best for Steve Yzerman. Is that possible, Stoney?
Yeah.
That what's best for the Red Wings might be having to sell for picks and young players and rolling the dice and taking a couple steps back.
Yeah.
I don't like saying it as a fan who likes going to games and doesn't want to throw away a couple more years of my life.
Right.
And Yzerman certainly doesn't want to do that. It's clear that he wants to target a hockey trade. He wants to get pro players, comparable players. Hell, he wants better players than Dylan Larkin in some of these deals.
So if you're going to
but if that's his idea of what's best for the organization, Stoney, if he's wrong, he's not doing what's best for the organization.
Look, if you rebuild, which I kind of think they should do unless something crazy happens, you know, you have as many young players as you have, maybe a couple seasoned vets in there for locker room stuff, and just let these guys, let McClellan let them loose. Let's play hard and get grimy and gritty and all that kind of stuff, and make the fan experience at least. All right, we know we're not that good. We're just going to see guys that are going to hustle and all that. And one sport that you can actually do that without a star, at least be fun to watch, is hockey. Like, kind of be like the Pistons without Cade, so to speak.
Right.
See him work.
Yeah.
And then you get a good pick next year.
Yeah. Look, it'd be painful, but
but
what the hell?
what's the alternative?
They've already missed 10 years in a row.
What's the alternative?
I know.
I don't see them getting close this year.
I don't either. But does Yzerman disagree? And is that disconnect going to fuel this to be bigger than it needs to be?
I think they need a rebuild. I do.
Okay, but if he disagrees, he's going to run this team differently,
right?
And we're going to be in denial.
Well, he could be told also, I don't want to have by ownership. We can't go through another rebuild. You got to try to make the playoffs.
I think there's a competitiveness to Steve where he doesn't want to take a 2-year step back.
I know he doesn't.
And I can respect the competitiveness, but it's your misgivings that have put the team in this position to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, and Tom's talking about how this could hamper the reputation of the organization. That's not what's best for the Red Wings either.
No, times are different, but this used to be, a destination place.
Yeah.
Doesn't look that right now.
If they were able to get Jason Robertson, probably been the most talked about player that they could swing in this, that Dallas is on the list. Mm-hmm. And they paid Robertson $16 million because he turned down 15.
Yeah.
If they did that, would they say face? Would it be a lateral move?
It wouldn't be a lateral move. I think Roberts is a better player, but they still need a number one center, though.
Yeah, their middle, down the middle of the ice is weak with Larkin.
What if
you
you
would
went
be
and got,
catastrophic without him?
After that, you went and got Trocheck.
Well, Trocheck was already dealt, wasn't he?
Yes.
Utah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Moves are being made while we're waiting. Because you're right. If they had done that deal a week ago or 2 weeks ago, before the Trocheck move, sure, you could do a little one-step, two-step and try to justify an offseason that leads to progress in playoffs.
I mean,
I don't really feel like that's happening now.
I'm asking a question here versus having an opinion.
Yeah,
I heard
fine.
Mike say it yesterday. I 1,000% agree with him. You're telling me you're hurting a position and you're adding a guy for double the money.
Right.
I mean, it just...
Look, if Steve's belief is I don't want to pay Jason Robertson $16 million, it's a fine position to take. It's just you're running out of options. Like you're looking for this Goldilocks proposal. Okay, let's back up. So what do we think we know? He's very close to the vest, but what do we think we know? We think Elliot Friedman says he doesn't want to pay DeBrincat market value, doesn't want to overpay Jason Robertson, asks for Wyatt Johnston and Matt Boldy. It looks like a guy who just wants something that isn't possible. He wants to live in a world where he gets all the good players at half the price and can trade for superstars without paying the price.
What if you add to Larkin? Like I think, what if a deal's out there to be had where you can get an equal NHL player in return for Larkin and Pellikka? Right. Pellikka's their most valuable asset, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Of young prospects.
Yeah, I mean, take your pick. It could be an MBN. He's another guy, bigger, gritty forward, just right on the bubble.
Or Plant. I don't know.
Does that, let me just...
You're a college,
listen,
but yes, people like him.
Openly speculate here. What if you try to get Johnston and it was Larkin, Pellikka, and something else?
What I don't think people understand is Wyatt Johnston is 23 years old, point per game center, 46 goals. I think Sider would have to be in the deal for them to consider it. Like, I don't think people realize how valuable Wyatt Johnston is. Like, I mean, if I'm Dallas, I don't want Larkin and Pellikka.
No.
Is there a
No.
future to where they're thinking, oh my, how are we going to be able to afford Johnston?
Maybe, but Stoney,
Yes,
how many years
because
out?
of Robertson's contract too.
Yeah, but Stoney, you laid this out. How
But
many
that's
years is Johnston signed until?
I think 29-30 or 30-31.
So this is like 4 to 5 years from now. There's no. They shouldn't trade him
You're get-
unless they're getting like
Yes.
Draisaitl, McDavid. There's just he's an untouchable piece. Johnston is.
What if you're doing with Larkin though? You're getting tremendous value in his contract.
Sure.
So all of a sudden you are able to keep Robertson and maybe add.
Well, no, because
Robertson's going to be at least 14 or 15. I got to look at Dallas.
but hold on.
Cap.
If Larkin was
You're
traded,
not paying Johnston what you are anymore. You're paying Dylan Larkin.
What's
but
Johnston's salary
Larkin
right
and
now?
Larkin and Robertson are basically. I mean, not Robertson. Larkin and Johnston. Johnston makes a little bit more, not much.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're not really saving
It's
money
like,
by.
it's like $300,000 more.
I'm
yeah.
trying to make it make sense.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense. I'm with you.
No,
Johnston's, hold on.
It makes no sense.
Johnston's cap hit is lower than Larkin. They'd actually be spending more money to
Okay.
give. So that's why it's just, if it's true, and I'm going to go, Ansar Khan's a local beat writer.
Yeah.
He's not some guy with a basement blog. He says, hey, they asked for Wyatt Johnston.
All right, go offer sheet Bedard.
Let's get to Dave Royal Oak. Good morning.
Hey, Cookie. Stoney, what's up, brother?
How are you?
Hey, okay, listen. Everybody's looking at this problem the wrong way. You know, with Larkin, Robertson, whatever. We need to be the aggressor. Steve needs to put an $18 million offer sheet for Fantelli, bring all three ring knocker Wolverines together, line them 1 center, 2 center, 3 center with Kopp, Larkin, and Fantelli, and really put the screws to Columbus. And you know what? There's no talk of rebuild anymore. You know, and then he's got to trade a couple contracts away and sign Edmondson, and problem solved.
So they can't afford Edvinson and Fantilli at $18 million. But well, they'd have to move other salaries. They don't have the cap space.
Right,
yeah.
right,
So okay, yeah, okay. I'm going to play with that. Let's say they get Edvinson and they offer Fantilli. Columbus is matching Fantilli's contract, much like Anaheim matched on Carlson. I'm all for the effort. I'd love to see the aggressiveness. I don't think it leads to us having Adam Fantilli play for the Red Wings next season. It does make Columbus, swallow a larger contract.
Right.
There's only so much room. That's how it hurts a fellow Eastern Conference team. But I don't see a world where they don't match. Much like Anaheim bit the bullet and matched $18 million Leo Carlson.
You're also believing that Yzerman, that's enough rather for Larkin to want to stay too.
Right. That's another great point too, Stoney. He might just go, dude, I
just don't want to be here.
just don't want to be here.
Yeah. Been here my whole life.
Yeah. I need to change of pace, change of scenery.
Tired of Royal Oak.
I don't think he's there anymore. I don't know.
I don't think he would be either. But we'll get to the cookie jar coming up next. End with something fun on a Friday. It's 97.1. Talk about Shaner Roofing. Shaner Roofing windows and siding. They're doing it all right now and bringing that 5-star quality that they've been, consistently putting out for roofs to windows and siding. Let's talk about Shaner. 30 years trusted service, proven track record. And when I talk about Shaner, I emphasize a family-owned business. They treat you like family because they are one. They answer to you and not some private equity. Great example of treating you like family, the no pressure promise. Forget high pressure sales pitches. You get a true honest assessment of what your home actually needs, and they're not going to put a roof on your home if you don't need it. Unmatched reputation, 4.9 star Google rating. You can see what I'm talking about. Thousands of satisfied homeowners, a reputation that they've earned through doing the job right. Peace of mind, that's a big thing with Shaner. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. They're locally committed. Competitors are getting bought out by outside investments. Shaner's still here. They're still local, and they're still committed to their Michigan customers. Sounds like a company to work with. Get your quote today, mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, mymichiganroof.com. Awesome moment.
Yep.
First at bat, 425 center field.
A bomb.
And he can't hold it in as he's rounding the bases. That's him after the game speaking. Eduardo Valencia.
It's a pretty cool story. It really is.
I mean, Stoney, he was a teenager here in 2018.
Yeah.
Thought his career was over 5 years ago.
Yeah, a lot of surgeries and things, and, fought his way up, was hitting the ball really well in Toledo. Tigers win 4-1. I'm still not a believer yet, but, you have to say at least they're making you think, especially with this weekend coming up with, Schwarber and Bryce Harper and the Phillies and Zach Wheeler versus Skubal on Sunday. And
it's a good weekend to go to the ballpark.
Mize is going on Saturday. Today it's Aaron Nola against Jack Flaherty.
Are you going?
I'm going tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
You're picking the worst pitching matchup of the bunch.
I might go. Well, Sunday I can't go Sunday because I'm playing golf. I might go tomorrow too.
I'm thinking I might go Saturday.
Yeah, my wife and my daughter are out of town, and so are the dogs. So I'm home alone.
Stoney alone.
Yeah, exactly.
You had a question for me.
I have a question for you. Now, yesterday, I wore a Manchester United old shirt, kilt, kit, whatever, and you said tomorrow wear something, your most bizarre one that you have.
Yes.
So this is probably the most bizarre soccer kit I have.
Look at you.
This is the Blackburn Rovers.
Who?
The Blackburn Rovers.
I know, Stoney. It's not going to help me. I don't know.
McLean's Lager, and basically, they're like a third division team in England. When the jersey was purchased, because I went to Wikipedia because I didn't remember who they were or whatever. They were a first division Premier League team, but they've been relegated twice, I believe. Oh, God. So can you imagine being a fan of a team that plays in the major leagues, and then because you're so bad, you end up playing in the minors? It could never happen in this country.
No, it couldn't. But all of a sudden, the Red Wings are playing the Milwaukee Admirals.
Yeah.
Yeah. No thanks. Syracuse Crunch.
Exactly. The Grand Rapids Griffins.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen. By the way, the New York Post saying that Michael Porter Jr. of the Nets will likely be traded before the season if he can't come to an agreement on a contract extension. So your first, thought is, oh boy, here we go. That's what we need, right? He's making $40 million now.
That's not enough.
And if that's not, well, yeah, he wants to extend it because he's a restricted free. He's a free agent after next year. You have to be willing to trade Jalen Duren for that, and I don't know if it's going to get that. That would
no. Trajan's got something bigger planned.
I don't know that
just you wait. It's going to happen. We'll get to Christmas Day, and I'll tell you, it's still coming.
So the deadline.
So it is the deadline, right? Because the thought was they've made a move that could carry all the way up to the deadline.
They have the trade exceptions. They've saved the salary space. There's got to be. I refuse to live in a world where there's not another shoe to drop. Whether it's tomorrow, a month from now, a nice little Christmas Day present, or the trade deadline. But I'm thinking you do this to do it this offseason.
What happens first? Larkin traded, Skubal traded, Trajan making one more move.
Well, Trajan's going to make it any day now, right? So
it's
got to be Trajan.
Okay.
It certainly feels like the frosty relationship in hockey is going to carry over for a while. And I don't know. I mean, I've told you my gut is Skubal staying, even though you and I and everybody else makes the case trade him and still be in it.
Yes.
That's the responsible thing to do. But I think they're going to try to keep Skubal, and certainly with more wins, they'll feel justified in that decision.
Correct.
Now, speaking of the Tigers heating up, you made reference to this.
Yeah.
Sticking a fork in them.
Yeah.
So it's
from Fox 2 Sportsworks a couple of weeks ago with the Dan Miller, Will Birchfield, and some guy named Wojo. So basically, well, you can listen for yourself. There you go. Birchie went along.
Stuck a fork in them.
Stuck a fork in them.
And the record since?
I think it's 8-1.
8-1. Mm-hmm. Now, you have had some famous proclamations blow up in your face, as have I. Is Wojo, what's his track record with this stuff?
Well, he made a name for himself, Wojo Damas, by predicting. I think he had Cincinnati beating Wisconsin in a football game once was one of the first ones. He also predicted Pistons draft choices. I think it was the year they took I don't know, Lou Rowe. I think he had him accurate in the second round. He had
Spencer Dinwiddie.
No.
I think he called that one too.
He also said that the Houston Rockets would sweep the Magic, and they did. That was another one of the big ones. Most people never thought that was going to happen.
He tends to be right about this stuff.
For the most part, he's pretty good.
Well, but
on
here
that
they are.
stuff. Yes. By the way, Dave Burkett has reported that Terry and Arnold's agent said in a court hearing this morning, 4 teams have reached out. He worked out for the Houston Texans, and his agent said there's a very good likelihood he signed in the next 40 days. His agent also said Colts, Jets, Seahawks, and Texans have reached out about signing.
Hopefully it's a team we play.
How about the replacements? Was that the team?
Yes.
The team's in the longest yard?
No, the Mean Machine, right? Mean Machine was longest yard. At least it was the original. I don't remember. I assume.
That's right.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Mean Machine. So,
Mark Ryan is in studio. Mark.
Gentlemen, good morning.
How are you?
we?
Good.
What's good? How we doing? Look, man, we're really starting to believe. We're really starting to believe in what we're seeing here. Fangraphs has the Tigers' second best odds to make the playoffs out of the American League Central. And I did some digging on teams under 500. How late were they under 500 before they did something special? We know you guys touched on the emotion. When's the last time we had a moment where we felt like that in Detroit? Normally we get the opposite of that. We get the Galarraga moment stripped from us, right? Mm-hmm. We don't get to experience that here. So we've got that today. I've also got a road rage incident from a week ago where you're not going to believe how fulfilling the ending was.
Did it involve you?
It involved me.
I saw you tweeted something about it last week, but I didn't forgot to ask you
We share
what
the story
happened.
today. Is it getting better or worse in Detroit? It feels like it's getting worse, but you're not going to believe how fulfilling this was.
Okay.
Did you knock the guy out?
No, that would have been even better. Look at me, Jim. That's not possible.
I'm just trying to wonder where this story's going. What time is that on the Today Shows?
That is coming your way, I believe, in the second hour.
All right, perfect. You and Gator.
Let's rock.
Caught a little of you guys yesterday.
Thanks for having me in this week. John will be back on Monday.
Always a pleasure, Stoney. Mm-hmm. You're in tomorrow, right?
I'm in tomorrow with Mr. Shabath.
If you can't get enough Stoney,
That's right.
you guys will help set the table for Saturday night's showdown.
That's right.
A big series with the Phillies coming up this weekend. There's no doubt about it. This is a great measuring stick. You got Carson Anderson with Mark Ryan in coming up next, 97.1.
simply an argument that will take place later. Maybe, if we get to it. We don't even have to
some
get to it.
tensions in the studio this morning. But no, like, Gator, what you just did is good form. What you just did is good protocol. And how many times does that not happen, right? You're sitting there, you get a drive-by shot, you didn't even know it was coming. Gator just warned the morning show that he's coming for them on the show today.
I did not say that. It's something we may not even get to today because we spent a lot of time on it yesterday, and I believe I even said something to somebody yesterday about it. It was the same thing. So I heard it yesterday going into the afternoon show, and I heard it this morning on the morning show, and I understand where they're coming from. I just disagree with it. That's all. I'm not mad. It's just a simple disagreement about how to negotiate something. But that's okay. We'll get to that coming up a little later. Sorry, I'm a little disheveled here because we had that discussion. I didn't have time to set up my computer before we came on the air here. But how are you, Mark Ryan?
I'm fantastic. Good to be back with you again today, man. Like a lot of excitement that we didn't expect to be here at this time, right? Like it looked like a few weeks ago we were entering a summer lull, especially after the World Cup, right? Credit the United States for giving us some excitement before a disappointing end to their World Cup run. And this kind of seemed like it was going to be the lull, where the conversation is centering around Scoobles, a topic that has become nauseating to each and every one of us. But lo and behold, you look up, this team has won 8 out of 9 games. This team today, Gator, is exactly where I said they needed to be as of July 31st for me not to sell. They are 3 games back in the loss column of the final playoff berth. They're there. You said it yesterday. Do you have tomorrow's lottery numbers for a fee?
I do not.
Okay, like I'd love to see them. Because yesterday you said, Mark, they could be within 3 games tomorrow.
Well,
and here they are.
Technically, it's 3.5, but it's
loss column.
Well, loss column. I gotcha. But technically, they are 3.5 games back of the final wild card spot. They continue to move up the ladder, and look, there's a lot of teams, right? And a lot of people will talk about, well, there's so many teams to leapfrog, right? When you get into a season. It's not just in baseball.
Irrelevant.
It happens in, maybe not so much in the NBA, but it happens in the NHL. We watch it a lot with the Red Wings, right? Hey, they're only a couple points back of the wild card, but they're like, oh, then you start looking at games in hand. And yeah, but there's 6 teams and they have to get past.
Irrelevant.
And I've always maintained that it's up to the team to keep their focus and not worry about who they have to pass.
Correct.
You worry about one team, yourselves. The other stuff's going to happen. You can't control what goes on between, the Minnesota Twins taking on the Houston Astros. Don't care, right? I mean, yeah, I care, but I'm not going to sit there and pour over every pitch in that game and sit there and hope really, really hard that they win the game. That doesn't matter. What matters is, can the Tigers keep winning? The other stuff's going to fall into place.
Right. What matters to me is games back, and what matters to me is the historical precedent of what you need to make the playoffs, which has been 86 wins. Now, this year it could be worse than this, but number of games under 500, when you look at the rest of this league, is not all that important. Number of teams you have to pass is the dumbest thing we do to look at it. That's totally irrelevant. Focus on you. Focus on playing winning baseball. The rest of that stuff will all take care of itself.
Yeah, so, I mean, as this team sits 93 games into the season, there's still, 69 games left in the year. So I'm not scoreboard watching just yet. Now, I may have peaked a little bit. I'm not going to lie, because that's just how I am, how I'm constructed.
Oh, I did last night. Texas won. That ticked me off. But then, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit. I'm looking ahead, but that's just part of my nature. But I am adamant that the team just needs to focus on themselves and keep winning and keep playing great baseball, and that's what they've done. They've won 8 of the last 9 or 7 out of the last 8, whatever that case is.
8 out of the last 9 games have been wins.
They've got 3 sweeps in their last 6 series. Best record in the American League by win percentage since June 1st. They're playing great. There's no question they're playing great. And then it finally happened yesterday. It finally happened with the Tigers. they finally said enough is enough with Jahmai Jones. And I'm not standing and cheering about it because I feel bad for the young man that he wasn't able to put it together.
Yeah.
I appreciate everything he did last year, but clearly it wasn't working this year. The average was pathetic. They
had a
OPS
longer
was
rope
pathetic.
for him than most would.
They did. And they had an opportunity to really capitalize on a situation they have here. I don't know if Eduardo Valencia is going to be on this team after the All-Star break. I don't know. Maybe they want to go a different direction at that point when they know how much Dylan Dingler has healed, if he's ready to go. I thought the move was smart because if you think that Dylan Dingler is going to be back for, let's say, the first game after the All-Star game, then why would you risk losing him for, say, 3 games, waiting for those 10 days to tick off? May as well keep him on the roster and find another way to get a catcher up, which here it is. Jahmai Jones DFA'd because he wasn't even playing at this point, right? Ben Malgeri had become the right-handed hitter against left-handed pitching coming off the bench. That was the one they would go to over the last week and a half because Jahmai Jones hasn't gotten it done. And this isn't, to kill Jahmai Jones. This is about, I think this is a smart move that the Tigers have made. Because not only do they keep the option open to have Dingler return within 10 days because he's not off the roster, but it gives them another catcher who doesn't necessarily have to catch during this time. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll catch a game this weekend against Philadelphia. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe Dingler's healthy enough where, hey, Jake, you got the next 2 starts and Dingler's going to catch on Sunday or Dingler catches Saturday. We'll see. It's a day-to-day situation with him. But what Valencia brings is a bat. He has been a hitter in the minor leagues, has matriculated up the last few years, and he's really matured as a hitter. What he needs to do is mature now as a true catcher who calls a game that the starters enjoy and plays well enough defensively that you can justify him being with this club. This is a great opportunity because it may be just a few games with this opportunity. But if nothing else, if Dingler heals up in a couple days and he's ready to go, at least you've got a competent right-handed hitting bat right now, at least. And I'm not just saying because he hit a 425-foot home run the first at bat, right? That was fantastic. And then it gets drilled on the next at bat by the pitcher.
Not on purpose. Not on purpose.
Probably not, but nonetheless, he was drilled. Showed a lot of emotion rounding the bases, which was, you would expect your first at bat in the major leagues, you hit it out. You got to get excited about it. I don't know if he's going to be the answer as a right-handed hitter. It's way too early to say that. I'm just saying in the minor leagues, if you've tracked Valencia at all, he has a little bit of a track record of being able to hit the ball and hit the ball hard. And he was leading Toledo in home runs. We discussed it yesterday, not knowing that this was going to be we both thought Tomas Nido, he's the backup catcher.
But we were both hoping for this move.
But we both hoped it was going to be Valencia. We both wanted it to be Valencia because I just want the bat. I figured if Dingler's got to sit out for a while, let's have Jake be the everyday catcher. I'm just looking for the backup catcher. It doesn't matter. And these guys go up and down. They're on the 40-man roster, so you can have the flexibility to do that. I'm thrilled with how it's worked out. I'm thrilled with how it worked out last night. That was just that was something I didn't expect. I was just
something out of a movie.
Yeah, hearing the announcement was great.
It really, really was. And how about Jake Rogers not going down without a fight? Oh, you think this is your new backup catcher? How about this? I'm going to make base. I'm going to reach base for multiple times for the second consecutive game. I'm going to hit another home run out. Jake Rogers not going down without a fight either. You see Jake Rogers' numbers as a backup versus as a starter. When he's starting this year, yeah, granted, very, very small sample size, but it's great to see Jake raking, producing. How many games this year have you seen the Tigers? They don't scratch, and when they don't scratch early, you get to the 6th or 7th inning, you're still staring at a goose egg on the board. Jake Rogers got them off to Schneid last night, really got the offense going. Now we're 13 games in. The last 13 games, this team is averaging over 5 runs a game, all without Gleyber Torres right now. And how about this as a little feather in the cap? The Tigers were 16 games under 500 on May 31st. After a 6-22 May, they were 22-38. The greatest number of games any team has ever been under 500 and made the playoffs. The Boston Braves in 2014 were also 16 games under 500. in 2014. How about latest in a season a team was under 500 and won a World Series? Boston Braves under 500 until August 3rd. 2021 Atlanta Braves not above 500 until August 6th. So, all this racing to, hey, we're 7 games under 500. There's a precedent for this. There's a precedent for scuffling around and being kind of below the Mendoza line and winning.
Things have happened. I mean,
right.
You can dig deep enough, you'll find something has happened at some point in history, and it doesn't mean it's the norm, and this is not the norm. But we have seen some crazy things happen. The Tigers a couple of years ago had no business getting on a run and making the playoffs, but they did, and they're doing it again this time. Hopefully they make the playoffs. What Cleveland did last year, Cleveland was horrible, and all of a sudden they go on a tear, and then it helped coincide with the Tigers going in the tank last year. These things have happened. I mean, remember what, at the end of the season in 2007, maybe? Probably 2007, the Padres made, was it Padres or the Rockies? I think it was Padres made it, no, maybe even the Rockies, made a crazy run at the end of the season. Like they won like 22 out of 24 games. Something insane to make that run to get into the postseason. Things happen. Now, the Tigers aren't even on one of these crazy 22-2 runs. They're just playing good baseball again. Now, they're winning 7 out of their last 8 games. That's trending in the right direction, and they're in a really good space since June is turned on the calendar. But, we asked the question. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Are the Tigers going to do it? Are they going to do it? Do you think this team has playoff DNA in them for this season? I mean, and you're going to have to base that off of, are you going to able to shut down what happened in May and chalk it up to injuries? Or do you think that, okay, that was just a god-awful May, and it didn't need to be god-awful. It could have been bad and to be a better than 500 team if it was just a bad May. Do you think this team is playing above their heads right now? Or are you thinking this team is just fortunate to take on the teams when they're taking on the teams because they don't have some of their star power? But if you say that, careful, because look what the Tigers are playing without in all of May. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. How you like that? How's that for a debut? The 10th Tiger in history to hit a home run in his first at bat, Eduardo Valencia.
First to do it since Akil Baddoo. Had high hopes for Akil Baddoo, then he became Akil Badont. But that was incredible to take in last night, incredible to witness. Also, the scene after the game. Round of applause, Daniela Bruce, for the job she did. And also, like, Daniela Bruce was getting choked up a little bit as well doing that interview. How could you not? When you factor in, he's been in the minor league since 2018. His parents couldn't be there last night, but his wife was. He's had such a long road, such a difficult time to get to this point. How could the emotions not be bubbling over for him? Did you hear this after the game? Eduardo Valencia speaking to Daniela Bruce.
I mean, it's awesome, and I did watch that.
Incredible.
I didn't quite get choked up. I think I was close. I thought it was awesome, and it's the one thing when you see the emotion pour out of a player who, I mean, he's realizing his dream. Who knows how long he's going to be up? But I think he's got a potential to be on this team next year as a roster player. But it's been a long road for him, right? I mean, he signed as a young guy out of Venezuela and spending basically parts of 10 years in the minor leagues with the Tigers. They stick with him, and it pays off. It was a long road, right? I mean, it's not like he hit the ground running with his minor league career. It took a minute, and last year he had a breakout season, playing with two different teams in the minors last year. Had a total of 379 at bats, but hit 24 home runs.
And that's big.
He drove in 95 in 103 games, and his OPS was 941. The previous year, his OPS was 672. Now, he's dealt with injuries in his minor league career as well, and truncated seasons because of, playing with split season teams. But last year he put it together. This year at Toledo, his OPS was up to 839, 16 home runs in 288 at-bats, and led the team, got his chance, has that kind of a speech afterwards. And to me, the part, like, it started when he obviously mentions his family, and then he breaks down a little bit. That's great. And knowing that, his wife was there, and then he mentions Venezuela. Yep. And it brings it all back to the situation that Venezuela is going through. And what they have gone through specifically over the last year. But then you get to the devastation they had a couple weeks ago and how that's affected a lot of the Venezuelan players, as you would expect. And it just kind of brings it home how important, life is to him, and having this opportunity. That was just a really cool moment.
It was incredible. It was incredible. And quite honestly, our city hasn't had a lot of these, right? When's the last time we had a moment like that we were able to take in, right? We're on the other end of those kind of moments. We get the Galarraga moment stripped from us. We don't get feel-good moments here. Feel-good moments are stolen. It was beautiful.
I mean, for regular season stuff, I think when the Lions finally broke through and got their first win under Dan Campbell, you saw the unbridled emotion from the players and the team going through that after, it tough transition, totally turning over the roster on this team, trying to get everybody to buy into what you're selling. And it seemed like everybody was, but they just weren't getting the results on the scoreboard. And then finally they broke through, and you saw the emotion from the guys there for a regular season game. It was like that. Certainly when they make the playoffs, not only make the playoffs, but they win the division, and then they're hosting playoff games, and your first game is against the Rams and Matthew Stafford, the guy you had to play against.
You could not write a script like this.
I mean, being in that stadium for that game and experiencing all the history of what went behind that, it was unbelievable. It was absolutely incredible scene. I mean, that's just with the Lions that kind of stand out to me, but I'm sure people have their own. Is there one that stands out to you?
Well, that one that one gets me because that was right before I got here, right? So I missed out on that run. I remember watching it. I remember telling my wife, man, I would love to be there. Can you imagine? Can you take that in? I mean, it wasn't, you had too many storylines heading into that game, right? And it was just an insane moment, an insane vibe to be a part of that. Look, locally, no. Locally, it's been a really long time. For me, the 2024 run by the Tigers, when they went 31-11 the rest of the way, that was something, right? I mean, that was 99.8% chance to miss the playoffs. That was the most feel-good moment I've had, pitching chaos. You make a run to the playoffs with one starting pitcher. I mean, again, that's the kind of stuff that doesn't even happen in movies. But by and large, this is not a city that has had a lot of these moments. I almost feel like we don't know what to do with a moment like that. But what a beautiful scene it was. And when you start to put together storylines like that, storylines like Melton, storylines like Valencia, Jake Rogers suddenly hitting, the inspirational stories that people can latch on to, that's the breeding ground for a special second half of the season that it does feel like we're on the precipice of.
Yeah, there are certainly moments, and feel free to express yours. I've got one more that really stands out to me, and a little bit more personal than others, for sure. But 248-539-9797. Ed is in Detroit. Ed, you're first up here, 97.1. Hey, Ed.
Hi. I'm not particularly surprised at what the Tigers are doing because, as you recall, when they were horrible in May, they were also a really crippled lineup.
Yeah.
There's so many. At one point, like 9 starters were out, I think.
Yeah, it was a ton of them. I mean, I've said before, they got a total of 5 starts in the 28 games. 5 of them were from Mize, Skubal, or Melton because of injuries. I mean, Skubal didn't pitch a single game in May, and then the other 2 guys were limited to just 5 starts between them because they experienced injuries.
Sure. So the fact the team is playing. I mean, 8 out of 9 is not realistic, but the team is playing as well as I expected them to play in April, and then they didn't because they were so injured. Couple of surprises. Nobody could have predicted McGonigal being as good as he was as soon as he was. And I think the other thing that really surprised me is Riley Green has turned into a tough out. It's not exactly tough, but a tougher out than he was before. He his batting eye is better, discipline's better, and he's making better contact. So I think that those are some really good things. But again, is that a surprise that an all-star gets better? No, they do that on a regular basis. But I think this team is. I'm not surprised. I think they're going to make it.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate the call. Thanks, Ed. And that's another question we've asked the people: is where do you stand right now? Do you think that this? It's a simple question. Are the Tigers going to do it? Are they going to be a playoff team?
Exactly right. And went to his point. If you look at injury index, number of injuries, severity of injuries, the Tigers had the second most in all of baseball to the Mets. Where are the New York Mets? Where are the Tigers? You know, there was a lot of mudslinging on the Tigers. They're not good, while ignoring who they had out. Now that they're coming back, now that they're rounding into form, Matt Vierling's a guy that's needed to find himself over the course of the season. Hadn't played for significant stretches. Right? This team is finding itself at exactly the right time, and they're getting the band back together again in terms of their health. It's amazing to see.
Yeah. And now it shouldn't stop them or prevent them from looking to improve the team before the trade deadline, but all that's going to sort itself out based on where the Tigers are in the standings. If they keep winning like this, they're 100% going to be buyers, as they should. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. The Valencia moment last night, very impressive, very emotional. Where did they get you in terms of emotional moments in Detroit sports history over the last 25 years? This millennium, where does it stand with you on that? And a simple question about the Tigers. Do you think they're going to do it? Is this team going to make the playoffs? Or is this just this is just the upswing and going up the roller coaster and then we're ready to crash back down again? Is that what this season is? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We'll get some of those texts as well here on 97.1. Have some ticket text coming in. Well, I think they can make the playoffs. I don't think they win. If Hinch is going to continue to run Jansen out there as a closer, that was the luckiest garbage save in the history of baseball yesterday. Jansen is done, and if they're not going to come to that realization, they're going to waste more games that they can't afford to waste down the stretch.
Look, I'm getting to the point where I'm over the Jansen experience. I am. Not the John Jansen experience, but the Kenley Jansen.
Totally
yeah, but the Kenley Jansen experience. Look, the reality is the last 2 hits against him had over a 100 exit velocity. Balls hit at over 100 exit velocity have a 66% chance of being a base hit. And then they're acting like he got it done. No, he was getting shelled.
He was hit hard.
He was absolutely getting pounded, and not in a good way. And they are so lucky to have won that game. So fortunate to have won that game. At what point do you just say, okay, I know we penciled you into the closer role. I know we're paying you 1 year, $11 million to be the closer. But right now, what this is turning into, to me, this could be the number one need on the team, Gator.
Well, they've got a lot of things to sort out, and I think that stuff will be sorted out in August. I think right now you just keep riding it out until you're ready to make moves, and I don't think there's any question that they have to improve the back end of the bullpen. There's no question they have to do that. And I think what's curious to me is to see how they continue to handle the usage of Cater Montero and what his usage is going to be. I mean, he has flourished in any role they've given him. You want to start? Hey, there goes Cater, 6 shutout innings. He gives you a chance to win as a starter. You need him to come out of the bullpen. Hey, here he comes out, shutting things down for 2 or 3 innings at a time. You know, is it possible that they're going to use him more in that role as coming out of the bullpen as opposed to being a bullpen arm? It's a guy who's coming out of the bullpen, which is how A.J. Hitch kind of worded it last week, talking about him, because he's been so good. You don't necessarily want to take him out of the rotation, and yet the rotation's working just fine right now.
And how many guys
knocking on wood, but
right.
But it can change, as we've talked about ad nauseum. Is I can still buy and sell if I'm selling Tarek Skubal, I've got enough good starting pitching, and Montero can simply come back into his role as a starting pitcher. And then you've got the specter of what is Justin Verlander and what's his role. And look, I get plenty of people have already written him off. He's done. He's going to retire at the end of the season anyway. He doesn't have anything left, and he's still not healthy. It's a hamster. What's going on?
There could be something there.
May or may not be. Maybe he's done, and it is. Or if he's able to, if he finally is healthy and feels good and is ready to contribute to this team, and look, it's not him. It's on his body. It's nothing to do with his mindset. It's about his body when his body's ready. If it gets to the point where he is ready, then they have to decide what kind of role is he going to have. And to me, it's probably coming up as a bullpen arm. And if they trade Skubal, he becomes more interesting, because then do you give him starts over Montero, keep Montero in the bullpen role? We'll see.
How many different guys, though, struggle unless they're in a consistent, defined role? Will Vest, 8th inning, ERA over 8. Cater Montero, how valuable is he? In my opinion, MVP of the entire pitching staff. Can throw him out anywhere. Can throw him out in Game 5 of the ALDS against the big dumper, and he can get you out of it. What value that guy is developing for himself.
The starting pitchers have all had tremendous value. Keep in mind, Troy Melton was a guy who came out of the bullpen a lot last year and was great out of the bullpen, and then got stretched out, and you're like, ooh, he's really good as a starter. And now he's a starter, and he's really good as a starter. Brian is in Livonia. You're next up in 97.1. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how's it going today?
All right.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you.
I just wanted to share my feel-good sports moment. Watching Cabrera on first base for the last time, making his final out. Getting a little choked up about it right now.
Yeah, he was
absolutely
such a great
amazing.
We were so fortunate to see a guy like that, finish off his career in Detroit. I know it didn't. The last couple of years were kind of rough with him because he had the injuries and didn't have the full extension with his swing, and he had no power whatsoever. But he was still getting base hits, and he was still a professional. And I still stop and watch almost every video when they show the funny side of Cabrera when there's the pop-ups
Oh, I
over the
love
first
it.
base side and he goes over and eats the popcorn from the kid or gives the guy with the beard the hug and the whole stuff. I mean, I love those videos. I miss Miggy. I wish Miggy would spend more time here in Detroit, part of this franchise, but I get it. He's retired.
A personality like that is largely absent these days, right?
Yeah, you don't see a ton of them anymore. But that guy was special as a personality. So it gets me thinking, as we were talking about the emotional moments that we've had in Detroit sports. For me, probably the biggest one, and it culminated a great season, but it was a single play, and it was Kyler Ellsworth in the Rose Bowl on January 1st, 2014 for Michigan State, getting the fourth down stop against Stanford right around midfield that sealed the win, the Rose Bowl victory for Michigan State, and capped off that amazing season where the team was phenomenal. Just the one loss that year. It was the last year of the BCS. It was right before they went to the college football playoff. It was unfortunate because had they had a football playoff, Michigan State should have been in there and had a chance to win a national championship that year. They should have anyway, but they got screwed in a game earlier in the year. The only loss they had that year was to Notre Dame at Notre Dame. There were a couple of awful calls that went against Michigan State. They lost that game 17-13.
Oof.
And ended up finishing, what were they, number 4 in the country. I think they finished up after the win against Stanford. But that was an outstanding Michigan State team they had. And it was that single moment because Ellsworth, nobody heard of him, right? He wasn't supposed to play. He played because, Max Bulla, we still don't know what the hell happened to get him suspended for the game. Nobody knows for sure. There's lots of different stories, lots of different rumors. He's not talking about it. It's all in his past. But, Mark D'Antonio made the decision. He's not playing. We need somebody else to step up. And when you lose your leader on defense, and this kid stepped up with all the tackles he had in the game and none more important than that last one on fourth down, that was amazing. It was personal to me, not only because I graduated from Michigan State, but because I was at the game. And because all the stuff that we went through to get tickets to the game where we had to, in order to get a ticket, we bought season tickets to Stanford football, put down our deposit, and they guaranteed us seats at the Rose Bowl. So
that's a commitment.
We did that.
But you're committed if ...
Well, it was you were going to forfeit your deposit if you canceled, but the deposit was like $150, and you got the tickets for around that anyway. So yeah, a get-in price of $300 or whatever it was for Spartan fans. For the first Rose Bowl since 1989 or 88.
What did season tickets cost for you? Student season tickets.
I don't even remember.
I do. I do.
$50.
This is going to date me. And if you're ever lonely, I suggest you date yourself. You find you're pretty good company. But the reality is, my season tickets were $36 for 6 games. $6 a game. Student season tickets.
Student tickets is a great bargain. It's a hell of a bargain.
Yeah, but it's not that anymore. I'm revealing my age here.
Yeah, but they're not terribly expensive. If you're a student at Michigan or Michigan State, I don't think they're terribly expensive. And the kids sell their tickets anyway for the big games, and they make up other costs elsewhere. 248-539-9797. Chuck's in River Rouge. Chuck, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Chuck. Chuck.
Going once, going twice.
I'll put you back on hold, and we'll get to you. More text coming in. I thought the Tigers were the best team in the AL Central before the season, and now I believe they're still the best team in their division. They need to buy and get a real bullpen arm or two and bring in a right-handed bat. Teams that wanted Skubal should have made a grandfather offer before the Tigers went on this win streak. Well, it doesn't mean they still can't make whatever offer they want to make, but I've gotten to the point where I'm like almost 100%, just trade him. And it's nothing against him. He's an amazing player. And, of course, the team would be better off in a playoff run if you had Tarek Skubal. But I just think that having this chip, it's like when the Angels had Shohei Ohtani and they let him go at the season's end. And got nothing in return other than
and they knew he was going to leave, and the tea leaves were out there. Unlike Skubal, Ohtani had offered nothing. Now I've been president of the Keep Skubal fan club, right? However, you look at how this thing is unfolding. They've never been better positioned to move on from him, right? Melton, Mize, you can prioritize keeping Mize. Montero developing. Olsen, look, it's tough to come back from a labrum. It is. But
they're taking their time with it.
Right.
They're not rushing that along. They got Jackson Jobe coming back.
How encouraging was the Framber start last night? Jackson Jobe as well. Yeah. I mean, I count 6 guys, 6 starters that you feel good about potentially in the rotation next year. 5 if you lose Mize. You're obviously saying goodbye to Flaherty as well. You've never had more of a luxury of moving off of Tarek Skubal. But I will insist, Gator, that they add something that can help them now. Not 2 years from now, now.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number, same number to text. You'd like to get involved in the conversation when talking about those emotional moments like last night for Eduardo Valencia. I mean, just the way that he broke down describing what it meant to get the chance when the Tigers hits the home run in his first career at bat. He was so happy for his family, happy for Venezuela. As you can imagine, what was that moment for you over the last 25 years? Like since, let's even say since 2000, right? We don't need to go the way back machine, just something a little bit more recent. And also, it's a simple question about the Tigers. Are the Tigers going to do it? Do you think this team is going to make the playoffs here as we stand with 69 games to go on July 10th, going into the weekend with the All-Star break starting on Monday? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. And welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1. I cater with you along with Mark Ryan in for Doug Karsch. Doug's still upset about MJF losing the AEW World Championship
Oh, boy.
to Kenny Omega the other night.
Oh, we're still beating him over the head with that, aren't we?
It's the truth. I just want the people to know what happened because he said basically that you'll know how he feels about that match and if he shows up the next day.
Until he comes back, he can't say otherwise.
I get the sense Doug and I are in the same camp when it comes to the wrestling. I do.
I mean, just don't facts are
Yeah.
facts.
Well, apparently you are stronger than he is. You're here.
Yeah, I mean,
Touché.
obviously Doug had an opinion, and it's a strong one. Also, strong opinions about the Tigers. Simple question: do you think that this team is going to make the playoffs right now? Call your shot, yes or no. I think they are a playoff team. I mean, I planted my flag before the season, and what we do on the show is typically when we plant a flag, it means it's planted. We don't take it out because things change. If you can see reason why things changed. For me, it was obvious what happened in May. They just weren't healthy. Now, it went worse than I ever expected.
And it did appear for a while that they were too far back.
Yeah, and it exposed some serious problems with this team that they will still have to address, and it's the bullpen. But what bails them out in June is the starting pitching was tremendous. What bailed them out in June was guys got healthy again. You could see the health come in the form of Kerry Carpenter getting back in the lineup. Gleyber Torres came back for a little bit, and people started discovering their power stroke again, and the team went on this prolific rate of hitting home runs, historical totals for a month in the franchise history in June, and they've continued to put a bunch of runs on the board. They get great starting pitching, but the bullpen is still an issue and will have to be addressed. There's no question about it. And last night, great moment. Eduardo Valencia gets called up. The Tigers, if you missed it, finally DFA'd Jahmai Jones. They brought up catcher Eduardo Valencia, not to replace Dylan Dingler. Dylan Dingler is day-to-day. So adding another catcher to the roster at the expense of the last player on your roster who was no longer being used as a specialist against left-handed pitching because he wasn't getting the job done, it makes sense that Valencia can step in and be that role, be a pinch hitter. Maybe he'll DH some games. Heck, maybe he'll even catch a game until Dylan's ready to go. While you want to give Jake Rogers a rest here and there. So we'll see how that plays out. But it was a great moment. He hits that home run, his first at bat in his career. And the moment afterwards where he's talking with Daniela Bruce on the TV broadcast, and it was
magical.
It was emotional and it was great. And we're asking people about that emotional moment you've had here in Detroit sports over the last, since 2000.
And if you're into chasing history, there hasn't been a team the last 100 years in Major League Baseball that has made the playoffs when they were 16 games under 500 at any point. The closest, the 2005 Houston Astros, they were 15 games under 500. All right, 15 games under 500 on May 31st. And they came back and made the playoffs with a record of 89-73. But in the last 100 years, you were 16 games under 500. There hasn't been a single team, and in the entire history of Major League Baseball, you would tie the all-time record going back to the Boston Braves, 16 games under 500. On June 8th, 2014, they were 12-28. So again, you have the chance to earn history. You have the chance to make history. And increasingly, it seems like you have every chance to do just that.
Yeah, and if you're going to have a god-awful month, May isn't the worst month to have that god-awful month because you still have plenty of time to make up for it. And right now they're making up for it, which is fantastic. They're chipping away, man. This is 9 games they've chipped away at that. That's not an easy thing to do. 7 games below 500 now. They've got a chance to do some more damage here starting tonight against Philadelphia. Text that came in. As far as the emotion, it gave me the same vibes as when J.D. Martinez came back and hit that home run in his first at-bat back coming back from injury. That goes back to 2016 against the White Sox and Chris Sale on the hill. And late in the game, J.D. Martinez comes up to pinch hit. I was at the game. I was there with my father, my brother, and my nephew. So the 4 Anderson boys were there and had really great seats in the Tigers' den seats behind home plate, up, 30 rows or whatever. And when Martinez stepped into the on-deck circle, I said to my nephew, I said, this is going to be a pretty big moment here. And explained to him he's been hurt. He's a great hitter for this team. They desperately need him to come back. This is going to be great. And he hits that majestic shot. Everybody on their feet. It was one of those moments that you remember where you were at, and certainly I do because of spending with my family. But it was an amazing moment. Don't forget Framber and his performance last night. That has to be great. That was great to see as well. Absolutely. 100%. And you mentioned
what a breath of fresh air that was.
Well, and this is what I say about Framber Valdez. His good is great. His bad is bad. And he has way more good starts than he does bad starts. But the bad starts are memorable because they are awful. They can be awful.
I worked in Houston. I was able to connect with some of my colleagues back in Houston when Detroit signed him. And what I heard was so on point. It was like has elite stuff, but mentally implodes. What have we seen? What have we seen? And it's just if he can just keep his head on when something happens that ticks him off, he continues to have elite stuff. Now, I would like his fastball to be slightly less hittable. When they can key in on that, they're hitting him. But man, the performance of the other starting pitchers is beginning to be infectious to Framber as well. And he got right in line last night and delivered the kind of performance they're paying him to deliver.
Look, I'm not inside his head. I don't know much about him as a person. I will say as an observer, to me, if he can mentally shut out the noise that enters your mind space after you've given up a hit or a run, if he can shut that down, he's in great shape. And I'm watching the game last night, and he's no hitter through 4 innings. And then he starts to get into a little bit of trouble, and I'm thinking, okay, the guy's on first. Don't worry about him. Get the next guy.
Right.
I'm talking to the TV. I'm like, just focus, man. You got this. Don't worry about all that. You let your teammates help you out. You know, you can have hittable pitches. That's fine. Just hopefully they're not hit hard. Let your team help you out. You don't have to strike everybody out. And yet he had a 9 strikeout performance, which is that the 3rd straight game they've had his starting pitcher with 9 strikeouts?
Those K numbers are immense.
Was it? Am I
I
right on
believe
that?
so.
With Skubal, Melton, and now Valdez have all had 9 strikeout games in the last 3 games. DeVell is in Madison Heights. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, DeVell.
Hey, Gator and Mark, how's it going?
Good.
Good to talk to you, man.
Hey, same here. Hey, Mark, can I get an amen?
Can I get an amen?
All right. Hey, so, and special shout out to that caller last time that mentioned about McGill's first base when he left. I forgot about that moment.
Yeah.
I really did.
Final
I
game.
teared up a little bit. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So my emotional moment I was there for years ago, 2004 Piston run. Game 5 of the second round against the New Jersey Nets when Chauncey hit that half quarter to send it to overtime. I was there. Now and everything from what that game was, I remember how everything lined up. We really should have lost right then and there because they fouled Jason Kidd and they were up by 2. New Jersey was up by 2 with Jason Kidd going to the line. So if he nailed both free throws with 2.1 seconds left and Detroit having no timeouts, the game's over. But he missed the right one. He missed the first one and made the second. So that was able to let him set it up with 2.1. And when he launched it, he's shooting it from my left to the right. And I'm looking, I'm like, well, if nothing else, that's going to hit the the rim. And banked it in. You're talking about that place going unglued.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was awesome. That whole run, and thanks for the call, DeVell. Appreciate it. That whole run for that team was special that season. You know, they'd made a change with the head coach. They weren't afraid to give up the good for the great, as I like to say. And Larry Brown got him to the promised land. So did the acquisition of Rasheed Wallace. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1.
New this hour, Michigan State University has named John Palumbo as its interim athletic director while it looks for a replacement for Jay Batt. Palumbo is MSU's executive deputy AD and chief operating officer within the athletic department right now. He's also the CEO of the newly unveiled marketing and revenue engine Spartan Ventures. Palumbo used to work for Jay Batt at Georgia Tech. Batt is finally out the door and will officially start at Kentucky on July 28th after MSU and UK worked out a deal in which the Wildcats will pay almost $4 million to Michigan State for Batt's buyout. Also new this hour, Terrion Arnold is still drawing NFL interest. He was in court this morning as the state's motion to have him wear an ankle monitor while under house arrest was denied. Arnold must remain at home in Florida other than for work or attorney-related events. In court, though, Arnold's agent Nicole Lynn listed 4 teams that have shown interest in the cornerback. She named the Jets, Colts, Seahawks, and Texans as teams that have all reached out with a meeting scheduled with another team next week. Lynn also mentioned that Arnold has already worked out with the Houston Texans. In golf today, Scottie Scheffler has missed the cut at the Scottish Open. His streak of 78 straight made cuts comes to an end as the 5th longest streak in golf history. Tigers face the Phillies for the series opener tonight. Jack Flaherty against Aaron Nola is the pitching matchup. That's at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Pregame show starts at 6:15. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I guess all good streaks come to an end. There goes Scottie Scheffler's. But not Mike Sirota. Not my double-A outfielder for the Tulsa Drillers in the Dodgers system. Not him.
Is the streak still alive?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
He did it. What is he, 1 game away now?
I think he had 2 more hits last night.
So he's 1 game away from the all-time, any level, games with base reach successfully list.
That's correct.
How about that?
He's got over 70 right now.
And I think that's a better stat, honestly, than like Paul Mollinar's consecutive games with a hit, Joe DiMaggio's consecutive games with a hit streak, because pitchers can take you out of that, right? Like they can just give you nothing to hit and then you're not going to get a hit. But reaching base consecutively.
Wouldn't that be the reason why it's more impressive with the hits?
It's more impressive, but I also think in today's day and age, they're just not going to give you something to hit. You can't worry about what you can control, right? You can't make them give you a hittable pitch.
I think what it means is, and this is a minor league guy, who knows? But I think, like, for instance, when you look at Barry Bonds, when he was probably doing something very similar, it means that the league respects you so much. They're like, forget it. We're going to pitch around you. We're trying. It's the unintentional walk, but it's really an intentional walk. When you get to be that good, you earn that kind of respect from teams and from players. And managers, and that's how it was with Barry. I mean, Barry Bonds, I don't know how many bases loaded intentional walks he got.
But if anyone was going to beat it would have been him that year.
Yeah,
but they don't give him anything to hit.
No, it was. His on base percentage that one crazy year was
over 600,
over 60.
Yeah,
crazy, absolutely crazy. But anyway, so my man Mike Sirota is still continuing his streak. We'll see.
Hey, by the way, Barry Bonds' number of
Tiger.
pills taken before a game was also over 60 that year.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know. Well, it didn't do pills. It was the cream and the clear.
Oh, that's
different.
That's right.
It's like a balm.
Head size changed at the age of 25, made him a medical miracle.
It was just ego. It just swelled up like that. Mike is in Dearborn. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Mike.
Hey, gentlemen. I'm all about the Tigers buying right now. I know you guys have thrown out the name Taylor Ward. I've been big on him this year, just a right-handed back getting on base and not a liability defensively, but some relief pitchers that I feel like are very gettable. I'm calling the Marlins, looking at Michael Peterson. The Mets, I'm looking at Devin Williams, their closer, maybe Luke Weaver. And if the Padres keep slipping, there's a lefty that I really like, Adrian Morgan. I mean, as much as I'd love to get Mason Miller, I don't think Scott Harris is willing to pay that price. But Morgan throws 100-mile-an-hour sinkers, and I feel like he'd be a really good high-leverage arm. And with all these pieces together, whether you get just a couple, I really think the Tigers could make a real push for that World Series.
Yeah, there will be plenty of pitchers available, and everybody's looking for bullpen arms. So it's a domino effect. Once the first one goes, you're going to see a bunch of them go, and various degrees of how good these pitchers are. Will they be focused on on getting an Aroldis Chapman if Boston makes him available. I mean, Boston's in it as much as the Tigers are when it comes to this wild card race. And, this is why the next 2.5 weeks of baseball are awfully important. It's jockeying for position. It's do you have a chance to make the postseason or not? And, San Diego is that team to look at. They have no shot at winning their division because they're in division with the Dodgers. Then they're, 15, 14 games back in that division. But they're falling further and further back in the wild card race. Mm-hmm. So if San Diego finds himself out and they have to rebuild, and they've got that chip of Mason Miller, and the report came out the other day that they might have to trade him. And if they were to trade him, and I know that you say, Mike, you don't think Scotty Harris would make that move, and maybe he doesn't, but I think most Detroiters would because, he's got 3 years of team control after this year. The guy is outstanding now.
I don't think most Detroiters would. I think we'd have because of the love of Max Clark and everything he's about and the flash and the bling. I think it's the right baseball move. I think you and I would have to get on our podium and pedestal and deliver our best politician stump speech to make that work.
Well, and the reason we bring up Max Clark's name is because, the player that they had to give up last year to acquire him was arguably the number one prospect in all of baseball.
Correct.
And Max Clark is a top 10, top 12 prospect, depending which service you look at. But he's a very highly thought of prospect in baseball. And I would imagine that's where the conversation starts if you're San Diego. If they are going to get to the point where they're going to move Mason Miller and you're the Tigers and you want to inquire about his availability, it probably starts there. Maybe they pivot off of that and go somewhere else. I don't know. Look, that's a discussion that we just brought up yesterday because the story came out. But we'll monitor the situation with the Padres for sure to see if they're going to be sellers or not. I don't know if they're going to be buyers. They have nothing to offer because they gave up their entire organization last year to acquire Mason Miller.
I think your mind would be blown at the caliber of current MLB star that Scott Harris would not trade Max Clark for. Right? I mean, I don't think he's available. I don't think guys like that this organization has invested a lot of resources in are available, really, to anybody.
Well, I hope that that's not the case. I hope that everybody's flexible and if the right offer comes along, you listen to it. And it's not like Max Clark has a 900 OPS right now. I mean,
760.
Had a couple hits last night, which was good. And he's got 20 stolen bases now. He stole a base last night. He plays outstanding defense, despite what you may have remembered from the spring training experiment where he was playing left field, which is not his position. And he had a couple drops out there and it didn't look good. He's a really good defensive center fielder. He is the future of this franchise. And if you're going to give up the future of the franchise, it's going to have to be for something spectacular. Mason Miller would be that if he's available.
Most unhittable pitcher in baseball, almost a 2 strikeout per inning number that he's posting. Oh, by the way, a 104-mile-an-hour fastball that moves.
Yeah, that's good to have at the back end. But I think what screams Detroit Tigers over the years, what they would do is to try to make a pitch for Aroldis Chapman, an aging closer, past his prime, but still getting a job done because it's just what the Tigers do.
Why?
I mean, I'm conditioned to that. I've seen it a million times over the last almost 20 years. This is what they've done. From Troy Percival, to Kyle Farnsworth, to Ugat Urbina, to who's a million other guys, Papa Grande, and then they had Fernando Rodney was their own guy that they gave up on after a point in time, and Joe Nathan was another one. I mean, they've had a million of these guys that were at the end of their career that gave a chance. K-Rod was part of the Tigers. I mean, it's just how they operate. I'd love to see it operate differently, where you go out and get the next young closer. I'd like to see a resource put into that at some point. But you have to give something to get something.
How many more outings like last night would you stomach before you pull the plug on the Kenley Jansen closer experience?
I'd likely pull the plug on it now.
Really?
But they don't have somebody else. Kyle Finnegan? I don't know if he's closer material, but the word closer it's interesting. It's really about its leverage. It's not necessarily closing out the ninth inning. It's closing out the heart of a lineup late in the game.
Exactly.
Whether that comes up in the eighth inning or the ninth inning. You got to be ready to pounce on that. And AJ Hinch has been pretty good about that. He's always said we don't have a closer. We have different ways we go about setting up the back end of the bullpen depending on who's coming up. And I agree with that stance. But the other part of that is the Tigers don't have that guy that's that lockdown guy at the end of the games. So yeah, that's been elusive
And Jansen was brought here to be that guy. Still physically imposing. The problem is his stuff isn't anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the guy who was there, who was going to be that guy, was Joel Zamaya. And then, unfortunately, whether it was Guitar Hero or moving boxes or whatever it was that caused his career to come to an end, that was really disappointing because that guy, you talk about electric. Joel Zamaya, when he came in games in 2006, everybody was going nuts. This guy throwing a ball over 100 miles an hour and, coming up as a rookie with Justin Verlander, and you had the starter, you had the closer, and he wasn't necessarily closing all the games then, but he was back in bullpen guy. He was electric.
I think Mason Miller has better stuff than he does.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking, a couple decades later. Reno is in Royal Oak. Reno, welcome 97.1.
Hey, fellas, before the field goal moment, that one that Jansen gave up where McKinstry didn't have to move a fraction of it. That dude, he smoked that ball to the point.
And the one after that, too.
He didn't have time to move, even if he wanted to.
Yeah.
But anyway, Gator, you guys, it goes back a ways. And at my stage of the game, I'm grateful I can remember this far back. But in '87, it was Game 4, the LCS versus the Twins. Darrell Evans just had a brutal game. He had 2 errors. He got picked off at first, and there was another one where he had a throwing issue that wasn't deemed to be an error. And it was at the post game was just with the interview with the reporters. It's kind of like the way he was acting was like keep the sharp objects away from him. But Game 5, his first time up at bat, there wasn't a single person that was sitting in the stadium. They gave him a standing ovation, and he had to pull out and just kind of gather himself. It was pretty awesome that people gave him that kind of ovation after the previous game they had, because people were questioning whether or not he should have even been in the lineup in Game 5. But total cool thing that they did for him with Evans at third.
Yeah, it was cool, and being a teenager at that time, and that team, that '87 team, was an outstanding team. But back then, you had 4 teams in Major League Baseball make the playoffs. The American League East champ took on the American League West champ, and vice versa or likewise, I should say, in the National League. So that was it. You had one round of playoffs before the World Series, and that '87 team was chock full of guys with 20 home runs. I think they had 8 or 9 guys that had 20 home runs on that team. It was really crazy, and Evans was a big part of that team. It was the end of his career, but Darrell hit 34 home runs that year, drove in 99, and that was a couple years removed from him hitting 40 home runs with the Tigers in 1985. He was kind of a beloved player, and had an awful game in the league championship series, and made still the fans still loved him, and that was really cool to see. I'm glad you brought that moment up. It was one that I'd totally forgotten of. But we're looking for stuff after 2000. To be fair, looking for the stuff after 2000. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Scott Harris is not the only general manager in town that has tough decisions to make, right? You've got all 4 general managers in the respective sports have difficult jobs ahead. We'll talk about that and kind of try to rank them, who's got the toughest job and who's got the easiest job. Continue to take your calls and texts. You want to talk about the Tigers? Do you think that this is a team that they're going to do it? They're going to make the playoffs. Right now, you can replant your flag. If you uprooted it back in May, are you ready to plant it back down now? Or do you think this team is just a roller coaster and that's what they're destined for, is just a roller coaster season and not making the playoffs? Or do you think, nope, this is who they are? They'll make the playoffs. And looking for those emotional moments over the last 25 years, like last night watching Valencia speak to Daniela Bruce after the game last night. First game in the major leagues. It's a home run in his first at bat, and it was awesome. We'll talk about it next year, 97.1. Today's National French Fry Day. You got a particular favorite style of fry, or is there one you specifically you want to call out and say this place has the best fries?
Well, look, we got it. McDonald's, every other fast food chain has been trying to copy them for years. They've got milk in their fries. They've got sugar in their fries. Maybe start there. But I happen to be, the goat fry to me is the waffle seasoned fry. That to me is unstoppable. I would also say that a perfectly crispy tot is better than just about any fry you could throw out there.
Oh, that's an opinion.
Yeah. Well, opinions are like babies. Everyone loves their own.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy a tot.
I definitely enjoy a tot, especially when they're nice and crispy, but I can't put them above fries.
Really?
Maybe some fries, but not like the best fry.
Yeah, like a tot is, and thanks, that's Bobby Behind the Glass in for Kang this week. A tot is like a special treat, I feel like. Like that's something you see all the time. Like if you always, it comes with a side of fries, great. If it came with a side of tots, would I go to it all the time? I would not. But I do like a tot.
You do. If you were going to get loaded blank, would you rather get loaded fries or loaded tots?
Oh, so
I'm a loaded
that's
tots
a
guy.
whole different. That's a whole different meal. Loaded tots are great.
Loaded tots are great, but chili cheese fries.
Yeah, that's up there.
That's tough to beat.
You best fry ever.
I think the well done steak fry with some seasoning on it, and not just salt.
Problem is, those are too doughy so often.
Well, that's just why it has to be well done.
Right.
It has to be. I mean, you got to get it done right. There are some delis in town that get it right. There's Ember's Deli in Birmingham that I think gets it right. Those are really, and you ask for them well done, they come out well done. They're outstanding. Now, what they don't offer is like the season part of that.
Yeah.
So you season yourself with it. I think they throw salt on it, but when you get that extra special seasoning that you can get from other places, that's great too. I do like the well done fry. The underdone fry is so disappointing to me.
Oh yeah,
and I of course everybody loves McDonald's, but the problem I have with McDonald's and their fries,
it's like hit or miss.
It's usually the doneness is fine. The hit or miss part to me is like, how on earth are there so many? Is there such a disparity in the size of the fry? Like you've got the long fries that are a few inches long, and then you've got a bunch of stubbies. I'm like, wait a minute, why do I have all these stubbies?
Well, that's not even the disparity that I have an issue with. It's that it doesn't even matter the size you get, the variance in terms of number of fries I get. True. You get a good person putting them in, you have the overflowing, and then you have this nice treats on the bottom of the bag. Then you get the other guy that doesn't even fill the large thing. I might as well have ordered a small.
That's why, I mean, Five Guys fries, I mean, it's too many fries. And you order seasoned fries and that, and it's great too. The problem I have with Five Guys is that they don't travel well. Like they end up getting soggy. Which can be a problem.
And they put it in the paper bag that will just end up tearing apart.
Exactly. So that ends up being an issue. But to correct that issue, you bring them home and you put them in the air fryer.
Yes, skater.
Come on.
But you shouldn't have to cook. You shouldn't have to cook your own stuff. The other problem with Five Guys.
You have to, but God, they're good. The seasoned fries and Five Guys are really good when you get them right there, right then and there. Like I said, though, they don't travel well, so you have to do a little work. You got to be willing to go a little further.
The other problem with Five Guys cost 5 mortgages. That's the problem.
It's not. I mean, it's for if you got a double cheeseburger and fries, and you're looking at and a drink, and you're looking at what, $20? It's a lot, right?
Yes,
it's a lot.
Yes.
However, the amount of fries you get is huge. The size of that burger is so big. Like you're not finishing it.
I don't need that. I'm not going to eat for that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But I mean, to me, that's I'm going out. I'm going to get that. That's fine. I mean, McDonald's, you're getting a couple cheeseburgers, large fry, and you get that meal deal, and it's half the price. Look, to each their own. It's all great. And then locally, they got what's the place that has the crack fries? They don't call them crack fries. Hopcat.
Yes, those fries are good.
I haven't had those.
Yeah, those are really good.
Okay, they had to stop calling them.
Yeah,
crack
they call them
fries.
something else. They call
Cosmic fries.
Cosmic fries. Yeah.
I
got another thing that the PC police have taken away from us.
I need to interject. I'm kind of disappointed in you three.
Oh.
No one's brought up the best fry in the world, the curly fry.
Arby's curly fries are great.
I had some last
good.
night.
They're outstanding.
Just
That's
get
like, that's like a
Did you
top
get-
5 for me.
Did you get the free curly fry?
Wait, it was free?
Well, if the Tigers score three runs or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I must have. I came from a movie, so I must have missed
He's a
that.
Dodgers fan.
Yeah, but no, the curly fry is the best, and I'll say, for one, I think it's a very crispy, and two, when you get that good little curl one, and then the sauce kind of just collects within it, can't be beat.
Here's what's tough to argue with that. Okay, with the Arby's curly fry, is that you have the opportunity to dip the fry in Arby's sauce.
And that's elite.
That is elite.
It's elite.
And if you dare to dream and go with the mixture of horsey sauce and Arby's sauce,
Well, I'm sitting across from the guy who has tried everything.
Talking about.
I've been doing it wrong. Okay,
Man, so steak fries on top, but if you've had like shoestring fries from like Steak and Shake, those are at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't like the shoestring. They're too thin.
No, shoestring, don't do it for me. Number one, goat fry. You can only pick one. Is it McDonald's?
No, I will go. I mean, for the fast food stuff, if it's fast food, I'm going to go with Five Guys because of the season aspect of it. But I mean, the Arby's, that's a compelling argument.
Checkers or Rally's fries.
I'm still going with a perfectly crisp tot. I think I recently had the best tots I ever had.
I'm going with Corbin. I'm going back to it. The Arby's curly fry, because of the condiments I get with it, it makes it a better experience. Now, sometimes I don't like that look like the shock absorber spring, the giant curly fry. I don't need that, right? I like the smaller curl, just like 2 curls is good enough for me. I don't need 6 curls. And occasionally you get the straight one, but it's seasoned so well and it's so crispy. Those are great.
Yeah, I got to agree with that. And I will say, if I only have like 2 or maybe even just one of the really long, like the accordion fries, I like to call it when it comes to the curly world, I'm fine with that. But I'm in the same boat as you. Just give me the couple curls. I can manage.
Oh, I like the Inspector Gadget shock absorber. I do. Those are the best. Looks like a whole curly Q.
Yeah, but then you're taking multiple bites on the thing. I mean, fry should be one swipe into the condiment, into your mouth, and let's go. Anyway, just thought today is National Friday. Ron's in East Point. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Ron. Ron. Yeah, go ahead, Ron.
Yes, so I'm calling. I'm a little bit skeptical about this. The Tigers are going to make the playoffs. Why? Because there's this such thing called the All-Star break coming up.
Yeah.
Now, being in Detroit, we all know how it's happened to the Wings a few times. And I'm hoping it's not going to happen to the Tigers.
So you're worried about the loss of momentum that they built up. You think that having a few days off is going to stop that. Well, I would say this. If you look at last year, and last year would support your argument because they had all these All-Stars in the first half of the season. Guys are playing out of their minds. And then once they got past the All-Star game, nobody was hitting, and the team limped into the playoffs. But if you go back 2 years, Ron, it was the opposite. After the All-Star break, the Tigers caught fire.
That's
Remember,
true.
Jake Rogers, don't let us get hot.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But that's why I'm a little bit
I get it.
spectacle.
Or skeptical. That too. Although it's a spectacle to say that, but it's fine. Thank you, Ron, for the call. You worried about momentum?
No,
I don't really
not
believe
at all. I'm not really feeling that at all. I believe this is a factor of these guys getting healthy, hitters starting to produce, pitchers pitching the way we know that they can, executing their pitches, finding their location, timely hitting. The most impressive thing about this stretch to me is they're doing it without Torres, right?
Yeah.
They've needed him this year.
Yes.
He's like, he has been the linchpin to that whole lineup. I can't wait to see what they're capable of when he comes back.
Yeah, a caller brought this up earlier about Riley Green, how he's giving the team better at bats, and he is. This year compared to last year. Now, last year he hit tons of power, 36 homers, drove in 111 runs, hit 258, and he struck out 201 times in 157 games. This year, he's got 13 homers, 45 RBIs, nowhere near the pace that he had last year for those power numbers. But he's probably on pace for a similar number with doubles. Hit 31 last year. He's got 18 already this year. But he's hitting 30 points higher, 289. His OPS is actually higher this year at 841 compared to 806.
Do you like this version of Riley or the previous version?
I like this version.
Same.
because this version isn't striking out as much. He strikes out a lot. All right, 140 strikeouts in 92 games is a lot, but that's basically one a game.
Well, what
he's going to cut down his number in strikeouts significantly from what it was last year. He'll probably end up with 30 or 40 less strikeouts. Now, it's still a mess load when you're going to talk about 160, 170 strikeouts, somewhere in that, maybe 160 strikeouts. That's a mess load. The difference is, with the reduction, he's putting the ball in play and he's getting on base with those. He's a better hitter this year than what he was last year. Last year, maybe just one of these crazy power number seasons. The ball just happened to, people were pitching him inside in his happy place and he did whatever he had to do. They're pitching him a little bit differently now because of all the home runs they saw, but he's become a better hitter, as evidenced by his average and his patience at the plate. Like that. 248-539-9797. We'll talk about the GM situation with our 4 major league teams here as we continue on 97.1. All right, it's an interesting situation when you look at the 4 general managers in town. They're all in kind of tough spots right now. No job is easy, even though we joke on the show all the time. People think they can do all guys think they can do 3 things. 1, they think they can grill. 2, all guys think they can drive. And 3, all guys think they can call plays or perhaps call the right moves as a general manager.
I'm glad you kept that rated G.
Yes, as much as I can. So, no, I don't think every guy thinks they can do that, but they have fun trying. But as far as the general managers in town are concerned, they all have a very difficult task ahead of them. They are different tasks. Some are similar, but they're all kind of in this same grouping here. When you look at the Lions and Brad Holmes, what does he have to do now? Well, now he's got almost an entire secondary he's going to have to rebuild because you don't know the situation with Kirby Joseph. You don't know when Brian Branch is going to come back from his Achilles injury. You already waived Terrion Arnold because of his off-field situation. You've got players that just haven't played a whole lot, and you're expected to be one of the best teams in football, and you have major questions in the secondary. You look at Steve Yzerman with the Detroit Red Wings. It's obvious. You've got the Larkin situation. And is there a domino effect with that? Is this going to be a total rebuild where after you deal Dylan Larkin that you're going to have to think about dealing Alex DeBrincat? And who knows what you're going to do with Simon Edvinsson, who's a restricted free agent, who's going to have to get paid and likely will be the highest paid player on this team after he signs this restricted free agent contract. unless Yzerman can work magic, and some of that magic has been to get these guys under contract that are great for teams, for the team, like Sider, Raymond, and Larkin's contract, aside from the no trade clause. The Tigers, Scott Harris. Obviously, the Tarik Skubal situation is looming large, and right now you're caught in between. Are you going to buy? Are you going to sell? Regardless of what I think, you can buy and sell at the same time. This is a team that the momentum has them going. The way that what you're seeing now over the last 5 weeks, almost 6 weeks now of winning baseball, has you thinking, what do you do? Do you buy or do you sell?
And he's got to make a definitive black and white decision with really kind of a shades of gray environment.
And then you got Trajan Langdon, who, after the ousting in the second round of the playoffs, albeit at Game 7, but they got knocked out. They were the number 1 seed in the East, didn't live up to the expectation. He has started to rebuild this team or add to this team. But what he hasn't done yet is add what everybody wants them to add, which is a number 2 scorer. So, Marco, the 4 teams, the 4 general managers, the Lions, Red Wings, Pistons, and Tigers, and when you look at Holmes, Yzerman, Harris, and Langdon, who's in the toughest spot? Who's got the toughest job to dig out of? Who's got the easiest job to dig out of? And who are you most confident in getting it done?
Oh, boy.
And it's a lot. It's a loaded. This is not a 2-minute, segment here, right? I mean, this is a real question.
Right. So I think all 4 of these have issues. This is not a summer in Cabo for any of the 4 general managers. And I was leaning Yzerman with Larkin, but I worry that
that's the toughest job.
It's already too far gone. In other words, what does it matter really at this point? He needs somebody to come in and give them exactly what Dylan Larkin does, and that offer doesn't seem to be presenting itself. I actually think it's Langdon, believe it or not, because of his philosophy to continue.
He has the toughest job?
I believe so, because the stars that were available are no longer out there. He didn't take a swing for the Jaylen Brown who was available. Giannis was never linked to Detroit. The stars that were available have all been taken, have all found new homes.
LeBron is not linked to Detroit.
Correct. In terms of, a recent ESPN article had 10 teams and one of them wasn't Detroit.
I saw another one that had 6 teams and one of them was not Detroit.
Right, exactly. So when you digest the fact that fans are not going to tolerate not having a second scoring option this year, and unless Abuko Akori can become that guy overnight, you're looking at entering this season and hitting the trade deadline with the precise problem you already had. And I think the patience is going to run out on that. So I think you would say Yzerman because he's got Mission Impossible right now. But I think fans are already teetering on indifference there, which is the worst place a franchise could be. So I'm going to go Langdon, who should have been far more aggressive, in my opinion, this offseason. The one that bothers me the most is the Jaylen Brown. I thought he would have been a perfect fit. What do you do? What's the plan?
So when I look at these 4 GMs, the one who I think has the toughest job, and you make a compelling argument for Langdon. And the reason I'll start with why I don't look at Langdon as having the toughest job, because I think Langdon might have the longest runway. I think his runway extends all the way to the trade deadline next year with this team. And I think likely that's where they're going to make a major move. I think they've added to this team where this team is a better team. We discussed a little bit yesterday. I think they're a better team today than what they were after Game 7 against Cleveland. Where they're not better is they're standing in the division in the conference because so many teams have made the strong moves to make themselves appreciably better. Pistons have done exactly what Langdon said he was going to do. They wanted to add ball handlers and shooters. And they've added a bunch of shooters on this team. They're going to be a much better shooting team. And they've added a couple of ball handlers as well. So I think he's got the longest runway going through the trade deadline, so I don't think it's him. I think Holmes' job is tough, but it's concentrated on one position group, really. And then you're counting on the guy you hired to be the offensive coordinator to actually be a really good offensive coordinator. He's got some other things he's got to worry about. Extensions is he going to give Laporta an extension? When are you going to end up paying Jahmyr Gibbs? That's going to be a big one that you got to consider. he's got some tough ones in the horizon there. So it's not like this is not an easy question. You make a case for all four guys. But for me, the guy who's got the toughest job, and it's not Yzerman either. I kind of agree with what you have to say. I mean, there's an edict he's got to trade Dylan Larkin. He doesn't have to, but looks like he's going to have to. Otherwise, it's going to be a really awkward time when you get to September. And part of it, he has a working partner with, who's not willing to work with him right now, but at some point is going to have to say, okay, I'll work with you. Expanding the list from 3 teams to 4 teams isn't really working with him. Dylan Larkin's going to have to do some more, and that makes that job just a little bit easier when he does expand the list even more. But to me, it's Scott Harris. Scott Harris has the toughest job because he has to figure out, what does he really think? What's his real opinion of this team? Does he really think this team can contend? They're playing great right now. And I'm sure he envisioned some of this. Like, hey, we knew we had great starting pitching. The talk after they signed Framber Valdez on all the shows was that, and I'm sure yours as well over the weekend, was that the Tigers had maybe the best rotation in all of baseball. When you looked at it on paper with Valdez and Melton and Mize and Skubal, and then whoever the 5th one was, whether it was Justin Verlander or whomever, that looked like it was going to be the best. And then all of a sudden, injuries mount, and you're like, uh-oh. But now they're all healthy, reasonably healthy. We're still waiting on Verlander, but the rotation looks as good as advertised. But the problems still persist about adding the bat. And the bullpen you cobbled together is not good enough. He's got to make some real moves. And it's a balancing act for him, because does he really think this team is good enough to go for it, where you're giving up assets, and maybe big assets, that you were unwilling to part with last year? The Tigers could have added a bat last year in Suarez. They did not. They chose not to, and they certainly had resources to do it. They didn't get it done. They could have added other players. They didn't get it done. They could have added other better bullpen arms than what they did. They didn't get it done. You talk about going through the margins. What they added at the trade deadline last year, Kyle Finnegan was a nice add, but outside of that, it was, guys who were in the last legs as starting pitchers, journeyman guys like Morton and whoever the other, I forget the other guy who they added. They was Paddock, thank you. But neither was, nobody expected those guys to be anything, and they weren't. They were not good.
Well, the thing was, Melton was demanded to be included in a lot of those trades, and now that looks like a really good decision. But I wonder if this series coming up, do you think this series has the potential to swing the decision for Scott Harris one way or another?
Against Philadelphia?
Yeah.
No.
You win this series.
Because you still have, like, if they lose this series, let's not say swept. Let's say they lose 2 or 3. They just lose the series. What does that mean for them afterwards? Well, the first series they have coming out of the All-Star break, they're 3 at the Angels. Angels are terrible.
But again, look at what they've done this year, though. They've performed so well against winning teams, and they haven't fared as well against the teams they're supposed to beat up on.
But that was May.
Correct.
So it's different.
You're right.
So, I mean, I'd be surprised, I guess, if they lost the series to Philadelphia and then laid an egg against the Angels. If you have extended for one series, no, I don't think one series is going to sway you one way or the other. I think it would have to be something over a 10-game stretch where if you lost 7 out of 10 games and you just knocked off all this goodwill you've built up, then I think you have to think twice about it, and it gives you pause of what you're going to do. But this team's got the schedule ahead of them. Philadelphia, then it's the Angels after the All-Star break. At the Cubs is not going to be easy, but then you've got 4 against Kansas City, 3 against Baltimore, 3 against the Athletics. That's a lot of ground you can make up against some bad baseball teams. And even though the Tigers' record might be similar to the Athletics, they just swept them. Even though the Tigers' record may be similar to Baltimore, Baltimore is not playing good baseball. And they're playing teams that they should beat. So I think this team is just poised to really make a run and be perhaps better than 500 before the trade deadline. 2-4-8-5.
Wow, that's the shot you're calling. That's
well, they're
big.
7 games back right now, and they've got all these winnable games coming up in front of them. And that's, what are there, 20 games left or 19 games left before the trade deadline? Yeah, I think they're poised to be at 500 or better.
And remembered. I mean, look, not putting the cart before the horse here, but just look at World Series champions. 1914 Boston Braves, not above 500 until August 3rd.
Oh, you're not doing this.
2021 Atlanta Braves, not above 500 until August 6th. There's precedent there.
Yeah, but that's two teams.
No, I understand,
it's
but
two teams.
But one is very recent. One is recent.
Okay, well then I certainly wouldn't cite 1914, but
it's possible.
248-539-9797. The telephone number, same or the text. We'll get to Adam, Matt, and others as we continue here at 97.1. Let's get back to the phones, 248-539-9797. Adam's in Royal Oak. You're next up here, 97.1. Hey, Adam.
Hey, good afternoon. I guess it's still morning, but I don't think the Tigers are going to make the playoffs. And I think, Gator, this is based on what you just said. Scott Harris is so bad at his job, he doesn't even know he's messed up the trade deadline yet, and it's still 3 weeks out.
How has he messed up the trade deadline?
How dare you say that, Scott?
Yeah, so if he would have traded Skubal on June 1st, he would have said, we're trading Skubal. The team is garbage, and we're selling.
Do you think the team's garbage?
Skubal would have been, well, they were on June 1st.
Well, and since then?
Since then, they've been playing better, but so just hear me out on this. I think it makes perfect sense. Teams would have been interested in Skubal. He would have been traded by now, probably for 3 or 4 prospects. Harris now has a month to figure out which prospects are really good and he wants to keep. Where does he have position redundancy? And who is he willing to trade? The team starts playing better in June. We get to the trade deadline, and he would have all these weapons to trade to bring in a bat.
So let me get it straight.
A bullpen arm.
You don't think
he
he is
really help the team?
You don't think, as the president of baseball operations of this team, that he has a firm grasp on what his prospects are? You think that now he's got a short window of three weeks to figure it out? You don't think he's figured this out by this point?
I think he knows his guys, but if he would have traded Skubal 3 weeks ago, he would have had a month to also look at these prospects.
Let me ask you this, Adam. How do you trade
Skubal
Skubal 3 weeks ago when he was just ready to make his debut again after the elbow surgery?
Sure, there would have been some delay, but I think teams would have really been watching.
Would the delay have been like, I don't know?
There would have been a lot of bidding.
Would the delay have been perhaps 3 weeks to see if he's going to come back, make a few starts, and see how he pitches?
That's impossible to say, and I hear what you're saying, but Harris hasn't even decided if he's going to trade Skubal. And honestly, it looks like he's just going to sit on it, and they're going to end up getting absolutely nothing.
I'm not. But why do you think they get if they decide to trade him and let teams know a week before the trade deadline? What difference does it make if you're letting teams know then, or if you let them 3 weeks ago? You're still going to get the same teams barking up your tree to say, "Hey, we want Skubal." You're still going to have Milwaukee, the Dodgers, the Yankees, and whomever else are going to be inquiring about him.
Right, but I think the difference is if they trade him 2 or 3 weeks ago, they know who they're getting in return, so they can look at their position redundancy and figure out of those redundant guys who they want to trade. If they trade Skubal in 2 or 3 weeks, they're getting guys and having to make buy decisions in a very quick.
I'm not sure I understand that. Like, give me an example of what's the position redundancy that they're going to get or not going to get.
Well, let's say that they trade Skubal for, and one of the guys they get is Los Angeles, maybe their best outfielder.
Okay.
So now they have Max Clark, they have this, whomever outfielder. They can start saying, we can trade one of these guys because we've restocked that position with someone of Max Clark's ability.
How does that stop them from making a move now? Like if, for instance, and I guess thanks for the call, Adam. I completely disagree, and please do not characterize me as saying that I've said something about Scott Harris. Like he's a terrible. I don't think that's the case at all.
Right.
I actually like Scott Harris's approach in theory. I have some questions about his offseason acquisitions.
Well, he's kind of got the same issue Yzerman does in this sense. They do a great job in the farm system, great job drafting. Their pro personnel scouting, the pro additions that they've made have been both kind of subpar in that respect. But Scott Harris is the principal reason why the farm system is what it is and why the organization had the highest winning percentage of any other all-inclusive teams in baseball.
Raise your hand. Do you think the Tigers have too many outfielders on their roster? No.
Right.
I mean, of course not. They don't have too many outfielders. They have a platoon right fielder in Kerry Carpenter, who they let hit against righties and not against lefties, though they're giving him more at-bats. But Carpenter kills righties. That's why, okay, but maybe not so much lefties. They don't have a center fielder right now. Okay, is Max Clark the center fielder of the future? Probably is. And they got Riley Green in left. So you still need extra outfielders. You have a DH position. The players that the Dodgers have to offer, they're all Double-A players, so there's no guarantee they make the leap from Double-A to the majors next year if they were to trade Skubal for a couple of these guys. It's a good problem to have. And as we've discussed more yesterday than today, but we did bring it up today, if you want to go after a big fish like, say, Mason Miller, if he becomes available, and the asking price is Max Clark, okay.
And that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at, Gator. I believe bullpen is this team's biggest weakness. I think bullpen is their biggest need. Not lineup. But what are we hearing from everybody? Lineup, bat. Well,
I think everybody would
it's
agree.
bullpen number one.
I think people would agree it is the bullpen, but people also want the shiny piece, which is the extra bat added to the lineup. And I think you're going to trade Skubal, you're likely to get prospects, and that's fine. And those prospects, I would hope, are going to be bats. But you can do both, as we've discussed a lot. You can absolutely do both. You can trade Tarik Skubal and get future assets and still trade your some prospects you have and get players that'll help you now.
But what they did last year was, redefine operating on the margins, and it actually made the team worse. What did they add last year at the deadline that helped them in any way, shape, or form?
Kyle Finnegan.
True. Good touche to you.
They didn't add enough. I'm not disagreeing with you. And yet the team was horrible in the second half of the season and somehow messed around and won the first round of the playoffs and somehow messed around and pushed the Seattle Mariners to a fifth game in 15 innings, which you look at that lineup and you're like, well, we can't beat the Mariners. And wait a minute. The Tigers have a chance. All they have to do is score in the top half of the inning and hold them off in a bobble inning for the next 6
Runners
innings.
on base, couldn't do it.
They couldn't do it. And that's a problem. And that's probably why everybody wants them to add another bat, because the bat cost them last year, 100%.
You can add both. I think bullpen is the biggest weakness this team has right now. Now 13 games consecutively, averaging over 5 runs offensively.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're talking about the GMs in town. Which GM of the 4 teams has the toughest job ahead of them? Which one do you think has the easiest job ahead of them? And with the Tigers, call your shot. Do you think this is a team that's going to do it? Are they going to make the playoffs? We'll discuss all this and more. We got an interesting road raid question coming up as well here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. According to a report from the Philadelphia Inquirer yesterday, FanDuel Sportsbook enticed an addicted gambler to keep wagering money with incentives and exclusive rewards. One of those rewards was a personalized message from Phillies first baseman Bryce Harper. The bettor eventually lost his family's life savings of $1.5 million. He was officially diagnosed with a gambling addiction and is receiving treatment for such. The Tigers will face Harper and the Phillies today to kick off their final series before the All-Star break. First pitch is at 6:40 tonight. Pregame coverage begins at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Michigan State University has a new interim athletic director, the school announced today. It has appointed John Palumbo in the interim to fill in for Jay Batt, who leaves behind a near $4 million paycheck from Kentucky to MSU to become the new AD of the Wildcats. Palumbo previously worked for Batt at Georgia Tech and currently serves as the executive deputy AD at MSU, along with titles of Chief Operating Officer and CEO of Spartan Ventures. Terrion Arnold will not have to wear an ankle monitor while under house arrest, according to a Florida court today. The state's motion to have Arnold placed in a tracking device after being waived by the Lions was denied this morning. During the hearing, Arnold's agent rattled off Colts, Texans, Jets, and Seahawks as teams that have shown an interest in the former Lions corner. He even had a workout with Houston and is scheduled to meet another team next week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And good afternoon. Welcome to the second half of the Karsch and Anderson program. Mark Ryan in for Doug Karsch.
Having a blast. Having a great time. You're wrong about the fries, but having fun nonetheless.
I'm wrong about the fries.
You're wrong about the fries.
Today's National French Fry Day.
Today's National French Fry Day. You blew it. You went with the Five Guys. Cost 5 mortgages. You went with the Five Guys. Not the best fry in the world. And any fry that needs condiments is not the ultimate fry.
Well, I think the condiments make it better. That's all. I mean, sure, it's great to dig into a bag of McDonald's fries and just eat them right out of the bag, and who doesn't do that? Everybody does that. But, boy, I'd rather be able to sit down with a McDonald's fry and dip it in ketchup or mustard.
Yeah,
that's me.
My wife doesn't like condiments. She likes the fry on its own.
Well,
yeah,
good for her.
Yeah.
Everyone's got the opinion on the fries. And you didn't even go with a fry. You went with a tater tot, for crying out loud. So I don't know what you're talking about, which is not a French fry. Today's National French Fry Day. It's not National Tater Tot Day. Did I miss that, Bobby? Today was National French Fry Day. And this guy's talking tater tot.
I think he missed something else.
No, I understood the condiment thing.
This is not National
go.
Fried Potato. It's fries.
Yeah, I'm letting it.
Okay.
Go. Yeah.
Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, you're married at this point.
Yeah.
You probably don't have to worry about things like that anymore. That's good for you. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Get some more calls here. Matt is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys? Real quick, Gator, because I know you said you love tater tots. So I'm out here in Boston. There's this bar. They have like these jumbo, oversized tater tots, and they stuff them with cream cheese and bacon. Dude, they're so good.
Matt, where is that? Where is that? I will be there in 2 hours, Matt.
That sounds pretty good.
For me, the order of GMs from most hot seat to least, I'm going to say Yzerman is 1 because it's been so long since they've made the playoffs. Myself and other fans are just irritated with the way things are going. 2 and 3 are interchangeable for me. It's between Harris and Holmes. They swap back and forth. The Tigers, they're right there. We're playing better, so I do feel there might be a chance we go to the playoffs. Now, how deep that run is, I don't know. Depends on what Harris does at the deadline. And Holmes, he refuses to get another edge rusher opposite Aiden because if we face injuries again, we'll need someone. And Langdon, I put at the bottom only because he's the newest. The newest GM in this town, and yes, it's frustrating he didn't make a few moves. Honestly, I don't think Giannis is coming here. I don't.
Well, he's not.
Think it's ever gonna. Yeah,
that's done.
Do you mean LeBron, or because Giannis has been traded to Miami?
Kawhi Leonard isn't coming here. Jaylen Brown isn't coming here. All those guys aren't coming here.
I know people are saying, "Oh, we should get Giannis." Like that's not realistic.
Well, it
and
wasn't.
LeBron. it would be nice, but I don't think it's realistic. But yeah, so for me, Langdon is on the bottom because he's just the newest. He did make really good moves and brought this team from 14 to 60. You know, they're in the playoffs 2 years in a row. Hopefully, it'll be 3 years this time. So that's where I'm at with the GMs. Yzerman is number one on the hot seat.
Okay, well, it wasn't about the hot seat, but I appreciate it. I think you completely misinterpreted.
Who's got the most difficult
the
job?
difficult task ahead? What's left for him? And I think they're pretty evenly spread out. Brad Holmes might be.
They're all screwed.
Yeah, they're not screwed. I mean, it's work. Every GM in every sport has work to do. And in this case, I think they're all pretty close gathered together here. I think there might be a gap between, Brad Holmes and the rest of the guys.
Well, wait a minute though. The Lions, their secondary, the last 10 years, they've been ranked 25th out of 32 teams
if
in
you
pass
look at their
defense.
Secondary in the entire history of the organization, it's been
abomination. But again, look at the starters this year. DJ Reed, underwhelming last year. He's the best one.
Right, but
who's your second corner?
But that's the issue you have to fix.
Chuck Clark is your starting safety. Christian Isian, starting safety.
Again, that's the area you have to fix.
Right.
It's not easy to do, but at least it's.
But they've never fixed it ever.
Right, but again. It's not like you're having to fix multiple positions. You've already fixed the offensive line. Your running back situation looks great. Your receivers look great. Your quarterback is solid, more than solid. Your linebackers look really good. Your defensive line we'll see if the changes you made or the additions that you've made are going to pay off. It's down to one position group. With the other teams, it feels like the players are so integral. You're talking about when we talk about Skubal with baseball or Larkin with hockey. Does Larkin kick off a bigger sell-off that includes Alex DeBrincat and a total rehaul of this organization that fans are not going to put up with if Steve Yzerman is in charge of it?
I got a name for you with the Pistons. You ready?
Sure.
DeMar DeRozan. You've already added shooting. You don't need three-point shooting. He's there, averaged 18 points a game last year. If we're going to do the short-term thing, better to go that route than Kevin Durant.
Well, because you're adamantly opposed to Kevin Durant. Why is that?
Well, quite simply, he's going to be 38 years old. My personal promise is you're not going to win the East with him. So what are you really doing other than wasting 2 years of Cade Cunningham's prime? The last 4 teams that have acquired Kevin Durant all fell in well short of expectation. Well short of expectation. And quite simply, the name no longer matches the game, especially when you consider that the player accepts no accountability whatsoever. And again, like I've got friends in Houston. I worked in Houston. I said, what's the deal there? You're one of the biggest favorites of any playoff series. They were the largest favorite to win their playoff series out of any team that wasn't a 1 seed. And the Lakers, with LeBron James and the Island of Misfit Toys, no Luka Doncic, no Austin Reeves, beat them. How does that happen? What I was told is the frustrations toward Kevin Durant are boiling over, right? He couldn't get along with the Splash Brothers in Golden State. Didn't get it done in Brooklyn, Phoenix, Houston. What are we doing? If this city goes after Kevin Durant, they're just desperate for any star to call Detroit home. It's not the right fit.
I don't know if he's the right fit or not. What I do know is he scores. And he would unquestionably be the number 2 to Cade Cunningham, which is what they need, a number 2. Is he the right fit to be that number 2? That's debatable for sure. But 26 points a game last year. This is a guy who has professed his interest in Cade Cunningham and is talked about him glowingly as a player in the league. And I don't think it's any secret he'd like to play with Cade Cunningham, which might make things different in terms of a chemistry thing. If he likes the guy who is leading this team, that Durant doesn't have to be the leader on the team, that he just needs to be the number 2 guy, and maybe he's better suited for that. I don't know if it's the right move or not, because I have no idea what it would cost you to get Kevin Durant. I don't know what how many first-round picks, because that's really what they'd be offering, and Ron
Here's
Holland
my
in the
hunch:
mix.
Duncan Robinson, Ron Holland, 3 first-round picks. That's my hunch.
It might be maybe 3 first-round picks is too much. I don't know. I'd absolutely consider it, though. I think there's something there with Kevin Durant. I don't know if chemistry-wise it works or not. You'd have to do some deep diving in there. But the guy can flat-out shoot. He's still an above 40% three-point shooter. It's remarkable. In the last 4 years, his three-point shooting percentage has always been above 40%. His career, he's 39%. He still knocks down all his free throws. He was an 87% free throw shooter last year, 88% in his career. Still scoring 26 points a game, 27 points a game in his career. He does all those things. But if there's too much, I don't know if there's baggage or not with him. It's just
he's got more baggage than the biggest prima donna you've ever seen, than the biggest high maintenance.
It's clear that you're not a fan.
But on to your point, what I could say is, does he make you better? Yes. But what's the end game? Do you grow with him over a period of time? No, he's going to be 38 years old. Does he make you better immediately? Yes, but I'm looking for guys that can grow with the team over the long haul here.
Well, he's not a guy that's going to grow with you over the long haul. He's a short-term solution to a problem that they have where they don't have a number 2 scorer. And the problem is the assets you give to acquire him, those assets could be future guys that will help you down the future. So that's for a short-term thing, for a 1 year or 2 year deal, does that work? I don't know if it works. I haven't given a ton of thought to Kevin Durant, but looking at the team as they sit right now, assuming they re-sign Jalen Duren, I think the team's better. The conference is tougher. If you add Kevin Durant to the mix, does that put the Pistons on par with the other teams now in the upper echelon of the Eastern Conference? And you could argue, yes, it does.
What is your window with Kevin Durant? 1 year or 2?
Maybe 2 at
most.
Okay,
maybe 2. I just feel very convicted that they wouldn't get beyond the Eastern Conference final. I feel very convicted about that. If you feel otherwise, it might be worth the go.
Well,
but if you don't get past the Eastern Conference final, is it worth it to bring in a guy who nukes every locker room he's a part of?
I don't know if he does or doesn't. I think you'd have to do the deeper dive into talking to players that played with him before and find out what the honest opinion is there, and talk with GMs and whatever. Talk with people that were in those organizations. The concern I have with Kevin Durant is his age and his durability. Throughout his career, he's missed large swaths of games in various seasons. Now, last year he was pretty healthy. Played 78 games, which in a day and age of load management, that's not really utilizing load management when you're playing 78 out of 82.
Load management's a load of bull. He did play. He was available. How they could not beat the Lakers. I mean, does that not confound you?
Well,
that's absurd.
He's not the only guy in his team.
No, I understand. But
is the Pistons team better than Houston? Yes. So you're coming to a better team. Does he play better on a better team? Or does
the roster on
the other
Houston
guys aren't going to go down?
The roster on Houston with the better of the 2 Thompson twins, Alperen Şengün and Kevin Durant, that should have been a team that dog walked the Lakers.
Either of those first 2 guys you mentioned, are they anywhere near as good as Cade Cunningham?
Of course not.
No. So then you fully understand that. You don't like Kevin Durant. That's fair.
But I do. They do have a player on that team I would like. I would like Şengün. You want to talk trade for him? There's your second scoring option.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to Texas if you'd like to go that route as well. We continue here on the Carson Anderson Show on 97.1. Hey, we've all seen it lately. You got local companies that are being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and suddenly, well, you're just a number on a spreadsheet. You don't matter, right? But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. Shaner is truly family-owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years now. And when they say that they treat you like family, they mean it, because they are a family. They don't answer to distant investors. They answer to you, the customer. And what I really like about them is they have this no pressure promise, which means you're not going to get the high stakes sales pitch that other companies give you. Instead, you get an honest assessment of what your roof, windows, or siding needs actually are. And it's that kind of integrity that's earned them a 4.9 star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. Plus, here's a great part of it. You get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty on every roof installation. Don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades. Shaner Roofing. Get your quote today from Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you want to get in that way. We've got lots of people who want to talk about the GM question we have out there, which is, which GM's got the toughest job locally here for our teams left to go? Is it Brad Holmes? Is it Steve Yzerman? Is it Scott Harris? Is it Trajan Langdon? They all have their challenges ahead of them. And Brad Holmes' challenge is to fix one position group. But it's a big challenge because it means so much in the
they've
NFL
never done it.
to have a pass defense. And they've got some real issues in that secondary with the starting safeties, both being out with injuries. And we don't know what Kirby Joseph's status is ever going to be because they don't know. They won't know until they actually get him in games. And hey, can you tolerate the pain or not? Brian Branch is not likely to come back anytime soon because he's healing up from the Achilles injury. They just waived Terrion Arnold because of the off-field stuff. You're counting on DJ Reed, who had a little bit of a disappointing season, and then other safeties that just, they're not going to move the needle in terms of being excited about. But everything else on the team, position-wise, seems like they've got it under control. But secondary, not so much.
I think you are on point when you say Scott Harris for this big reason. I think no matter what he gets for Skubal, the reality of what's out there for him is not at all what fans have in mind, is what they're going to get for him. So I think that's the biggest reason why Skubal is still here. Scott Harris is looking at the offers and he's saying, hey, I'd get killed if I traded Skubal for that.
Scott Harris is still here. Tarek Skubal is still here because Tarek Skubal is still proving himself to be healthy. I think from the injury, from the surgery, the team was like, oh, hold on. Going to back off here. He's going under the knife, not even halfway through the season. Are we sure that I even care about this pitcher? Maybe make sure that he's okay. And then, sure enough, he seems fine, knock on wood. But it's been, 4 starts?
Right.
Since he's come back. He's going to have – if I'm a team that wants Tarek Skubal, like if I'm the Dodgers, I've got this massive lead in the division. I'm in no hurry to get him. In fact, I may not even want him, right? Because you don't have to. But let's say that you're interested in him because you want to go over the top and you plan on signing him in the offseason anyway. Let's just get this ball rolling and let's go now and get him acclimated to his team in the second half of the season. You can afford to wait to the last day. It doesn't matter. You've got the ultimate package of players that it's going to entice the Tigers. And, if the Tigers open up the store for teams to come in and start bidding on them, well, of course they're going to be part of it. But we don't know if the Tigers are. Because if you're Scott Harris, you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Exactly.
And though I would support him in trading him and saying, Scott, you're fine. Let me tell you something. You're okay. If you trade the best pitcher in baseball, I know it sounds stupid to think that you still have a chance, but I think you still have a chance. Okay, you're going to get players in return for him. And not only that, you've got other prospects to move along to improve the team right now. Okay, if you're willing to go for it a little bit, give up a couple of your top 10 prospects in the organization, we can really improve the bullpen and perhaps add a bat to the lineup too.
What team is trading for Tarek Skubal? Because if you're going to get the haul that you want for him, it's got to be a team that thinks they're going to be keeping him long term. The concern is
not necessarily.
Well, I don't think you get the king's ransom unless it's a team that thinks they can keep him long term.
I don't think there's a king's ransom to be had for any player that's going to be a rental. I don't think that's the case. We learned that with Justin Verlander. There's not a king's ransom for that. King's ransom comes when teams have multiple years of control, which is why the Larkin situation should get more of a king's ransom for the Red Wings than what Skubal gets for the Tigers. Skubal gets you prospects.
Fair, but the bigger concern, though, is the loose bodies in his arm, one loose body in his arm, is indicative of wear and tear on the elbow, which
do you think teams are worried about that?
I think it would take an idiotic general manager to give him the 10-year, $400 million deal he's looking for.
Well, there are only a couple teams in baseball that can afford to pay him in the offseason, and the Tigers aren't one of them. The Dodgers are absolutely a team. They don't care. They've got this TV deal that's been grandfathered in. They make
that should
more
never
money.
be, by the way.
It should never have been, but it is what it is, and that's why they're able to spend way more than everybody else. We know that the Yankees can be involved in the offseason and spend as much as any other team. The Cubs can spend a ton of money if they want. Philadelphia likes to spend money. there are teams that are willing to do it. So that's I don't care about the offseason. I care about right now. The teams that would be willing to take him as a rental. Do you add Milwaukee to the mix? Yeah,
Yes.
I think absolutely you add Milwaukee to the mix for a team that would be interested in adding Skubal.
Because they have the prospect haul
They do.
that you're looking for.
They do. The Atlanta Braves might not have the prospect haul, but they can try to make something happen. I mean, there are teams that would be willing to make you an offer for sure. But if the Tigers are playing winning baseball and look like like I think they will be above 500 or at 500 or above 500 by the time the trade deadline comes around, I'm not convinced Scott Harris is going to trade Tarik Skubal, and I think they're going to ride it out because that's what they're going to say. Hey, we're going for it. We're going for it by hanging on to our number one pitcher. And that'll rally some of the fans. I don't know if it rallies most of the fans, but it's going to rally some of the fans. I'm going to go, yeah, I mean, as a fan, it's fine to like to have him back on the team and making a run for it with him. But then the offseason comes and you realize all I'm getting is compensatory pick for maybe the best pitcher in baseball. And that's underwhelming when you look at what could have been.
Right. But if they end up doing that and fans are panicking that, oh my God, we're going to get nothing for him, et cetera, what that signals to me is that there wasn't an offer out there that they said to themselves, okay, compensatory pick plus we have him for the run. Which do we value more, this or this offer that's out there?
If the offer isn't there, then the offer is not there.
Correct.
You don't trade him just to trade him.
Exactly.
I mean, you have to trade him for something that would be better. And that's the baseline. Better than a compensatory pick. So that's what they have to look at. What does that mean? It probably means at least you start with a top 50 prospect in baseball and then some. So that to me would be better than a compensatory pick. And if it's not there, then it's not there. 248-539-9797. Joe is in Wyandotte. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Joe.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, man.
I just wanted to say, I do think the Tigers have a good chance of making the playoffs. Baseball's a crazy sport, and they're getting hot right now. But with that in mind, I'm still open to trading Skubal. I think we can, rework the lineup really well if we get something back for him, and I think we can make a decent run.
I agree. I mean, I've been preaching this for about a month now, that you can do both. You can buy and sell. I think Skubal gives you an excellent opportunity to land a couple of prospects, whether they're AA guys or AAA guys or one of each. I think you can land yourself a couple of pretty good prospects. And at the same time, you've got a great rotation that keeps you in every game. And yes, you want to add to that. You want to add bullpen arms. Well, you've got prospects to finally deal to get bullpen arms.
But maybe the bullpen arm can be part of that deal.
It could be.
Maybe you get a
Absolutely.
top 50 prospect and a halfway decent
somebody that's
bullpen
on the
arm.
roster right now. I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, other teams will have expiring contracts they may want to dump out or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot you can do with it. I agree with you, Joe. I think this team should look at both.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I just think I see it with this team. I think they got a good chance. But Gator, before I let you go, I want to get your McGregor-Holloway prediction.
I would say I'd go with Holloway. I think it's tough to be away from the world of MMA for as long as Conor McGregor has and expect him to be what he was. He's had so many, distractions, if you will. He's lived quite the life since his last fight.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't bet on him. I think that once you get, he's older now. Was he 39 now?
37.
30, whatever he's in his late 30s. I don't watch MMA as much as I used to, but when I watched it, I loved all the big names, and those names would hit a certain age, and they just weren't the same fighters. And once you get knocked down, now you're susceptible to getting knocked out a lot. And it happens with all of them, all the best of them. Anderson Silva at the end of his career.
Yeah.
You watch Chael Sonnen at the end of his career, Dan Henderson,
Roy
Chuck
Jones.
Liddell. All these MMA fighters just, they needed to call it a career at some point. And for Conor McGregor, he's been out for a while.
Thanks, guys. Y'all are the best.
All right. Thank you, Joe. 248-539-9797. Some more text coming in. Yzerman's problems are 100% self-inflicted. We've given him 7 years to simply build a playoff team. I'm not disagreeing with that. We've talked about Yzerman a lot. Would not have been surprised if they decided to fire him. They didn't do it. I'm not wringing my hands and saying, they should have done it, but I'm getting close to that point.
Well, I was there a year ago, and that combined with No press conference letting us know where the bar is. No press conference letting us know what the expectation is, how much longer this mediocrity is going to be allowed to continue. That's what's pushed fans to the point of indifference. Indifference is far worse than hate or anger, right? You have to care to be angry. We're teetering on the point of total indifference right now.
I think he's got an opportunity with the Larkin situation to really turn things around. I don't know if he's going to find the right move to make that happen. I think Larkin's going to have to open up his list of teams, his precious list of 3 that's now 4, to be realistic about it. If you really want out of town, then you got to open up that list and let Steve cook a little bit. And no guarantee that he's going to come up with the right recipe. There's just not. Because he hasn't shown that track record in making the acquisitions with this team that shows that he's done right. I'll give him the opportunity, but I think this is it. This time next year, if this is not a playoff team, I think we're looking at a different general manager. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Two 248-539-9797. The telephone number, same number to text. We've got lots of text coming in regarding a question about the GMs in town. Who's got the toughest job as a GM right now? And laying it out there. You look at Brad Holmes. Maybe the biggest thing he's got to deal with is fixing a secondary that seems non-existent right now. Steve Yzerman's got the Larkin situation and potentially DeBrincat as well in a total rebuild. And good luck with that. Scott Harris, he's got the Skubal situation. Not only that, but every list of baseball right now is saying, hey, look for these potential trade targets. They include guys like Casey Mize. And I don't think we want to see Casey Mize get traded. You got Gleyber Torres and, fans wanting prospects to play. And then the Pistons, Trajan Langdon, the fans want to add a number 2 player. We keep waiting for the number 2 scorer, and they haven't acquired that player. Maybe they drafted that player, but that's more of a long play than it is a short play, even though Corey looked really good last night in his Summer League debut. But can't stress enough the 3 words, Summer League debut. It's Summer League.
Look good, though.
That's fine.
Driving the basketball.
But Doug's got his resolution is to not fall for Summer League play, Summer League hype. He always falls in for the Summer League hype. But that being said, Corey shot 50% last night, had 20 points. If you saw any of the game or the highlights, he knocked down 3-pointers. I think he was 2 for 5 from three-point land. He was driving to the rack, which is what everybody said about him. This guy he lives in the paint. and he survives in the paint. And he was doing that last
was
night.
doing it inside, outside. Here's how I look at Summer League, right? Success in the Summer League doesn't guarantee success in the NBA season, but lack of production in the Summer League almost certainly guarantees you're going to be a nothing burger.
I think that's a great way to put it. And when it comes to a Corey, I'm curious to see, how good he does look in the Summer League moving forward. And then we're going to get to the beginning of the season, and then it's going to be, is he going to have a bigger impact on this team than Ron Holland? And will Ron Holland be even on the roster when we get to the start of the season? Because you would imagine if there's any trade that happens, that he's going to be a piece that gets moved in the trade, because that's what they have left to move of value and substance, even though it's not like he's off to a rocket start to his career. But defensively, he's very, very good, and he was a lottery pick.
If Ron Holland had just been VJ Edgecombe, Stephon Castle, who went one pick ahead of him, Harper, Pistons fans wouldn't be saying they need anything. They'd be saying, look, we've got Stephon Castle. He's right here. He's going to develop into that next 20-point-per-game guy. But those guys all average 16 points a game or more. Ron Holland is at 8 points a game and looks a lot more like a Sar Thompson than he does a guy who you can rely on to put the ball in the basket.
Something else I think is a story that is just kind of marinating here. We haven't really discussed on the show, but it's also something we're not going to know until the playoffs next year. But it's about JB Bickerstaff and what he does in the playoffs with the roster that he has, because he used it differently from the regular season to the postseason. Ron Holland played every game. He played a million games over the first 2 years in his career, and was a DNP a number of times in the playoffs. You saw that Beef Stew's minutes were down significantly. Now, maybe that was because of injury. I'm sure that plays a role in it. But there was just a disparity with the way that the bench was used, comparing that to how they were used in the regular season. Took a while to trust in Paul Reed.
Well, that's my thing. Why did it seem like it took an anvil dropped on his head to realize that Paul Reed was the guy? Paul Reed was the answer that, hey, man, check this out. Every time he enters the game, good things happen for the team. Plus, minus through the roof.
I imagine Paul Reed's his minutes are going to increase now that Isaiah Stewart's not part of this team, even though they've got John Collins. I think there's a lot of interesting parts on this team moving forward, but it's just something to keep an eye on. Like, JB Bickerstaff shouldn't go unscathed in this, and I don't think he has gone completely unscathed with the failures in the playoffs, but it seems like Jalen Duren's a scapegoat, and I'm not sure that's entirely fair, but we'll see on that. I'll set the Red Wings aside because they're a whole different type of mess. That being said, Scott Harris, AJ Hinch have the best chance to pull the Tigers out of its tailspin, while Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are in the toughest spot because the expectations are really high. The team lacks defensive backs, has a subpar defensive line outside of Hutchinson because they refuse to get help on the opposite side of him, and the offensive line is arguably a weak spot on a team that has a scheme that relies on it to be a strong point with a statue at quarterback, that's Dan Redford. I agree with like half of what he said and completely disagree with the other half of what he said. They do not have a subpar defensive line. Now, if you want to say that outside of Aiden Hutchinson, but you can't do that. He's part of the defensive line. Aiden Hutchinson's a huge part.
Desperately need Aleem McNeil to return to form.
Yeah, Aleem McNeil, now that he'll be even healthier, which is the big thing. He came back last year from the injury and clearly didn't look the same. Is he going to look much like he was before the injury? I would bet on that because having another year to get healthy with that. I'm curious to see how Derek Moore plays as a pass rusher on this team. Lord knows I'm not a Michigan football fan, but I was impressed with Derek Moore. He gets after the quarterback. Tyleik Williams is going to have to take a big step forward. I mean, he was a first-round pick. Let's see. The other part I would disagree is the offensive line part being a weak spot on the team. I don't think it's a weak spot on the team. I think that actually they got stronger by putting Penei Sewell to the left side. You had an aging and injured Taylor Decker last year on the left side.
Mays in the center is the key there.
Mays is
what does he give you?
Hopefully he's way better than what they had, which I expect that he would be.
Mahogany's health.
Mahogany and Ratledge at guards, young in their careers, basically rookies starting last year. They make a big leap from year 1 to year 2. Most rookies do. I expect that.
Which of the two units has more question marks to you?
Between the offensive and defensive line? Defensive line, to me.
I think offensive line. You got players changing positions. You've got health questions. You've got free agency questions. The
you have
ability,
one player changing a position,
right?
And he's played the position with the Lions. So, and everybody says he should be playing left tackle anyway, but he wasn't because Taylor Decker was there. That's why he started his career as a right tackle.
But synchronicity is so important on the offensive line as well, and that combined with new faces, right? You could have some question marks there. Aleem McNeil, I'm confident he's going to come back. Tyleik Williams, I think, is going to be ready to take a step forward. I've only got one question mark on the defensive line, and it's the same question we always have. Who is the edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson? If they can consistently find that player that can give them 8-sack production on the other side, you've got your answer.
Yeah. And by the way, Hutch having another year to be healthy, coming back from his injury, I expect he's going to take another step forward. I think, again, I don't like Michigan, but their players, you got to, I respect the hell out of Aiden Hutchinson as a player. I think he's outstanding. Let's go to Dave in Rochester Hills. Dave, welcome to 97.1.
Thanks for taking the call. I'm going to go back to the topic about Tarik Skubal. I just had one observation to make, which is that, first of all, I do think that the Tigers need to trade him because otherwise they're just going to put themselves behind the 8 ball. But I wanted to say that Scott Harris should be careful not to trade him to another American League team.
Well, let me ask you, why would they be behind the 8 ball if they don't trade him? Wouldn't it be the exact opposite because you're hanging on to the best pitcher in baseball? Or do you not think they're a playoff team?
Well, he's the best pitcher in baseball. That's debatable too. But anyway, let's say he is. First of all, he's only 1 out of 5 starts, okay? And they've shown in the last month or so that they have actually at least 3, maybe 4 starting pitchers who are going to probably win you a game. So he's not as valuable to the Tigers as would appear on the surface. And if they keep him, okay, so, that's an extra game or a few games they might win, but they might win them anyway. And then when the season's over, they lose them for a bag of peanuts.
Yeah, but if you keep him, look, I advocate for trading. I'm just looking at the other side of this. If you keep him and you make the playoffs, that's where the value is. Because in those first 2 series, when they're best of 5, you need to have the upper hand in pitching. And having a rotation that is Troy Melton, Casey Mize, and Tarik Skubal, and some combination, Valdez and Montero and whatever else you want to throw them in, Jack Flaherty. I mean, they've got a wealth of stud pitching to throw at you in the postseason when you need it most.
That's true, but on the other hand, I think we've seen that Tarik Skubal is not a lock. He's not a lock pitcher in the playoffs.
He's not?
Well, what is he? He hasn't won a game, I think, in the last couple of playoffs.
He pitched beautifully against Seattle, but Dave, to your point, the issue and the reason why he's defined his own ceiling, right? He's limited his ceiling is that he only goes 6 innings. He doesn't have the stamina, apparently, to do what the old school pitchers did.
Well, would I rather a guy go 7 or 8 innings and give up 3 runs, or a guy go 6 innings and give up 1?
Fair, but would you not agree that he would enhance his value if at least he had the capacity to go longer?
Sure, but I don't look because of what happened last year when he took himself out of the game after 6. Everybody makes such a big deal out of it. He was outstanding. He's been outstanding in the playoffs in his career. In 6 career games in the playoffs, his earned run average is 2.04. In 39 2/3 innings in the playoffs, he's given up just 23 hits and he struck out 56. His whip in the playoffs is 0.73.
Yeah, you just whipped that caller. I mean, big time.
I mean, I'm sorry, he's a great playoff performer. I'm sorry that he didn't go 7 innings last year. Sorry that didn't happen. But if you forget about what happened in the 7th inning of that game, you know what the Tigers had? They had like 8 innings to score a run after that, and they didn't get it done. They went well into the
but I do
innings.
think it's important to have a guy who can at least in critical moments go 7 or 8 innings. I mean, you don't think that's important?
I think it'd be great to have a guy that you could say can go 8 innings, and I think it all depends on pitch count. That's what baseball is these days.
The
reason somebody's able to go 8 innings is because they've got an efficient game going. You can be dominant as hell like Tarek Skubal, okay? If you're going through 6 innings and now you've thrown 99 pitches through 6 innings and you're spent, why come out in the 7th inning? And who knows what happened there last year, what the conversation was between A.J. Hinch and Tarek Skubal, what the real conversation was. But people make so much out of that game and forget that he was great in that game.
What I said was, you're not done if you're throwing 101. And his last pitch was 101. And I think his pitch count was 91. So again, it wasn't a fatigue issue. Emotionally, did he give everything that he had? Okay, but again, if all you can give is 6 innings, you have defined what your ceiling is, right?
But it's not about, again, it's about pitches. It's not about innings. There's a difference there. It's how efficient are you? And with Tarek Skubal, he's not terribly efficient because he strikes so many batters out. So his pitch count is always going to be up. And does that still have value? Of course he still has value. Would it be nice if he can go 8 innings once in a while? Sure. We'll keep an eye on that and see if he ever does this again. I'll be happy to be in a position the Tigers were last year to win a series on the road with your ace on the mound. I'll be thrilled if that's the case.
People remember the Grand Slam against Cleveland. You're right to bring up those statistics of the total playoff stats because our memories sometimes are charred, skewed by one negative event.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1. All right, some more text coming in. Had the Tigers traded Skubal earlier, and if Mason Miller becomes available, you would be able to make the trade to get him and still not drain your prospect pool because of the guys they received in the Skubal trade and their existing prospects. You stocked your farm system ahead of time. Adam and Royal Oak. I guess. And look, I was a proponent of trading him in the offseason. I mean, no bones about that. I would have traded them in the offseason. I was surprised that they held on to him. But here he is, and they're hanging on to him again. Are they going to hang on to him all the way through the trade deadline and all the way through the end of the season? Nobody knows. You can speculate all you want, but nobody knows.
I don't see the Padres as a buyer for Tarek Skubal at 46-47. Now, that record in the AL would put them in contention for doing something.
But that's not what he was. I think if I'm not mistaken here, what he's saying is had you traded Skubal earlier, you could have gotten prospects for him. And then if Mason Miller becomes available, you could trade the prospects you got for Skubal. It's like a
You have the prospects to get Mason Miller. You do.
But they do have the prospects to get Mason
Correct.
Miller. And hang on to Skubal or still trade Skubal. I mean, you can. If Mason Miller becomes available, it's painful. I mean, do you want to give up Max Clark? Because I think that's what they'd ask for.
Is that the prospect you feel like Scott Harris values most?
I do. And I think that way because there might be sentimental value with that as well. He was his first draft pick. Look, Max is young. He just turned 21. He's at AAA. I think they fully expect him to be part of this team starting next season, maybe even later this year. He might get a promotion, depending on how things go. He's got a very bright future. I think he probably is their number one guy. I value someone maybe a little. There's a couple of guys I really value in their system. I love Bryce Rayner. I absolutely love Bryce Rayner. And he had a game the other night. I mentioned to you, yesterday. Was 5 for 5 in a game with 2 doubles, 2 singles, a home run, a stolen base.
I mean, his arrows pointed almost straight up.
I won't be surprised if we hear in the next couple of weeks he's been promoted to Double-A Erie and how quickly he could be on the rise for this team. I mean, he's shortstop, pretty sure-handed shortstop. He's got great size, a beautiful sweet swing from the left side of the plate. There's a lot to like with him. I really like one of their younger prospects they have who's, still hasn't made it to single-A ball, but Chris Rodriguez, who's like a 17, 18-year-old prospect who is an outfielder.
Haven't even touched on Anderson, Briseño, or Lorenzo yet.
Right. I like Briseño probably more than the other two, but there's a lot to like there. But the point is they've got some players in the system that other teams are going to covet, but I think Max Clark is probably the number one, and you ask who I think they value most, probably Max Clark. He's the closest to getting here, and was that first round pick that they had. God, the Mason Miller thing is just so intriguing. Like if you had Mason Miller to this team and you give up nothing from your major league roster to get him because you're just giving up a prospect or two to get him,
that makes you a contender.
Really good. Yeah, it does. It does. All of a sudden, all these games that you lost late because your bullpen was a mess and you couldn't have anybody to close things out and hang on to that lead, it changes. And with the possibility now that maybe they've really found something using Cater Montero for multiple innings late in games, and then you could turn it, like if he pitches the 7th and the 8th inning, then you turn it over to a closer in the 9th, that it feels like it's lockdown. That's intriguing. And yet they still need a right-handed bat, or at least when I say right-handed bat, it's a bat that hits left-handed pitching. I don't care if it's a lefty or righty. I really don't. I just want a bat that can do it consistently against left-handed pitching.
Well, you saw, I got tired of seeing the statistic. It was a week or two ago. I wish I could remember the exact day, but the Tigers have lost the same number of games already this year, 8, that they fell in the entirety of last year in games they led after 7 innings. They've blown 8 games this year. I mean, we've talked about all the problems with the teams. If you just held on to leads after 8 innings, you'd already be in the playoffs right now. Who helps you hold on to leads after 8 innings? It's always fun when you have that trade idea that's like your own, right? Like I thought the Pistons had a chance to move Isaiah Stewart in a deal for Derek White on Boston. I didn't realize Jaylen Brown was the guy they wanted to get rid of. So that was my idea. Didn't happen. Your idea, Gator, I think could happen. I mean, it's
well, pieces have to fall into place.
Yeah.
The Tigers have to still be trending in the right direction, and San Diego has to be trending in the wrong direction. in order for that to happen. And even then, there's no guarantee that the Padres would say, yeah, we're going to move Mason Miller. I mean, if you're the Padres, you've got 3 years of control under him after this year. You don't have to move him at all. You can wait till next year if you want to try to do that. And just chalk this year up to the bad luck, or hey, we just need to add a couple more players in the offseason and we'll go. I mean, our big bats haven't provided big at bats. Tatis is not off to the year we thought he was going to be off to, and see just kind of regroup. But we'll see what the Padres end up doing. But when I saw that name being mentioned as a potential trade target, and nobody is talking, it's funny because nobody's talking about the Tigers buying. All the national writers, it's all either about Skubal and selling or looking at Casey Mize.
It's kind of insulting, isn't it?
It's not insulting. I think it's short-sighted. It's like, have you taken a step back and looked and seen what this team is, what they were in April, what they were in June, and what they are in July? Have you taken a step back and look at that, or are you just focused on looking at a number in the standings and that's it? Like, you don't look at the context of what happened, which was a god-awful May. That's what it was. The above 500 April and best record in the American League by winning percentage over the last 5 weeks, covering June 1st to the current date. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You've got a road rage story that we got to get to because I'm really curious about this. It comes up next here, 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. John Palumbo is the new interim athletic director at Michigan State, as announced by the school today. Palumbo previously spent time at Georgia Tech working for the man he is temporarily replacing in Jay Batt. Before earning the interim AD nod, Palumbo was also the executive deputy AD, COO, and CEO of Spartan Ventures at Michigan State. He gets named the interim AD as one of the first action items in the return of MSU President Kevin Guskowitz, who had a change of heart this week and decided not to depart for Clemson. Guskowitz also finally ushered Jay Batt to Kentucky as the two schools worked a deal in which UK will pay the Spartans nearly $4 million in the form of Batt's buyout. Former Lions corner Terrion Arnold was back in the courtroom this morning for a hearing to determine if an ankle monitor was necessary after he was waived by the Lions. A judge ruled in favor of Arnold and the defense, meaning he can continue working out with NFL teams without an ankle tether. Arnold's agent told the court that the Jets, Seahawks, Texans, and Colts have reached out with an interest in the cornerback. He worked out with the Texans, and his agent even said she expects Arnold to be signed within the next 45 days. Tigers face the Phillies and Bryce Harper today, who was under fire after a Philadelphia Inquirer report, which states that a personal video message from Harper to a sports bettor was used as incentive from FanDuel to entice the bettor to keep gambling money. That bettor eventually lost $1.5 million and was officially diagnosed with a gambling addiction. You can hear tonight's Tigers-Phillies series opener at its 6:40 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That was interesting noise.
You okay over there?
All right. You know what we've totally forgotten about?
What's that?
You know what tomorrow is?
It's not immediately coming to me.
Tomorrow is the first round of the 2026 Major League Baseball draft. This is tomorrow. So I just looked at the Athletics mock draft that they have. The Athletic has the Tigers selecting left-handed pitcher out of high school from Simpsonville, South Carolina.
Hey, my former stomping grounds.
From Southfield Christian School, Carson Bowman, 6'4", lefty, 210.
And that prediction has less than a 1% chance of being accurate. And you know that as well as I do.
And that's 100% right. Yeah. I mean, look, it's the draft. Who knows who's going to get it? It's just fun to see.
MLB amateur draft is last in the draft power rankings. We agree? NFL 1, NBA 2, NHL 3,
I think
MLB 4.
NHL and Major League Baseball are kind of in the same area because you don't really know. I mean, baseball I get more excited about, I guess. I don't know, excited is the right word. Maybe it is more prepared because you're not just drafting 18-year-olds. You're also drafting college kids, which I think is a big deal. I think it's really tough looking at the NHL draft when you're going internationally. Who knows what level you're really playing against, and it's kind of crazy with that. But I do enjoy them both very much so. Yeah, will I check in to see what's going on? Yeah, I'll check in and see what's going on. I'm kind of curious about Jim Tomei's kid, Landon Tomei, who is 33 on the big board of the Athletic. He's a shortstop. Very fleet of foot, not like his father, but very fleet of foot. Apparently had like over 40 steals this year. But I'm curious. I do keep an eye on that. The guy that I secretly hope, outfielder Trevor Condon from Georgia. He's a high school kid from Etowah High School in Woodstock, Georgia. Just name I'm throwing out there.
You're channeling your inner Caputo right here, showing incredible knowledge of players no one else has heard of.
That's right. And there's no knowledge at all. I've read like 3 paragraphs on the guy over the last couple of weeks. I've seen a couple different stories with it. I am nowhere near book status, nor will I ever be. Pat was a savant and was fantastic. But something Pat was prone to do was blow up from time to time. This is maybe the worst segue ever, but we're going to get there.
I experienced a couple of those.
So you
don't say.
So right, you told me about you haven't told me the story, but you sent me when we start giving ideas to each other about stuff we want to talk about on the show. You mentioned A Tale of Road Rage.
Mm-hmm.
And my eyebrow goes up. Oh, I'm intrigued. Road Rage with Mark Ryan. Mark is one of the most positive guys I've ever met in my life. Where do we get to Road Rage here?
Until he gets behind a wheel, apparently.
I guess so. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's somebody with him as opposed to him getting Road Rage. But you have the floor, my friend. I'm curious about this.
Thank you very much. So I like to live, Gator. I like to be close to the party, but I don't like to live in the party. I like to live in a quiet area, right? So I live by a lake. And the road tends to be very, very quiet. And I'm coming to work last Saturday. I'm coming to work. And there's nobody on the road. Nobody. And it's like 12:30 p.m. It's about 25 miles an hour on the road. And as I'm going down the road that nobody is on, guy pulls out directly in front of me to the point that I have to slam on my brakes even though no one else is out on the road. Looks at me, sees me, pulls out anyway. There's nobody else there. You wait 3 seconds, right. You have the whole road to yourself. So I don't flip them off. I don't even wail on the horn. It's a quiet area. I don't want to disturb the people. I just do this. I raise my hands in the air like, hey, hey. It's a very Italian.
What are you doing?
It's a very Italian thing to do, right? We talk with our hands. So that dude sees this, proceeds to go down to 10 miles an hour, and I have nowhere to go for the next 3.5 miles. It's 3.5 miles. I'm behind him. He goes from 25 down to 10 just because I'm behind him. And I'm rolling, and I'm like, it's like he got everything. And it's like, okay, this guy's playing me. So we finally get up to the main road where you can turn right, and it's 2 lanes. And you're thinking the same thing I am, right? I'm getting around this dude as fast as humanly possible, never to see him again. The second we're able to turn, dude goes 0 to 80 in 2 seconds. Gone. So in other words, your ass is going to wait behind me for 3.5 miles going 10 miles an hour. Yeah. And now I'm gone. So I'm like,
he was teaching you a lesson for the hand gesture.
Yeah.
Which is not an obscene hand gesture. It's just the hey, hands up in the air, both sides. You're like, what are you doing? That's the hand gesture.
Right. So then you think it's over. So then we're going down the road, and I need to get gas, and I see him signal to go into the same gas station that I'm going into. And I'm like, okay, I've got a philosophy in life. I don't let anyone's presence affect me from doing anything I would otherwise do. Oh, boy. So I'm not allowed to skip going to the gas station. I've got to go to the same gas station.
So you're like, I need gas, and I'm not going to be intimidated by this Yahoo who's clearly upset with me for going, hey!
Right, that's exactly right.
This may not be the prudent thing to do here, but this is what you're doing. Okay.
This is what I'm doing, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, there could be a confrontation when I get out of the car. So he pulls into the gas station, and because he was going, I want to guess 83 miles an hour on a 40 mile an hour road. I'm right there. I'm signaling. I'm going in. Right before I pull in, I see the unmistakable flashing blue and red lights directly behind me.
Oh.
And I'm thinking to myself, the hell did I do? Why are these lights on me? What did I do?
Well, this story has layers, Bobby. I did not expect this.
Right. So then I pull into the gas station. Copper pulls around me to him.
Oh, there you go. Justice is in the world.
So he is there. I'm on the lane next to him, the stall next to him.
Getting gas.
Rolls down his window, looks at me, Gator, and I give him the blowing of a kiss.
Oh.
I blow the kiss. He was there for 20 minutes, and I sat there with a smile on my face the entire time.
Sweet justice.
My wife estimates that ticket was upwards of $400 for 83 and a 40. And I would love to have been a fly on the wall. Like, I had to show that guy a lesson. What explanation?
Well, he's lucky he didn't get arrested.
Right.
I mean, who knows? Maybe. I mean, you didn't stick there for the whole traffic stop.
I did.
Oh,
yeah.
You did?
I stayed there. I smiled the whole time. I would not leave. I had enough time. I didn't need to get to work right away. I stayed there the whole time. He got the kiss blown. He got everything. I'm all about making friends, Gator, and I think I made some friends in the community. But that to me is the payoff. I don't know if I'm guilty of road rage. You guys tell me. But that to me is the payoff that none of us get when it comes to the bad guy. Never 100%. Gets his comeuppance.
you're 100% right when somebody does you wrong on the roadways and you do something like, hey, or whatever. Somebody does something that's egregious on the road and they shouldn't do it. And you're like, if only there was a cop here to see this right now. Where are the cops when you need them? You know, instead of pulling me over for expired license tabs, why aren't they out here busting this guy for driving like a jackass? Like, where is that? And you actually got to experience that in the wild. Frankly, I'm jealous.
I know.
Because you're right. It never happens like that. It never happens like that. And my first instinct was when you were telling this story and you've got 3 miles to go on a road and this guy's going 10 and a 25, is that I would have 100% would have tried to get around him. And no doubt after hearing this story, he would have sped up and not let you do that. Fine, I'll get back in line, and I would expect us to be even. And if we're not, and the guy continues to go slow, the way that I drive, I would have laid on the horn a little bit. I'd probably do a little bit more of, hey!
But maybe not the
Even though I'm
entire
not
hand,
Italian.
maybe a one-finger salute for
Well,
me.
yeah, I've been known to do that. I'm not above it. I'll tell people. Yeah, I've done that. But then at some point, I'll recognize that this is getting into a dangerous situation. Not that I think we're going to get out of the cars and fight, because that's not going to happen. But because this guy is so unhinged that he could slam on the brakes again. Now, it's a 25-mile-an-hour zone. It's 10 miles an hour. Look, at some point, I'm just going to be like, you do you, buddy. And it's a different hand gesture. It's just, all right, go ahead. It's my palm up, one hand towards the windshield. Yep, go ahead. Do what you want to do. And then when you get to that chance to pass and he goes 80, I'm not going 80 to pass him. I'm just going to say, oh, dude, it's 40 miles an hour here. You know, I do tend to drive a little faster. I may go up to 50 maybe, and that's it.
I was probably willing to go up to 60 to get by him, but when I saw him do what he did, so
Right.
mind you, you're thinking, who is this guy? He was a middle-aged dude with a middle-aged woman sitting next to him, and I'm looking at this and I'm like, wow, this looks like a mid-50s married couple. What was she thinking? Was she like, I'm divorcing you over this, or was she encouraging him to do this?
Probably encouraging, and right up into the point where the red and blue lights come flashing and you got to pull over. Interesting story. It leads to a discussion that we will get to next. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. All right, so Mark just told his tale of road rage. I find it interesting. I'm more on the aggressive side as a driver. I don't think I'm reckless. I don't think I'm dangerous. I just, take advantage of some situations in driving where I like to move. I don't like to go ultra fast. I'd like to go faster than.
You probably should.
Well, not. I mean, it's not like like I said. I'm not doing 50 and 55 and a 40. I'll probably do close to 50 and a 40. There are moments where maybe I want to go a little bit quicker, but I keep things in check. I've got a pretty good driving record over the years. But have there been gestures flashed at me or by me from time to time? Yes, but I am less inclined today to give somebody a gesture, whether it's a simple "hey" or it's a middle finger, giving the guy a bird, or a girl the bird, depending on who's driving. I'm less inclined to do that now because I think things have gotten way nasty. And this is something that is, I think, tangible over the last 10 years. I have no doubt that if you look at road rage incidents from, say, 2016 to now, that you will see a massive increase. And I think it got worse after COVID because I think once, where people were restricted for so long and then they get back out in the wild and people just had no idea how to behave and be civil to each other. And it's just, it's gotten to a point where it's awful. And now people get triggered by a bumper sticker. Like it doesn't even have to be somebody cutting you off. It could be a bumper sticker. It could be a color scheme and someone's going to pass judgment on somebody and do something stupid like flip them off as they go past. I'm like, what's the point? What are you doing? Who cares?
I'm convinced that if you rear end the wrong person, your life is over. And I don't ever remember having that conscious thought behind the wheel anymore, right? It's like you should pay attention when you're driving, but the number one reason is you rear end the wrong person, it's game, set, match, right? And that's where we are right now. But in my story, Gator, I got the payoff that people dream of, that you never even get to see. And I was sitting there watching the whole. I have not had a 20 minutes that I enjoy more in years in my life. It was tremendous.
Well, 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. And I guess the number one question I have out of this is, what causes you to lose it when you're on the road? To me, I get impatient. There's a difference between losing it and getting impatient. I get impatient with people that are going too slow. And it doesn't mean if you're going to speed limit, that's fine. I have no beef. But if we're in a 45 mile an hour zone and you're going like 40 or 38, I lose it. There's a stretch when I come into work off of, I guess it would be 11 Mile, and it's a short stretch. It's like a mile between where I enter it and where I have to turn onto the street where the building is at. And it's 45 miles an hour. And we're coming out of a roundabout to get there. And you come out of this roundabout, and people are driving, if they're ahead of me, and they're going like 35 miles an hour. And I'm like, I'm losing it.
For that exact reason, I used to be a delivery driver, and I wanted to get like an electronic sign that I put up in my front window that had the speed limit.
Yeah.
Because I wanted them to know it's 45.
Right. So the hand gesture I'm making is like pointing, like when I see the speed limit sign that's on the side of the road there that says 45, and yet I realize if they see me going, hey, with the one hand, that they're going to be, what are you pointing at? Because they've already passed it. They can't see it. But it drives me nuts when people go slower. But I deal with it. I get impatient with it. What really gets me to lose it, though, is a similar situation to what you had. It's I'm driving along and somebody is waiting. It's like the right circumstance. There's nobody behind me. All you have to do is wait another second for me to go past.
1 second.
And you decide not to. You decide you're going to pull out in front of me when you have no business pulling out in front of me because you can't possibly get up to speed quickly enough. You're forcing me, and if it's a situation where I have to hit the brakes really hard, then I'm going to get pissed. And yes, you're going to get gestures and things are going to be happen, and it drives me nuts.
And my violation apparently was that I didn't like that I had to slam on my brakes going just 25 miles an hour. By raising my hands up and going, what is it, Gator? Hey! By raising my hands and doing that, that was deserving of him then going down to 10 miles an hour for 3.5 miles. And I was thinking, this is an unstable individual. I'd like to keep my life. I'm just going to deal with this, but I'm gone. And then he didn't let me pass him.
Now, as a driver, and we mentioned briefly earlier, every guy thinks they can drive, grill, and call plays. Do I think I'm a better driver than most? Maybe in my head I can think that. But I also acknowledge if I've made a mistake. I know there have been moments where I did not have a good day driving. I made a bad decision. I pulled out where I should not have pulled out, and I got after it, and I didn't. It was completely unnecessary. And if I do something and somebody gives me the gesture, I apologize right away. Like, I automatically hold up my hand like, my bad, I'm sorry.
Hands
if
in
we
the
come
air.
to a stop, if we come to a stop sign, I look at them, I my bad. I did. You're right. I was wrong. And I'll fully admit it.
That's good. I also like that you don't raise the hands and do the A if the person's actually going the speed limits. There are those that get mad when you're going the speed limit. Limit means the top speed at which you are legally allowed to go.
And you got the people driving in the passing lane that are just, they have it set at cruise control, but they don't want to get over. Those people suck. However, also understand if those people are still going faster than the people that are in the lane next to them, but they have it at cruise control, they're in no hurry to get past them. They're going 75, and the guy that they're going to pass is going 71, but they're using the passing lane to do so. And I want to go 80. I can't be pissed at the person in front of me because they are literally passing the car, and hopefully they get over in a timely fashion. Devin is in Sterling Heights. Welcome to 97.1. Hey, Devin.
Hey, Devin.
Hey, Gator. Hey, Mark. So basically, I'll try and set the stage for you. I was breaking the law. I was texting and driving on Woodward and Square.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
No. So I got the ending that we all dream of. Guy comes up to me. I'm in like a smaller car. Guy comes up to me in like a Dodge Ram. Windows are down. It's summertime. He starts berating me because I'm texting and driving, which I was.
Yep.
But I text and drive like kind of near the steering wheel, so I can still look at the road like it's right there. He's texting and driving me, or he's berating me for texting and driving, which I was.
Yeah.
But he's looking at me, yelling at me, and boom, he smacks the rear end of the person in front of him.
Oh, so he was distracted by you doing something wrong, and now he's really going to get pissed because he's blaming you for distracting him.
Well, my lane was fine. I just kept going. I was just driving. And then,
Devin, you got lucky. You got lucky. It's the whole two wrongs don't make a right thing, Devin.
I know, but it was still very satisfying.
All right, thank you, Devin. I appreciate it, and hopefully you don't text and drive. That's another one. That's one that I will lay on the horn. If I'm in a stoplight and I see that somebody's texting on their phone, I can't wait for that light to turn green, and that person has 1 second. If you don't get and go because I see you're on your phone, I am 100% laying on the horn for you to get going, because I feel like you're paying more attention to the phone than you are to what the road is.
It's become as dangerous as drinking and driving. You see someone evolving into another lane without trying to do so, they're doing one of two things. They've had too much to drink, or they're texting while driving at the same time. It's crazy that the same thing happens. They start going over the center line, whether it's alcohol or texting and driving. Same thing every time.
Todd's on a cell. Todd, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Todd.
Todd, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Yes. 6:30 Monday morning. This happened recently, May 18th. 6:30 Monday morning, on my way to work, jumping on 23, not even a mile up the road. Guy jumps on. I'm in a row of cars going past a semi-truck. 3 cars in front of me, a row of cars behind me, including the van. Guy's coming on the expressway off a 9-mile road, sees he's going to get stuck behind the semi for a second, so he punches it, cuts in front of me, squeezes between me and the semi-truck and the guy in front of me, then has to hit the brakes to slow down, otherwise he'd run into the guy in front of me.
That's annoying.
So I flashed my brights at him. Nice move, buddy. And the cars that were in front of me, they're taking off, right? Well, he's sitting there at the back of the semi. Now he's not going. He's just riding along there. So I follow him for a minute, and I flash my brights again, like, all right, let's go, bud. Still doesn't move. And I follow him like this, about 3 miles, all the way up to the next exit. Come around the corner. Well, they got the flex lane there on 23. It's not open, but I see a long straightaway. So I decide, you know what? I'm going around this guy. hammer the gas, jump in that flex lane, and go to pass him. He speeds up. He won't let me get by him. I slow down, he slows down. I speed up, he speeds up. Next thing I know, so then I slow way down. Now I'm going 30, and we got traffic all backed up behind us, basically. And I ride like that for about a half mile. Then I just gun it. Get up going. I'm probably going 85, 90 miles per hour. I could see he's behind me in my rearview mirror, so I put my blinker on. I'm like, I'm getting over, bud. And I start moving back into the center lane, and he comes up and fills that space, and we touch cars.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my.
And I'm like, you fucking idiot.
Well, you
sorry,
can't
buddy.
do that, no.
Oh, my gosh. Really?
All right, make sure I point over there, Bobby Scott.
Really?
Yeah,
It's just...
you know what? It's road rage.
Just talking about
road
him
rage.
brought him right back to that same mentality.
Brought him right there. Let's
he
go.
can't even talk about it.
Yeah. Dominic is at Luna Pier. Dominic, welcome to 97. Oh, sorry.
We got to do that waiting thing
My
for
bad.
it to
Yeah,
catch
my
back
bad.
up.
My bad.
That
All right.
happens more here to me than it has anywhere else I've been. It's an average of one per show.
doesn't
I'm
happen
convinced
that
it's me that's enraging these poor people.
No, it doesn't happen that often, but it does happen from time to time. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We got lots of texts as well. Anything you want to talk about, what we talked about today. We got a lot of sports stuff. We've got the Everyman topic here with the road rage stuff because Mark went through it something recently, and yet he got to experience the best part of it, the sweet, sweet justice of somebody that actually got pulled over for driving like an ass. And I love that part of it. God, that is so great. We'll talk about it next year on 97.1. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1. I guess, did we lose the call that I tried to get to, unfortunately, because he had a baseball question. So I will paraphrase what he was going to ask because I think it's an interesting one. He was suggesting should the Tigers go after Luis Arias, who is a infielder with the San Francisco Giants.
I've loved him for years. For years.
He's a left-handed hitter. Plays first, second, third base. He's a heck of a player. He is a well above 800 OPS guy. He is hitting over, I think it's 326 he's hitting this year. He's a free agent at the end of the year. So you're talking about a rental, but a player nonetheless. Is this a guy that you could see them going for? Because of the position, I'm not sure it fits with them.
Last year was the year to go after him. They didn't even give up a top 10 prospect to get him. That was the one I was pulling my hair out. Where were you, Detroit, when you needed players who could put the ball in play? This year you have McGonigal. Last year he would have been the perfect fit.
So he obviously has value because he's a great hitter. And when this is a guy this is exactly what I'm talking about when people say right-handed bat, I said no. Can you hit left-handed pitching? That's what I care about. I don't care you're more likely to be able to hit left-handed pitching if you're right-handed. But here are his splits this year. Versus right-handed pitching, the left-handed hitting Arias is hitting 328 with an 829 OPS. Versus left-handed pitching, as a left-handed hitter, he's hitting 321 this year with an 807 OPS. He just hits flat out.
Most underrated player in all of Major League Baseball. And why is it? Because he doesn't have power. Who gives a rip? Gets on base, makes contact, moves the runners over. You know, all the thing the Tigers don't do well, he does them.
The things that they want to do well, because the Tigers this is exactly the player that they'd like to have. But because of the position, first, second, and third, I mean, if you're assuming Gleyber Torres is going to be healthy, are you trying to move Gleyber Torres? Because he's the same situation. He's a rental as well for a team if you're going to trade him. I mean, you're probably hanging on to Gleyber Torres, who actually has a higher on-base percentage than Arias does. I mean, he's not going to. We're going to put him over at third base. No, I mean that's where McGonigal's either playing short or third. I'm not sure if it fits, but I would try to find a way for it to make it fit. And yet, it probably isn't the greatest fit for the Tigers. But I do appreciate in trying to work that out. Let's go back to the phones. And Chad, you're next up here at 97.1. Hey, Chad.
Hey, Chad.
Hey, Gator. You're my favorite host, by the way.
Oh, thanks,
of all. And Mark with a C. My wife is listening right now because she knows Mark's on the air. She loves Mark.
Oh, boy. Look out.
So, yeah. Road rage, we all do it. We all have it. We all get angry. I flip the bird every now and then too. But the danger is the generational. It's the people that are under 30 that are going to get out and jump on your hood or go cut in front of you and lock their brakes up. And if you actually look it up, you'll see that most of the violent road rage incidents are people under 30.
Doesn't surprise me. I think it's like I look at it as almost like the MMA generation, which is why, at my age, I ain't fighting anybody. Like, forget it. It's just not happening. I don't need to get into that world anymore. I'm well past the prime. It's not happening. And when I've seen fights break out in bars or after games or whatever, it's to me, it's frightening with the veracity that these people are throwing punches at each other now. It's way different than what it was 20, 30 years ago. People are trained fighters now, and it's like, I don't want any part of that.
No, you're totally right. Used to be, it was viewed as a scrap, and you were going to get one or two shots in, and you really didn't have the intent on ending somebody.
I don't need somebody, getting taking my back, getting me into a submission, then pull across and ground and pound, and next thing, I'm waking up in the hospital. I don't need that.
Well, back in the day, we broke up fights. We did. I did.
Exactly.
Today, people they film them and they let them go and they let them go and they let them go. But I do have a baseball comment too.
Quick.
We're really deep in the minor leagues at catcher, aren't we?
Yes, very deep. In fact, the guy they brought up, Valencia, is a catcher. You got Tyler Lorenzo, who is one of their top prospects. He's a catcher. Josue Briseño is a first baseman catcher type. They drafted one last year in Olivero. That's another catcher.
Nito's down there.
Well, yeah, he's not a prospect, and they've got other guys that are international players that they've signed at the lower levels of the minors that are catching prospects as well. They're pretty stocked.
Yeah. So don't you think if we were to buy? Don't you think we'd be trading catchers would be most of what we would trade away?
100%. I agree with that, Chad. And I think and thanks for the call. I think it's great that, you look at the Tigers organization as when it comes to their top prospects. If you go to the MLB pipeline and you look at their list, Briseño is the number 3 prospect in their organization, catcher, first base. But I think he's more of a first baseman type. Lorenzo is the same thing, but he's their number 5 prospect. He's at AA ball. And Oliveto is their number 11 prospect who's playing in rookie league right now. So, yeah, abs 100%. If I'm going to trade, I'm going to trade one of the catchers. That'd be my first thing to offer fair value to somebody. And catchers have a lot of value in the league. Every team is looking for the next catcher. And because it's dealing from a position of strength. Right now, Dylan Dingler's a guy. Dylan Dingler is signed for the next, I think, 3 or 4 years.
And just entering his prime.
I shouldn't say signed. He's arbitration eligible and doesn't hit free agency for 3 or 4 years. So they're in good shape with Dylan Dingler. And by the time, if next year comes around, is Jake Rogers still going to be your backup, or is it going to be Valencia? I mean, you've already got guys ready to roll. So, yes. And if fans are looking to see how this works out, and you see, wow, the number 5 prospect's a catcher, yeah, go ahead. And he's one of the top.
That's what you do. You trade your surplus to help you in areas where you're thin.
Mike is next here in Livonia. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
All right.
Great show.
Thanks, man.
The road rage thing. This is what really gets me. I mean, I'm 65 years old. Yeah, I used to drive crazy when I was a kid, but I keep it cool now. I don't want any problems. What I don't get is, I'm going the speed limit. I'm in the passing lane, and somebody's up on my rear end, gets around me, and then almost cuts me off to get around me, and then 500 feet ahead, he comes up to a red light. I mean, I don't get that, man. I mean, I just don't get it.
Well, and for that person,
that's about all I got. But I think it's crazy, and it is. And you know what? The other thing, if I don't mind, is I'm sorry, but it was always the boys that were the crazy drivers. These little girls nowadays are out of their minds. I mean, they just don't care. So,
Confirmed.
Another take. So
there we go. All right, thanks for the call, Mike. I appreciate it.
9 out of 10. When I see something crazy going on, 9 out of 10, it's the group that he just mentioned.
Really?
9 out of 10 crazy things happening.
Just doing crazy drive, or is it because they're distracted, or that they just, like you said,
I don't know if something happened in their day. A lot of times they're on the phone. It's not, but I totally agree. You know what that is when they pass you real fast and then they end up that's karma.
It is karma. And when you're the person that's doing the passing, and that's it, like you're frustrated with the guy, and like I finally get around him, and then you get stuck at a light. It just makes it so much worse. You're like, oh, come on, I'm stuck again. I had a situation,
and now
like
they get
yesterday.
To taunt you. They get to taunt you at the light.
And it wasn't a road rage thing yesterday, but I was trying to get from my house to a golf course to meet a friend of mine. We're going to play 9 holes of golf, and the route was difficult because of construction. And I knew part of it was construction, but I didn't know other parts of it were construction. Like this other lane that's an east-west street that should not have been under construction. All of a sudden, that's down to 1 lane. I'm like, well, I didn't know that. And now I'm looking at the clock, and we got a 3:30 tee-off time, and it's at 3:15 right now. I'm like, I'm only 2 miles away, but I should be able to get there, right? And then there's something else that happens, and now I got to do reroute, and I'm losing my mind because I don't want to be late for this whole thing, but it sneaks up on you. Just take a breath, everybody. Just take a breath.
Namaste.
We're all in this together in the wonderful land of construction. Don is next up on the cell. Hey, Don. Welcome to 97.1.
Hey, how are you, gentlemen?
All right.
I've got a similar case of road rage, same as Mark had. Driving to work at 11 o'clock, I make a left-hand turn, and all of a sudden I'm driving. The guy next to me is shaking his fist at me. He's yelling at me. I don't know what I did. He goes and he pulls in front of me, slams on his brakes. I slam on my brakes. He gets alongside of me. He's yelling at me, blah, blah, blah. What did I do this or whatever did I do? All along, I'm on my way to work. I go to a Michigan turn to go into work. He's behind me. He puts his bumper on my bumper and is trying to push me into the traffic. His tires are squealing, and I'm holding on. I said, you know what? There's a police station about a half a mile away. I pull into the police station. I get out of the car. He's yelling at me, you mother, blah, 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 and all this stuff. All of a sudden, the guy grabs him. He throws him to the ground, and he puts cuffs on him. The police officer had seen the whole thing.
That's beautiful.
Sounds like
He
James
asked me
Pierce,
if I
doesn't
wanted to- He asked me if I wanted to press charges. I said, no, the guy's just an idiot. You know, I'm on my way to work or whatever. But I thought, I never knew what I did wrong, you know.
The fact that guy wouldn't abort mission when you pulled into the police station.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
That's number one sign this guy is not of the right mind. Like, are you aware where you're going into right now? Hello?
Only sees red, does not see the badge. Wow.
That's crazy.
And James Pierce did exactly that. You know that story, right?
Vaguely.
James Pierce
the football
was
player?
chasing his girlfriend, bumping into her, trying to run her off the road. She goes into the police station. He doesn't stop doing this, actually hits a police officer, which is why he's got the problems he does now. And that guy was linked to the Lions.
Is that a problem?
Well, yeah, some say.
That would be the structure of a problem.
Yes, it would be.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1. I'm stunned that we forgot to do our mock draft for for Major League Baseball draft tomorrow.
How dare us?
Yeah. No, it is kind of funny. We pay no attention to the MLB draft until afterwards, and we'll tell you who the Tigers took, and that's about it. And then it's a waiting game to see when they get brought up. It's interesting what they've done under Scott Harris with going with high school kids. Not against it. It's a long play, and it's worked out. The McGonigal situation's awesome. It looks like Max Clark is ready to join this team soon, maybe this year, but probably next year. Bryce Rayner, I spoke earlier about what a great start he's off to. He's at high A ball. He's killing it. OPS over 900.
Last year was the big stretch in the draft, though. Like they drafted a guy last year. I'm blanking on the name.
Yost.
Yost. I hope he didn't pull a muscle with that stretch. He was projected to go like 75th.
Well, he's off to a decent start, decent enough start, but it's Jordan Yost was the pick. He's 19 years old. He's playing at Lakeland. His first year in the minors, his first at bats, and he's got 180 at bats. He's hitting 256, but his OPS is 733. Just kind of getting under his feet here. We'll see where he ends up projecting, but may have been I agree with you. That may have been a stretch, and they seem to love themselves some shortstops. But nonetheless, we'll see what happens tomorrow, and we'll bring it up on Monday's show briefly. But All-Star break coming up. We got the series against Philadelphia, then the All-Star break. It's interesting do the Phillies, who are in town where the All-Star game is in Philadelphia, will they extend an offer to Kevin McGonigal, Riley Green, and Dylan Dingler to join their plane to get back to Philly? Or are these guys going to have to get their own flight, which is probably the right thing to do, but could be interesting there. You got McGonigal, who's a Philly guy. He gets to go home, sleep in his own bed during the All-Star break, and also enjoy the game, and 100 friends and family or whoever is going to be at the game to see him play. It's got to be a special moment.
This is a perfect storm
for
him
season.
In terms of what he's done, and the fact that there's gatekeeping typically, I think, against younger players to even make it to this point. You have to be above and beyond anyone close to you, and Kevin McGonigal has been of that. And now you get the series against a surefire NL playoff team. What a measuring stick moment for you when you have the height of the best baseball you've played all year.
Yep, I'm looking forward to this series against the Philadelphia Phillies. As you mentioned, Philadelphia playing pretty good baseball. They're 52-42. We're going to see Flaherty, Mize, and Skubal. Can the Tigers find 2 wins in there? That'd be great if they could win the series and keep this momentum going in the right direction, heading into a short break. And then coming out of it, you've got the Angels and the Cubs. You're on the road for those games, and then the schedule really kind of lightens up going into the trade deadline. There's a lot of damage this team can do in digging out of this hole that they dug for themselves in May. They're only 7 games below 500 now. They're looking like this is a really good baseball team right now. They're getting timely hitting. They're hitting the ball with power. They're getting outstanding starting pitching, and then they have a major hole in their bullpen. But we'll see what improvements they make.
You and I both, too, as well today, calling our shots. They make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they make. I think that they're a playoff team before the trade deadline. That's, I guess, the call that I've made. Nathaniel is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Nathaniel.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good, you?
I'm doing well. Kind of to piggyback off of the road rage, this happened last night. I was on 275 northbound going towards 96 eastbound, and a car got off of the entrance ramp, and it didn't have taillights on. So, like a good Samaritan, I flashed my high beams twice at him, and so he slows down, and I'm like, oh, okay, he's going to roll down his window and say, like, what's up? Nope, he gets behind me, proceeds to flash his high beams at me, and then continue to follow me while honking his horn, not like in succession, but like little beeps. And so I'm like, okay, well, I can't see anything at this point. So I slow down, and then he guns it in front of me, slams on his brakes.
Oh, the brake check.
So finally, I'm like, let me move out of the way. So I get into the other lane, and then he slows down and then proceeds to continue to honk his horn in little beeps at me. while riding, like, at my eye level. So I look over, I roll down my window. I'm like, hey, roll down your window, roll down your window. I just, like, nothing personal, dude. Like, your taillights are out. And so then he just follows me for literally probably, like, the next 3 to 5 miles before I go to get off on 96 eastbound. And then he flies. He goes, like, 95 miles per hour.
Nathaniel, I got to tell you this. I've had that same thought. Do I give this person whose lights are not on the double quick flash, and then I decide no because of the fear that you experienced? Because you don't.
Yeah.
Like, how does this person not realize that they don't have their lights on? This is clearly not somebody who's having the elevator go to the top floor, right?
No, and thanks for the call, Nathaniel. I love sentences that start like this. In what world does it make sense to brake check somebody? Like, if you're that upset with what's happening and you slam on your brakes, what is your point?
Especially in a no-fault state that we're in.
I mean, if you slam on your brakes and somebody hits you, do you know how incredibly inconvenient this whole thing is?
For you.
For you. Let alone for the other person. You don't care about them. You want it to be inconvenient for them, but you just made it inconvenient for you. You just damaged your own car. And if they have a dash cam that shows that you brake checked them, you're going to get a ticket on top of it. Like, I don't understand. So
and increased insurance.
Right. So your hope is that I can brake check, but I do it far enough ahead of you that the person's going to stop and not hit me. So now you're relying on the guy that you think is a dumbass driver in the first place.
His reflexes. He's going to be able to stop. Oh, I'm going to get over on him. Meanwhile, he ends up in your back seat. What a move.
And this is why I don't even do the flipping off the bird or whatever, come on, the Italian look. What I like to do, and it's kind of efficient, I started this shortly after the pandemic. If I can make eye contact with someone, if they cut me off or whatever, a little road rage moment, look in their eyes and just give them a thumbs down.
Yeah, I love a thumbs down.
Do the disappointed dad look, and it works. They look a little dejected.
I love
you do the thumbs down?
I do a thumbs down occasionally. I love it. That's brilliant. It's just because that's just like you're bringing the temperature down a little bit because there's a little levity there, but you're also letting the person know you're an idiot.
Suck.
And you gotta do the facial emotions, kind of like look bum, like really, this is what you did to me.
I'm not
thumbs down.
I'm not mad at you. I'm disappointed. Oh no!
There's nothing worse than somebody being disappointed.
Worst thing that my father ever said to me growing up.
I'm disappointed. Yeah,
I'm
totally.
not mad at you. I'm just disappointed.
I'd rather have him be fired up than like I let him down. Oh, absolute worst.
Did I disappointed you with that? By hiding progress reports from school? I'm sorry.
By forging a detention? I forged a detention. I let you down?
I never did that, but the hiding the progress reports. And I didn't even need to hide them. They were good progress reports. But my brother wanted to hide his, so I had to hide mine.
You weren't making progress?
I was doing fine. My brother was not applying himself, which is, that was just part of his life. It's not true, actually. He applies himself very well, and he's done an amazing job throughout his life. Hey, Mark, been a good last couple days. Looks like we're going to do it again on Monday because Doug's still upset about what's happened with MJF. Have a great weekend. 97.1.
I've been threatened. Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Michigan basketball has taken the interim tag off Mike Boynton. He's agreed to a 2-year contract. Boynton spent 2 seasons under Dusty May as an assistant for the Wolverines as their defensive guru. I hope the cameras caught that. Michigan State has named John Palumbo as their interim athletic director effective immediately as Jay Batt departs. MSU will receive a $3.95 million buyout, which was negotiated down, according to Chris Solari. Palumbo has been a head man before for 4 years at Texas A&M and Corpus Christi as an interim basis with Georgia Tech. The Tigers will look to expand their winning streak to 6 games. They'll say that after the game as they start a 3-game set with the Phillies. Philly currently is 3 games back in the NL Central, and the second team, the wild card race, Jack Flaherty.
It's the NL East, but thank you.
Tonight, whatever, against Aaron Nola. He has a mid-5 ERA per Tigers game notes. Take this and think about it. Detroit starters have a 1.53 ERA the last 10 games. Putting openers aside, the last time that happened was Go ahead and use that as a drop. 2013 with rotation of Verlander, Scherzer, Fister, Porcello, and Sanchez. I dare you. It's a Friday. Don't challenge me. 6:40. The first pitch right here on 97.1. Ex-Lions corner Terrion Arnold will not have to wear a GPS tracker while awaiting his trial at 10 seconds left. His agent, Nicole Lynn, testified at his pretrial today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
That's a true professional, people. Jeremy Otto. It's a minefield in here on a Friday. All right, today's kind of a depressing day for David and I because we're basically doing a show with 2 people who are, well, we're old enough to be their dads. Corbin on phones and Brendan Shabath co-hosting. I mean, David, you can't laugh. You had your first kid at 14.
I think you're right about that. I think I could be their dad. You just made me feel real old.
It's the truth. It's not far off. Corbin, how old are you?
I turned 25 this past March.
And what are you?
25.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I could be.
Damn. But no, we're happy to be here with you. We're going to have some fun. And Shabath really was boorish in the show meeting, took over the proceedings, and demands a topic at 3 o'clock. So we're going to do that. Now, listen, we have a background bit. A couple weeks ago, I found out that this guy eats frozen pizzas, which is a disgrace. I wouldn't stand for it. So I stepped in and I said, nah, listen, I'm buying you and your wife dinner. This is a disgrace. But today, we've got an added layer. David, I hope you're ready with the audio because Brendan made the terrible mistake of telling me his favorite number. So we have blind fired every 7 horse at Saratoga today. And depending on how this goes, you're either eating your garbage frozen pizza or real pizza.
So I need Easter Millie is what you're saying.
That's not Saratoga. That's a different train.
Oh, well.
Pay attention. They do multiple tracks. Hey, watch it.
Whoa, he said they're horses.
Wow. Now listen, let's get to this because we have something, it's kind of in our Rolodex of topics we're tired of that you don't want to hear about and we don't want to do. So we're doing this a different way. The Tigers are on fire. They're gutting these god-awful teams. And they're getting back in the mix. Oh, shake them if you got them. Okay. And then you've got the Yzer plan and Larkin and the rest. And again, Lord knows, don't want to do that. But how can we do 2 very relevant things a different way? I wanted to pose this question for everybody to participate. Who is in the tougher spot? Steve Yzerman, whose captain wants out, and the team's got the longest playoff drought in the league. Or Scott Harris. The team's on fire, but you know Scooble's walking out the door. Do you have the Constitution to do what's right and trade him? Knowing you will be eaten alive by the uninitiated in this town. Which GM is in the tougher spot? That's where we wanted to start today before Brendan takes over at 3 and David and I leave. 248-539-9797. You pick. I have my answer. I'm going last.
I have a feeling, I don't know where you stand on this, on what you think is actually probably tougher.
That's why I'm going last.
Yes. I think it's Steve Yzerman because I listened to the show yesterday that you and Rico did, and I heard all the calls and all the conversations and all the propositions, as we have all done for the past, I believe it's 36 days now since he has requested a trade. So
give or take.
Over a month, then he's still a Red Wing. I think Yzerman has the tougher spot because I don't know how this does not end disastrously for Steve Yzerman, for Dylan Larkin, for the Red Wings, and for us as the fans.
Okay.
Because Larkin has a little bit of leverage, but not really. And Yzerman has a little bit of leverage, but not really. And they are both just two stubborn children butting heads back and forth with these cheap shots back and forth. Oh, I'll add a team to my list. I'll add Dallas. Okay, you want to go to Dallas? Give me Wyatt Johnston. Like, neither is negotiating in good faith. No. Neither is operating with any real incentive or motivation to get done what both want done. And I think it's going to be absolutely horrible when Dylan Larkin skates out there game 1 in the fall.
So you're going Yzerman?
Yes.
Okay, I'm reserving my commentary. David, who's in the tougher spot? You want to go to Corbin then? Fine. Corbin, you get your choice. Who's in the tougher spot? Yzerman or Harris?
I would have to go Stevie, only in the sense that if it is true that he has this lifetime contract or whatever, clearly he's going to be a part of the potential next rebuild if things really do start falling off over there for them. With Harris, I've seen this movie before for the past 2 summers on Will He, Won't They. I'm tired of it. I'm done with it.
I'm exhausted.
With Steve and Dylan, though, this is a big franchise-altering decision. It's a franchise-altering decision down the road. It truly is, whether he does get traded or not, because if he doesn't trade him, then it's going to be, like I said a couple weeks ago, it's going to be a Bravo reality show, Real Athletes of Detroit. And I think
2 Yzermans so far.
Yes.
Yes.
We go to David. Again, I'm going last. David, go ahead.
I will also go Yzerman here, but for different reasons.
What is going on?
For different reasons.
Okay.
The reason here is because it has to come with that mission. It has to come with that mission from Steve Yzerman that his rebuild hasn't worked. So I think that's why it becomes a tougher decision, because if he's saying, okay, I got to do this and get prospects, that means I have to admit I haven't done my job well. That makes it the tougher part. Scott Harris, to me, has the easier job. 2-time Cy Young, trade him. Just make it happen.
No. Okay, hold on. Now, this is the problem. By me saying I'm going last, this is going to feel like a setup or I'm being inauthentic. I would take a polygraph. I promise you I'm not. I believe the tougher spot is Harris. Yzerman, your team blows. Everybody with a brain knows it's rebuild time. Harris's team has caught fire. Now, in the aggregate, they still stink, but they're getting back into this. I don't think all of a sudden it craters. You have Skubal, you want to go for it. If you trade Skubal, you're pulling the plug on the season. Now, I still believe they could make the playoffs without Skubal. That's a separate thing. But Scott Harris is the guy who didn't have the guts to buy last year when they were a first-place team. Now, you have a choice. If you don't trade Skubal, and Corbin, you said this, if you don't trade him and you do anything but make a World Series, you have injured the organization in the next 5 years. You have. If you trade him, you could have your character impugned by the uninitiated who are like, you did bad things. And it's like, no, dude, he's not coming back. You have the pitching to compete. I feel terrible I waited because, I promise I'm not disagreeing with you guys just to screw with you. I really think the tougher spot is Harris. Everyone is Yzerman except me. Interesting.
But you don't believe, because I think David and Corbin brought up both interesting points as to how no matter what Scott Harris does, it's defendable. He can defend himself to the media and to the fans with whatever decision he makes because he's a 2-time Cy Young winner.
But how do you defend not trading him when he's leaving?
Because he's the best pitcher in baseball. And you want to go to the playoffs and win a World Series.
And if he leaves, you get Stugotz, and you did it for what?
Well, we went for it.
Oh,
we took our shot.
You know what?
Sometimes you take your shot and miss. Again,
you know what's sad? That would actually work in this town.
I don't believe these things. I am speaking as the hypothetical Scott Harris in this situation.
Okay.
But I think no matter what he does, whether he trades Skubal or not, there is a way to defend the situation as it happens and the result that happens after it as well, even if he leaves, they don't win a World Series, and Skubal walks for nothing. For Yzerman, I don't know what he's going to say, no matter what the result of this is. How do you defend bringing your captain, who will likely be stripped of his captaincy in embarrassing fashion?
He's already been stripped.
How do you defend putting that guy in a winged wheel sweater on the ice after everything that has happened? What do you say? Well, he's under contract. Great. What does that do for me?
I'll even add a layer to what you're saying over there, because I look at it in terms of growing up, the Detroit Red Wings, as we all know, original six team, a very storied franchise. Over the past 10 years during this playoff drought, especially over the past couple where they really have these March swoons or whatever, they're not that. They're kind of operating like an expansion team. And this whole bickering back and forth thing between him and Larkin behind the scenes, it just adds fuel to the fire to where it's a dumpster fire. And at the same time, if you're Steve, you got to make sure that if you do get rid of Larkin and other players, you're going to want people wanting to come to Detroit. And as of right now, if I'm a free agent in the next coming years, I wouldn't even want to touch the city.
But the counterpoint, and again, this is the fun of the conversation, because it's no one's dying on any hill. It's just these are two brutal spots. Look, if the Tigers were still absolutely terrible, it's just such an easy decision. It's easy street. You trade them. But this is also why I'm exhausted by this team. They're either the best team in baseball or the worst team in baseball, and they can't even figure that out within a calendar year. I can't stand them. But they're getting back in a historically bad AL. For Yzerman, and I heard this in middays and even mornings, you have people who hate Larkin. They blame Larkin for going public. They think he's entitled. They think he's a whiner. You're going to get the senior class of Hockey Elite. You're a captain asking out of an original six. That's blasphemous. No one is on Skubal's side. That would be another separator for me. But this is fun. Let's at least investigate this. Which GM is in the more difficult spot? Yzerman in the handling of Larkin, Harris in the handling of Skubal. Because they're both difficult. 248-539-9797. We're going to get more to people. Brendan's going to get another Lunchable. And then we're going to get to business. We're on every 7-horse at the spa today. This guy has no idea what he's watching. It's tremendous.
Free dinner, baby.
Or no dinner. It all depends. This is going to be exciting.
Life or death.
97.1. David, the text communications, we are trying to settle a very light debate. Difficult situation for Steve Yzerman. Well, listen. Your fate at dinner, you need lucky sevens today. Shabbat sevens at Saratoga. David's going to be carrying the audio. I can't wait. But tough situation. David, I expect that stretch call for Shabbat. His whole evening resides on this.
David, are you going to let me go hungry?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be like the commercials where they got some poor starving dog in an inner tube.
I have no problem with that, Brendan.
Right. It's going to be Shabbat in the fetal position in an oil drum. But Scott Harris and Steve Yzerman are both in really difficult spots. Which one is the more difficult one? And I think with every Tigers win, Harris's spot gets more tough. Steve, I feel, is already effed. I don't know that things could get worse. Well, how could it get worse? Larkin shows up at his door and drops a grumpy? What? How does it get worse, Brendan?
He fights back when they try to rip the C off.
Exactly. Right.
He drops the gloves.
He does like the old English boxers. I don't know. David, the text communications, please.
Yzerman is in the tougher spot simply because Larkin is controlling the situation. Skubal goes wherever we send him, or he stays. Yzerman is Teflon, and his name is Yzerman. I think it's Scott Harris who's in a tougher spot because he's not named Yzerman. Simple as that.
Now, I think that's a very interesting point. It is. Look, if you keep Skubal and miss the playoffs, do you understand what you've done to this organization? You better be damn sure. And here's the problem. You can't be. Hey, remember last year? 15 games up? Hey, remember the year before? You sold. You were 9.5 out. This team can't decide.
Can I offer a little pushback on that?
Yes, you're the guy who ate a Lunchable. You get to do whatever you want.
Because we have, it's all kind of an agreed upon understanding that you can trade away Skubal before the deadline and still have a serviceable rotation to make the playoffs.
Yes.
You're in a very similar situation if you keep Skubal and let him walk going into next year, except you just lose out on probably a few prospects.
Right, but we know that. The average guy is going to look at, you traded Skubal? You bastard. That's the problem.
But that's why I'm defending in this hypothetical the idea of keeping him, not winning a World Series, and then letting him walk. Because then you go into next year with this rotation that we say is serviceable.
Oh, and they are keeping.
And can get to the playoffs.
I've said that for... Here are the two things. I never gave up on the team because I told people how awful the AL is. And I told you, they're never trading Skubal. I owe Rico and David lobster and steak, and I have to get a tuxedo if they trade Skubal. I don't think they're doing it.
Paul and Stoney called me crazy 3 weeks ago. We were here on a Saturday, and I said there is a hypothetical universe where they are at or above 500 come August 3rd.
Oh, I'm expecting
7 games back right now.
No, I'm expecting it just based on how crap the AL is. And look, the injuries you incurred in May, every team you've played the last month has had them.
I'm waiting for that Gleyber Torres injury update during the break.
Ooh,
he'll be back. 14
can't wait.
days.
Hey, you focus. 248-539. Now, David, when we get to the top of the stretch, we going with the call?
If the horse is nowhere near it, then no.
Hold on a minute.
How fitting. The name is Trust Fund. How fitting for the number 7 horse.
You eat frozen pizzas.
No,
if you got a trust fund, what are we talking about?
They're racing for my dinner trust fund.
I thought you were like being
Damn,
hurtful.
I hate when you have to explain the joke. That's not
ideal. We're going to get to the calls in a second. David, listen, we're hitting a far turn. Shabby's horse is what? Trust fund?
Yeah. We're 4th right now.
If it continues to back up.
David, he ain't backing up.
No.
Now, hold on a minute. He's moving.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen.
Just like Larkin's being moved.
Third.
Hey, David, you know what? I hope he wins just to spite David.
David would let me go hungry, so I hope that too. Oh, we're ways back, I feel like.
Hold on.
Let me read text here. Dan in Detroit says...
Oh, he's flattening out on you, Shabby.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Dan in Detroit says Scott Harris is in the tougher spot by
frozen
default.
pizza.
Stevie has absolute job security no matter what happens.
Uh-oh. Look away. Look away. He packed it in for the day.
I can't watch.
Hey, listen. Another race, another 7 for you.
You can't go out like that.
Do you like water?
At least give me a little bit.
You enjoy water?
You're the one who said your favorite number was 7. I didn't even cap anything.
What type of frozen pizza are we talking here?
He goes bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
This guy, I pulled up a list of the 5 worst frozen pizzas in America, and he likes 2 of them. It's a disgrace.
Was Red Baron French bread on that list?
That's my favorite. That one's decent, but who's got the money for that?
Okay.
Not you, because
Please,
you're
God,
lost.
No, I bankrolled him. That is not how this goes. I'm not asking him to spend his money. He's at the Facebook store trying to buy himself a grill. He's got bigger things to worry about. I wanted to see if we could produce dinner for him. Go ahead, and then I'm getting to the callers.
Tex here says it's 100% Yzerman. There are very few moves he can do that would not result in everyone calling for his firing. Scott Harris can at least rationalize buying at the deadline. Matt and Novi.
All right, that's a point for Shabeth. Go ahead.
Smart person.
Jay Cuts texts in and says, the problem is that Yzerman is the one person who doesn't know the Wings need to rebuild. The Larkin deal will be self-inflicted disaster. Hashtag fire GM 19.
Let me ask this. Do you agree with that sentiment? I've been selling this that, look, it's not about what I want anymore. It's just so obvious they have to rebuild. You trade Larkin, and you got to go to DeBrincat and say, look, Alex, we love you, but do you really want to sign and lose? We'll move you if that's what you want. At that point.
The only way you don't rebuild is if Dallas said yes to Wyatt Johnston. That's the only scenario. Other than that, you absolutely no. I know, and that's why we're dealing in fantasy land here.
You got better odds of selling me one of those
rebuilding.
Jack's frozen pizzas or whatever it is.
I'm going to get you one day.
Yeah, I'll throw it right at you. You'll have a concussion. David, go ahead.
I think Scott Harris is in the tougher spot right now. I could care less if Larkin gets traded, sits out, or is. I can care less if he's traded or sits out. It is irrelevant to me.
Why do I feel like David really had to clean that one up?
I did, and I just skipped right past it. And
noted. We'll go to Tom to bat leadoff today. Tommy, what's good on a Friday?
What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Good, Tom.
Jack's Pizza. Come on, man. You can do better than that. At least give. I'd rather have Papa John's than Jack's Pizza.
Hey, man, we're balling on a budget here, Tom.
Tommy, listen, if he made some decent selections today, he's going to be eating right.
I'm a businessman. The more Jacks I eat, the more dinners Mike's going to buy me.
There you go.
It's all the long play.
So this is my thinking. So I actually kind of think it's kind of like a draw between the two of them because Yzerman's got no plan either way. So it's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. To me, it's like why couldn't Yzerman trade Larkin for futures and turn around and trade those futures for someone good. And I kind of feel the same way with Harris. Why can't you buy Insel at the trade deadline? Say you trade Skubal, turn around, get whatever you get, flip it for a bat, and then you got you're essentially replacing Skubal with a good bat. And then if you really want to get froggy, throw Max Clark in the deal and try to get that young pitcher from Pittsburgh.
No, we're not getting Paul Skeens. We're not trading Max Clark. Tommy, I'm fine if you say it's a draw, but let's not go into PlayStation land. None of the latter portion of what you said there is happening ever. Carry on. Go ahead.
I agree. I like the way he said you are damned if you do, damned if you don't. I really feel that way for Yzerman. For Harris, I think you can defend either side. No matter what you do with Skubal, there's a way he gets up there at the press conference in front of the Tiger logo and puts together a half-competent answer.
See, you're going to force me into doing a topic I don't want to do. I don't think there's another side for him. I don't. The only move is to trade Skubal. Period. I'm not losing a guy where I'm going to have the Braves, I'm going to have the Brewers, I'm going to have the Dodgers, I'm going to have the Yankees, I'm going to have the Mariners, I'm going to have the Cubs. I'm not losing a guy that is going to bring me, for a rental, a historical return.
Do you think it will really be historical? Because it is a 4-month rental that pitches once every 5 days.
No, I do, and I laugh at some of the reporting, which infinitely, in my opinion, comes from the team.
That's what I was going to ask about.
It's laughable. It's a laughable assertion to soften the blow when they don't trade him. It's a joke. Every plugged-in national presence on baseball is saying someone is going to pay through the nose for this guy. And I just believe the Detroit Tigers have an opportunity to really restock the shelves in a farm system that's now outside of the top 20, that's bereft of pitching, that doesn't have players ready anytime soon, like Briseno and Lorenzo, and these guys are Rainier, they're not close. It's the only move. The problem, they're not going to make it.
Here's the thing, though. Going back to my point earlier and the point that we have all made about the rotation still being good enough to make the playoffs if you trade Skubal, that also dovetails into next year if you trade Skubal, where those guys that are pretty close to being MLB ready are then probably MLB ready. We saw Kevin McGonigal do it in an offseason.
100%. So, I think it's what's right for the organization. The difference is, I don't think he's doing it. And the problem is, I understand everyone has nice vibes right now. I said this all May. The reason I'm so angry is you're not this bad, but you're playing this bad. It's not the injuries. You're playing like clowns. So now you're getting regression to the mean where now the teams you're playing are bad and injured, and you're playing good ball. I've always viewed them, they're probably about a 500 team.
You said it earlier. Worst in baseball, best in baseball. Worst in baseball, best in baseball.
And in the aggregate, you're average. And look, I know this isn't the end-all, be-all. They're almost plus 5,000 to win the World Series. They're plus 2,500 to win the AL. I know what move I'm making. Because guess what? They could be in first place on the trade deadline. And guess what? They could still finish fourth in the division. This team, I can't trust them. That's why Harris, I'm telling you, people are going to falsely impugn this guy if he trades Skubal. I think people that are plugged in and like understand baseball, I don't think you'll be mad. And by the way, they have a 6-man rotation. They're fine. Montero's good. Melton's great. Valdez, Mize. I mean, they have pitching.
Or if you really want to get into fantasy land, you could offer a Jack Flaherty situation. Trade him, sign him back.
Okay, now was there meth in your Lunchable? Were you insane?
Or you do need lunch, don't you? You do need the pizza.
We'll get more to people coming up. What was that? 97.1. All right, we're going to get to the people, but first, Corbin, you had asked about this, and I'm just going to briefly do this because Shabath, it's a disgrace, and we're going to try to get him to grow up. Here are the frozen pizzas that are the lowest ranked in the United States of America, and I want to see how many of these shabby over here's eating. You ready for this? All right. It starts with Totino's, not the pizza rolls. They actually make a full pizza.
It's awful. I've tried it before. It's terrible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tombstone.
Never had it.
No.
Home Run Inn.
Don't even know what that is.
INN?
It sounds like a cursed motel next to an Econo Lodge.
Correct. They have a picture of this next one, and it just makes me sad. This is like sad pizza. DiGiorno.
I mean, yeah, I've had a DiGiorno
DiGiorno's
pizza. Yeah.
awful.
Okay.
Terrible.
Red Baron Brick Oven.
Now we're talking.
I've had Red Baron. I don't know that I've had that specific one.
That's number 10 on the list of awful frozen pizzas. CPK, California Pizza Kitchen.
No, actually.
It's better at the restaurant.
Something called Amy's Pizza. Who the hell's Amy?
Can't say I've had Amy's Pizza.
Yeah.
No offense to her.
Who the hell's Amy? Hold on. Now, this is just, this whole thing is fugazi. Hold on. Whole damn page crashed. This garbage.
This is some good radio.
Shut up. I'm trying to help you guys out. He asked the question. It's a
Notice
Friday.
notice how- Can I point out real quick that he said, and we're going to go through the five worst pizzas, and we haven't heard a Jack's mention yet.
Kirkland Signature.
That's probably worse than Jack's.
Okay.
You're eating Kirkland's
Jack's
pizza?
is number 4.
Oh, were you going reverse or you going?
Yeah, now I'm getting to the very bottom of the sludge.
Oh, so now
That's
we're going.
why you haven't heard Jack's yet.
Yeah, now you have something else. I'm telling you, when I look at this picture, this next pizza, you should be thrown in jail for shipping something like this. Somehow all the pepperoni have migrated to the center. It looks like a giant boob. All the pepperonis have collected into one nipple. This is ridiculous. Freschetta.
Freschetta?
Yeah.
Sounds
Place
like a
to E with
swear
an I,
word.
and that's what that is. Then number 2, the Screamin' Sicilian.
No,
And
none of that.
I will say Screamin' Sicilian, their cheese bread, bangs. Very good.
Such a stereotype.
Do I win now? Because he's had the worst one. That one's lower than Jack's.
I don't know. I don't know that I want to work with either of you. This is a disgrace. All right, to the people. I wanted to answer his question.
Yeah.
And we're going to see if the horses can help you not eat that.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'll defend the way I operate in eating a frozen pizza on occasion. I will certainly gladly take a real pizza.
Well, that's what I'm
over.
gunning for. I just wanted to
Right.
add some intrigue versus me saying, buy dinner. That was such a sad scene a couple of weekends ago. What are you doing tonight? I'm steaming a couch and eating a frozen pizza. I'm like, what on earth?
What you forgot about that story was that he had a free weekend. His girl was gone. He could do whatever he wanted
Right, his
that
bachelor
weekend.
night was steam cleaning a
He
couch
decided
and a
to do
Jack's
that.
frozen pizza. I mean, at that point, quit.
You know what the shirt's made out of? Husband material.
Got it. Got it. Go to Corbin, 97.1. Corbin, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. I wanted to chime in about like the Harris and Yzerman debate, and really the biggest thing about that is I feel like Yzerman, the expectation for him is just so low where I feel like that just puts Harris automatically in like a worse position. I mean, the expectation is high for the Tigers right now. They're playing well. You know, there are a lot of options for them. They could either trade Skubal or not. Either way, he's got expectations and he's got a decision to make.
Yeah, okay, so you think with Yzerman, it's so hopeless that's what makes it more difficult. The only thing I'm selling with Harris is the risk-reward. If he picks wrong, it's going to really damage the organization. That's why I think it's tougher. That's all I'm trying to say with it, Corbin.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Yzerman, I just feel like, what has it been, 7-8 years? It's just been, I have no expectation for him. There's no reason where I think he's in a worse position. Harris, I actually have expectations. I feel like I'm going to be more disappointed. I feel like Detroit, I'm not going to speak for Detroit, but I just have a feeling personally that Detroit is going to be more discouraged if the Tigers don't make the playoffs or show really great progress after the deadline. Really, one of the biggest moves, and they were talking about this earlier today on the I think Gator mentioned it. He said someone mentioned Luis Arise as a possible target. Now that would be a little bit of a stretch, but maybe going out and getting a bat, maybe a righty or something like that.
I don't think anything's a stretch. It's just about whether you want to pay what it takes. This is the same guy who wouldn't buy at the deadline last year as a first-place team because they didn't want to be haunted. Well, there you go. Corbin, I don't. Well, There are some things that have been mentioned on this station that I think are infused with crack cocaine, and I'm just not going to mention them again. But Luis Ariz is not one of those. I've heard some other names thrown out, and I'm going, okay, we got to start drug testing our hosts. We just got to do it. We got to send the NFL PP man in town, and we got to have some cups outside the studio.
I think if I can bolster Corbin's point a little bit more, too, with each passing day that Dylan Larkin still owns a key card to Little Caesars Arena, Steve Yzerman is doing more destruction to the Red Wings franchise and future. It's not quite the same with Scott Harris.
What if I argued there is
Maybe
no
it's
future?
less destruction.
What if I argued there is no future?
Well, then he's already done the damage, I guess.
Right, but my point is if the harder situation has to have an accountability quotient, if Steve is effed no matter what he does, can't be the harder spot. He's already screwed. He's like you. You're choosing between two god-awful frozen pizzas. What the hell's the difference? Spin a wheel. Harris could be really right or really wrong. Again, it's not a hill to die on. It's a fun conversation.
I agree.
Let's go to James, 97.1. James, how you doing, buddy?
Not too bad. How you doing, guys?
Good, James.
I'm going to put a different spin on this. Why is Yzerman? It's not because of Larkin. That will sell itself if it does. Yzerman's problem is that they cannot draft, and he's afraid to fire his friends to get some people that can draft to this team. That's where the problem with this Red Wings, other than our big stud defenseman, who have they drafted that's actually good? Nobody.
Well, not nobody, but very few.
Right, but get rid of Draper, get rid of Maltby, get rid of your friends, and start over there and rebuild this team with proper people that can draft.
I have no argument.
That's why it's Yzerman, because you know what? With Harris, it'd be like if we went out and traded for Derek Skruble, knowing that he's a rental, and then he walked away still. But at least we're not giving up anything to get Skruble at the trade deadline.
And James,
so keep Skruble.
James, that's why I'm in agreement with you, and why I think Yzerman is in the tougher spot, because he has to Michael Jackson the situation. He has to start with the man in the mirror. And that is
Thank God that wasn't the example I was thinking.
Rare.
Holy hell.
That is a rare human trait that not a lot of people have, the ability to look at themselves in the mirror and admit defeat and admit failure.
I thought there was going to be like a drug angle there. I'm like, Brendan, whoa, my hand was on the dump button there.
And what he said about Yzerman needs to fire his buddies and find a way to get good draft picks. Doing that, trading Larkin for a rebuild, for picks, whatever, almost any move that Yzerman makes that doesn't result in Wyatt Johnston landing in Detroit is admitting failure.
I said this to Rico yesterday, and he almost fell out of his chair. I said, Yzerman's become the drunk guy in your fantasy league.
Yeah.
Hey, Brendan, I'd like Mahomes. Oh, okay, Mike, what do you offer me? Rod Baronis. Sir, he's a kicker, and he's dead. It's like Steve is lobbing offensive fantasy trades. Boldy plus picks. Huh? Like if I'm in Dallas, I'm Jim Nill. I'm like, Stevie, do me a favor. Sober up. Call me tomorrow. Wait, please. I mean, you got to be kidding me.
Anything less than that is him admitting failure and admitting the rebuild didn't work, the Yzer plan didn't work, and now we got to move to 2.0.
Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, pal?
Hey, all right. How you guys doing?
Good, Kev. What's up?
So, you're talking frozen pizzas.
Uh-oh. We weren't, but you're welcome to.
See what you've done?
You need to buy the Whammo frozen pizza maker. It's like a little rotating thing.
Jameson Williams makes a
pizza
frozen
right
pizza?
It's a Whammo oven kind of thing. Sits outside the oven. You put it on there, 10 minutes. Any frozen pizza you can top off, and they're awesome.
So you have a frozen pizza you've already bought, and you put it in this device? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I was going to say, if I got to get my own dough, then we're not speaking the same language.
It's a rotating pizza oven.
This is stunning.
Like circular? Like isn't that just a microwave?
This is stunning.
No. No, it's got a grill on the top. You put it right on the pan. You put your frozen pizza right on the pan. Put it in there for 15 minutes. and you get great frozen pizza.
I might have to take the
No,
words from
maybe.
the frozen pizza connoisseur Kevin here, Mike.
Listen, I'm not in a position to argue. I just there is an alternate to this.
Shouldn't you just make your own pizza? at
There
that
it
point?
is. Or hear me out. You could make pizza at home.
That's where we're speaking a different language.
Yeah, I'm an adult and you're a child.
I also don't own a pizza oven.
You don't need one. Do you have a regular oven?
Thank you.
Does it get to 400 degrees?
Yes.
You don't need a brick oven.
No,
It's
here,
okay.
David, here's what you do, okay? Now you're going to get another appliance to heat a frozen pizza. You have... God, I pray that a 7-horse wins today at Saratoga for this guy, because I'm going to tell you, if I find out you went to the Facebook swap shop or whatever the hell it is and bought one of these whammo blammo ovens, my head's going to explode. David, let me take care of some business. We'll get some more calls. Oh, God. Biggest stage in the world. FanDuel's giving you, I don't know what they're giving you, a super sub. All right, so you bet a guy to score a goal. First of all, I don't know what you're doing with that. But fine, the guy gets subbed out or he got tired. You think your bet's dead. No, it's not. They brought in another player you've never heard of. And if that guy scores, you still cash. Do whatever you want to do. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started now. 21 and up, present in Michigan. If you have a gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get a little music, see what the hell we're doing here. And we got another one of Shabbat's Lucky Sevens coming up at Saratoga. This will be exciting. His last one is still running. Go ahead, David. The hell is this?
Mike, this is a game that we call...
Oh, fair or foul.
Fair or foul.
This is exciting.
Corbin,
right.
You're ready? All right, David. This is David's inaugural fair or foul. You were here for the last one.
I like this. This is fun.
All right, good. Let's start with fair or foul. A lot of these, like I liken myself to a stand-up comedian. My material comes from life experiences. This happened earlier this week. Fair or foul, taking 2 donuts from a free dozen before anyone else in the office can take 1.
Foul.
Absolutely
that's foul, and that's Stoney behavior. Mike Stone. That's Mike Stone. Stoney would be the only one to do that.
It was not Stoney.
He's also the one who dropped a bagel in a community area, picked the bagel up, put it back in the bag.
And today he did not. He successfully maneuvered the bag of bagels this morning without dropping any or returning any to the bag.
I think it's foul. I think that's just for, and also I don't. It's just me. Who the hell's what adult is eating donuts on a random Friday? What are we doing?
A lot of people. I was going to wear a donut shirt today, actually, but I didn't.
Great. You also eat frozen pizzas with Shabbat.
I'm a huge donut guy. So
Okay.
this one irked me.
Yeah, this is a foul.
There's only 12.
They should be in jail.
What
Whoever
are you
did
taking
this.
2 for?
Can't do this.
You've taken 20% of the dollars. Go ahead. Next. Hey, go. Oh, by the way, fair or foul? This is funny. Ticket texters. People saying, who's the guy in Rico's seat and is he going to tell us about his basement?
That's fair. That's fair.
That's outstanding. All right. Carry on.
I got one for you, gentlemen, right here.
Are you reading out of the Holy Bible? What the hell is that?
This is my Bible right here. Everything's all in here.
He's got like a full notebook.
My will's in here.
That's where he keeps the beer tally with his friends.
My will's in here.
All right.
Corbin's reading from his living trust. All right, go ahead.
He gets my my pizza maker back at home.
Tombstone brick.
All right. Fair or foul? Alexi Lalas being bullied by Thierry Henry and Zlatan Ibrahimovic on a daily basis.
Fair.
Fair as well.
I think it's fair. I think Lawless is a smug, arrogant, unlikable, boorish. He has the most punchable face, arguably, in all of sports media. And Thierry Henry and Zlatan are 2 of the greatest footballers of the modern generation.
And they've been amazing on their commentary.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Lawless got to go.
Thierry Henry, did you see? I think it was after the England-Mexico game, if I'm mistaken. He almost tried to kill him.
Yeah. Well, I wish he would have. I would have been excited.
Yeah.
That would have been better entertainment than Lawless being on the air.
It's very fair. It's not our sport. It's their sport.
Correct.
So
and
we learned that
Lawless,
this year.
look, Lawless was a fine enough player for the 94 team. But my God, he's morphed into a guy who looks like he's running for Senate. And he's just as annoying.
And that's why it's fair, because he's fake. This is not who he is, and he's trying to be something he isn't.
Zlatan, top rope.
Okay.
And we're off. I'll monitor while you ask fair or foul.
Okay, moving on to the next one.
Stop the race. He's in the lead. All right, go ahead.
And this one, in keeping in line with what Corbin and I consume food-wise, and the fact that I'm a selfish baby, I wanted to bring this one up. Fair or foul? Jeremy Otto getting a free grill when I'm the one that started the bit.
Time out. You had to tell us what grill you were going with, and Rico and I were going to take care of you.
No.
Yes.
I am.
You were the one who was on the Facebook swap shop or whatever the hell it's called. I told you. Tell me what grill you want. Rico and I will take care of it. I felt bad for you.
I am cheap. I take 4 to 7 business weeks to make a purchase like this.
Okay, well then, snooze.
But I didn't realize a free grill was going to be in the cards.
Here's why it's fair. You don't have 7 kids like that machine. That guy doesn't even grill hot dogs for his kids. I said to him, social services should be at his house. That's a disgrace.
I'll only say it's foul until I get my hands on a free grill. Who's
Whoa,
giving them out?
All right, easy.
I got to get mine somehow.
Listen, then go to, this is the king of the swap shop. What the hell's the thing called again? What is it called again?
You're making me out to be cookies over here.
What is it called?
Marketplace.
Facebook Marketplace.
All right.
Here's what you deserve, Brendan.
Top of the stretch. Come on.
Fair.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. Fair or foul? taking up multiple like pieces of equipment at the gym. And to give some context, the other day I was at the gym. Some guy was working on one machine and he had his headphones on another and just kept going back and forth, back and forth. Fair foul.
The hunter-gatherer.
Yeah, but I
Foul.
guess. Yeah,
Foul.
it's very foul.
Absolutely foul.
It's similar to the donuts.
Yes, 100%.
Well, you can't put your stuff on the ground.
Yes,
so
that
I'm
guy
gonna go
eats 2
fair.
donuts and then goes to the gym to work them off.
I know
you
you
can.
should, but I'm going to go fair.
Oh, come on.
No, it's foul. And first of all, you wouldn't. You know what? I'm leaving it alone. It's Friday. We've had a very nice week, and I'm not going to insult you. I'll leave it all alone.
And Mike,
What were you going to say?
Don't worry about it.
I did just lose.
You finished third. I know.
We need a winner. How many more races
You
do we
need
got?
a winner.
Yeah, well, I'm
Several.
hungry. Yes.
I understand.
Okay.
You're the one who picked 7, not me.
Fair or foul? Getting fired for cheating on your girlfriend.
Well, hold on. The guy was banging
Did
a
you
player's
see this?
sister. Wait a
Context.
second now.
Context.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's add context.
Okay,
He wasn't just getting his wick wet. He was banging the sister of an active San Antonio Spur. You can't bleep where you eat. That's outrageous.
I'm not defending the act. I put it in those words because that's how Colin Coward posed it this morning, and I thought that was an interesting way to approach the topic.
Who, me or
no? Colin Coward on his show.
What did he say?
And he said, "Oh, I didn't know you could get fired for cheating on your girlfriend
you,
nowadays."
You probably can't, but when you're the play-by-play guy for the Spurs and you are sleeping with a player's sister, that changes it.
Yes.
So context is valuable here.
Yes. So you would say
fair to be fired.
To get fired. Yes, correct.
Yeah, with the context, it's very, very fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, on basis, without the context, foul.
Well, yeah.
Otherwise, every NBA player would be unemployed.
Correct. Any athlete.
Honestly.
What do you think Rossini would say?
Ooh.
I'm not getting in trouble on a Friday.
All right, moving on. Fair or foul? Last night I went to the movie theater, right? Fair or foul? Taking your shoes off. This person with the recliners had their feet up to the heavens. You could see all 10 dogs.
Foul. You in no public setting, not on a train, not on a plane, not in your buddy's car, not at the movies, not at a restaurant. You do not take your shoes off. Second of all, sandals should be banned. We got somebody here who wears sandals every day, and I don't understand it. It shouldn't be allowed. Nobody's here for that. Foul.
How are people raised? You cannot do
like
this.
animals.
David, as my grandmother would say, animale. Please,
Man.
people are animals.
Yeah, this is so foul. This is absolutely foul. You don't want the smell of someone's foot odor mixing in with your popcorn while you're trying to munch on a good snack.
It's an absurdity. What the hell did you see at the movie theater?
The Invite just came out today. Seth Rogen, Edward Norton, Olivia Wilde, Penelope Cruz. Very good movie.
Good for you. Never heard of it. All right. Let's. That is part 1 of Fair or Foul.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Michigan basketball has already taken off the interim tag for head coach Mike Boynton and announced he's been signed to a 2-year deal. Kate Cunningham quoted in the release, quote, Coach Boynton had a huge impact on my life. He believed in me, trusted me, and pushed me to become the best version of myself, end quote. Michigan State has named John Palumbo their interim AD. He had several roles in East Lansing since Jay Batt brought him over, including serving as the CEO of Spartan Ventures. Pistons beat writer Amari Sankova said something kind of interesting on the Pistons Pulse podcast today. Pershams teams have been sending their pitches to LeBron James to his agent via voice memo. The last series before the All-Star break has the Tigers hosting the Phillies.
Wait, back up the truck. Voice memo?
Yeah, so you'll line up your pitch, your owner or your GM will send a voice
Believe
memo
it or
to
not,
them.
George isn't at home, so leave a message at the beep.
All right, I got 1:30. The last series before the All-Star break has the Tigers hosting
Where
the Phillies.
could I be?
Jack Flaherty is on the mound, and I guess that's all the time I have. 6:40 the first pitch. You can hear it right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We are all still recovering.
You don't know what a voice memo is?
It's 2026. That's kind of not a thing. Sorry, Jeremy Otto's update is fabulous. Brendan Shabath in for Rico, Corbin in for Paul, and David and I are here as the two old nonas. LeBron James has a way. This is what I mean, though. I love the player. I would kill to have him on the Pistons. I loathe the human.
Oh, it's like Drake, yeah.
What on earth? They're sending. I'm sorry. Why don't we just send a raven as if it's Game of Thrones? Like voice memos?
Maybe Corbin can show up with his little Bible and read.
Is his notebook?
Recite.
LeBron, I wrote a haiku for you. I'm speechless. LeBron will always find a way to anger me.
Yeah. I was just shocked it was in the update, honestly.
Voice memos.
It goes further than that because Bob Myers, who is running the 76ers, then went on Rich Paul's podcast to then pitch the 76ers to him on the podcast.
Hey, if you know what? We just did Fair or Foul Part 1. Fair or Foul Part 2 features Rich Paul's podcast.
Yeah, all right, we'll get to it. I'm sure it's a hit. Okay. We'll get some of the phone calls. But you demanded we bring something up. And when people do the show with me, I'm always open to it. You were passionate about this. And I think it's worth bringing up in the mix because we started with more difficult situation, Yzerman or Harris, as it pertains to Larkin and Skubal. And every day the Tigers win, I think Harris's spot gets more difficult. I digress. You have something different.
Yes, my pitch was that there is a third situation in the city that I would argue is equally as difficult to navigate for the general manager as it is for Scott Harris and for Steve Yzerman. And that is for the second team that plays at Little Caesars Arena, not the PWHL, the Detroit Pistons and Trajan Langdon. Because we have a situation where Jalen Duren, who averaged 20 points and 10 rebounds in the regular season and then fell off a cliff in the postseason, wants in the area of roughly $45 to $50 million as a restricted free agent. So Duren tried to do the thing a couple weeks ago where he said, oh, well, I'm going to go find sign and trade offers. And how'd that work out? Walker Kessler got paid $150 million and you were left with nothing. And so now there is nobody across the league who is going to give an offer to Jalen Duren that will force the Pistons to match. But here's the situation. The Pistons want Jalen Duren, but they don't want to pay him $50 million. However, you have 22-year-old Jalen Duren who's polishing his all-star jersey who wants that salary. So if you're Trajan Langdon, it's very simple. You have all the leverage in the world. You've already given the qualifying offer, which is less than $10 million. It's like $9.5. Duren's not coming back for that.
And if he does, just for people who don't understand the ridiculous CBA and the NBA, what Brendan is saying is if he signed that offer, He's an unrestricted free agent at the end of next year. So he could take way less money, bet on himself, and flip you the bird. I just want for people to understand what that means.
And the amount of risk that goes into that situation with what David might experience when we talk about it a little bit later is a torn rotator cuff or a sprained ankle or some sort of injury that he goes through that might hinder his value in unrestricted free agency at the end of next year. So the Pistons can have Jalen Duren accept a qualifying offer, and he can bet on himself, which is never going to happen. His agent is certainly not vouching for that. It's way less than what we had originally believed. Or Langdon can say, you can accept the qualifying offer, or you can accept this offer for $25 million, for $30 million, whatever it is, that Duren absolutely does not want to do. He's gone to the end of the world. He's at the very end of what his options are to find the money that he thinks he's owed. So he can accept the $25 million offer that the Pistons offer him for 4 or 5 years,
so
whatever
what's your
it is.
Question again?
But do you want to bring back a player who is going to be scorned and upset for getting paid roughly half of what they think they're owed?
No, but I didn't want him here in the first place.
Because this is the Dylan Larkin situation all over again.
Yeah.
You don't want to bring back a guy who doesn't want to be here.
No, yes, you do. It's Detroit. That's what we do. That's who we are.
That is why I think Langdon is in an equally tough spot, because I don't know how you handle this.
No, I think Langdon's in a tough spot because he had a dog water off season. See, this could have all been avoided. The minute you weren't going to get a deal done, you needed to get this guy out of here. But he made a huge mistake. His mistake, A, was ever going to a microphone because that's an immediate audio coma. Second of all, he listed his big three. And the minute you do that, Cade, Ausar, Duren, now you're locked into it. You're not going to turn around and become Brad Stevens. So, look, I can appreciate the difficulty of the situation, but maybe if he had had a better offseason, this would just take care of itself. Do I think Duren's going to be pumped up to come back? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I said this, and Rico got all mad at me. The minute he flirted with Sacramento, I thought less of him. Because then that's you saying winning isn't the thing. And I'm literally willing to end my career just to get another Bentley. Makes me think less of him. So, look, I don't know. Are you asking me, do I want him back? My answer was no by game 3 of the Orlando series. I'm just different. But for people, this is a better question because they're the ones who caped up for this guy. They're the ones who are like, what are you talking about? He's an all-star and he's 22. And it's like, okay, cool. Here's what they think about you. Nobody was willing to offer you even an offer sheet. They weren't even willing to put a sheet out there. The Lakers decided to give up things to get Walker Kessler versus pay you. Sacramento, they didn't even bother. And your agent, by the way, is out here doing whatever it takes. Oh, he wants to do a sign and trade with Boston. Right. And I'm Diana Ross. 10 minutes after that report, the Celtics paid $5 and a biscuit for Mitchell Robinson. So, Brennan, you're not wrong. But this is something this town doesn't want to talk about.
Well, Mike, to boost your point about the winning part when he flirted with Sacramento was that you have Victor Wembanyama today just reported that he's going to sign his extension, but he's going to take less than what he can take on his maximum rookie scale extension because he wants greater financial flexibility for his team.
And you know why? Because the guy that just beat him in the finals did that.
Correct.
Jalen Brunson.
Yes.
And now we have Duren instead, who can't seem to look at himself in the mirror and notice that we can all see his numbers were slashed in half when it all mattered the most and say, you know what? Maybe I don't need $50 million. Maybe I take the 25 and in 4 years, I'm twice the player I am now, and then I can get the big contract.
Then you can get $400 million.
But instead, he's crippling the Pistons front office.
Disagree? No. Now, no, I'm going to use your phrase. I want to push back on that. Hold on a minute here. He ain't crippling nothing. Langdon and the analytics people galoolied themselves. They were busy saving a bunch of money and did nothing with it. They were the ones who maneuvered, got out of some pieces, and never had what it took to pull the trigger on a real move.
Well, they saved all the money too late. Everybody was gone by then.
Listen, Langdon right now, unless this really turns around, he looks like a lightweight. I don't want to hear about being a bridesmaid. It is not a job of try, it's a job of do.
But my point about Duran crippling the front office is I don't know where they go from here. Because either you pay him double essentially what you think he's worth and put him back out there, the guy that I don't know that anyone in this city trusts to perform in the playoffs, where you're trying to get back to and even go beyond the second round next year, or you bring him back, you force him, you make him bend at the knee and force him to come back for 50% of what he thinks he's worth, and now he's pissed off the whole year.
Which also, too, is hilarious to be pissed about $25 million a year when you got stuffed in a locker in the playoffs. But I digress.
What does Wendell Carter make?
10.
But that's the point. So where do they go from here? That's why I think the front office is in such a difficult situation. I don't have an answer.
Hey, we got Isaiah Joe. Watch your mouth.
Hey, he could shoot.
I know, but he's a bench player. This is what I mean. Had they had the right off season, this becomes a non-story. I don't care.
I think he got outplayed. To your point about showing that he's a lightweight, I think he thought he was going to get Tyler Hero. I think he thought he was going to get Austin Reeves. I think he thought he was going to be involved in the Giannis situation. Hell, maybe he thinks he's going to get LeBron still. I don't know. But it seemed like the big move that everybody was waiting for slipped past him while everything was going on.
Duly noted. But that's my point.
Fingers.
How does it go? I think you get something done in training camp. He has some cooling off period here. Maybe it's 5 at 125. I mean, I don't have a better answer. There's no look. If he took the qualifying offer, it would tell you he hates being here.
Yeah.
Now I don't expect that to happen, but man, if he had that, if he took that offer, he don't want to be here. And I'm glad Trajan has drawn a line. I just wish he would have drawn a line that led him out of town. I don't need Duran. I don't. But now that you dealt Beef Stew and you're going to elevate B-Ball Paul, you're not in business of getting smaller. But I think he comes back, and I think he's going to be pissed.
See, and that's the thing, because you're talking about a tough position. Langdon put himself in that position. He shouldn't have done that. If you know the guy's not going to take what you're going to offer him, ship him out. Find a move early on in free agency. Set it up to where, you know what, you're not going to take it, so bye-bye. He put himself in a tough position. And I'm not going to feel sad for him.
And Steve Yzerman also put himself in a tough position. And that's where
sensing a theme.
The genesis of the Pistons working their way into this conversation of who's got the difficult decision. I think theirs is just as equally hard as Scott Harris and Steve Yzerman.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls coming up next. At Moran, you can lease a new Silverado $159 a month. Only at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Chevy leases. You can get the 26 Silverado starting at $159, 24 months, $19.99 out of pocket. And the Silverado, again, $159 a month. No employee discount is required. That offer good through the 17th. Shop online anytime or at express.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. David, a couple text communications, please.
A text here says Trajan won the game of chicken with Duran, and that's a win for the organization. Duran is delusional, and Trajan waited him out. That is Matt at work.
What's the prize for winning the game of chicken, though? I mean, what do you
complete
get?
alienation of your center?
Your all-star, all-NBA third-team center's pissed off at you? Great. Yay, we won.
I think when you have this type of contractual disagreement in the modern NBA, I think you have to be proactive, not reactive. And I think the Pistons are very reactive here.
And we just saw this in the same building 2 years ago with Dylan Larkin. And what did it do? It scorned a player to a franchise. And here we find ourselves in maybe the worst situation we could have dreamt with the Red Wings.
Well, to be honest, and to Mike's point, because you're exactly right here, not only did we see it in the same building, we saw it with the same team. Jalen Duren wasn't happy with negotiations last offseason.
Yeah, remember they were trying to get a deal done, and they didn't want to cross 30, and they cut off negotiations. It was like November. This has been going on for a year.
So you had to know he was, especially knowing he didn't play well in the playoffs, and you're like, no, I can't jump over that number now. You have to know he's not going to like it. He didn't like it last year. Make a move.
And I think the difficult situation for Langdon is that he's right. He is right not to pay Jalen Duren that money, but you have to do something different and ship him out before we get to this spot.
Right. Which is funny because I was saying that and getting called all kinds of names.
Well,
somehow me saying I'd sign and trade Duren turned me into a racist. What a time to be alive. I'm serious, though. Like, where are all those people who are caping up for Duren now? Yeah, I'll tell you where they are. It's very foul, though. That's their status right now. No, seriously, they were all chesty about it. Man, you're effing with a man's money. No, I'm not, as Play did. Why are you mad at me?
If he is 12-8, 15-6 in the playoffs, he probably gets that money.
Not in my world.
I wouldn't do that. No, he would need to do 20-12.
Brother, you want to get paid $30-35 million a year as a modern NBA center, 20-10. If you can't produce that, or if you're not like Sengun, who's a terrible defensive player, but he's a point center that can trigger the offense, you got to have skills, man.
I understand, but if you look in the NBA, guys who are not the top tier of their team, who are not elite in the playoffs, the top 10 players in the playoffs, usually have a regular season to postseason drop-off. I think that was expected for Duren and expected for a lot of guys on the Pistons based on how hard they tried in the regular season.
Give me 16-9.
Sure.
Jeez.
That's what I'm saying is he lost himself $20 to $25 million with how big the drop-off was.
Let's get to the people.
Because they were all Duren before that.
248-539-9797. JD is up next, 97.1. JD, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Excellent. What's up?
Illich needs to step in, Ken Iserman, then go to Larkin and ask if he wants to stay. If he still says no, then I don't know what you do, because you can't trade him, because everything I hear you're getting back are wingers. Someone on your show yesterday brought up the kid out in Anaheim who scored 40. He's a winger. I live in Texas.
Yeah, no, and JD, you know why.
They talk about Robertson. I'm like, that's not going to happen, but he's a winger.
No, and also he doesn't want to be here.
Winger, you need a center to feed him.
Agree totally. No, and you know it, JD, first-line center is the hardest thing to find. That's why this whole rebuild thing was my first reaction, because there was never going to be a scenario you were going to get a first-line center back, and you already have no center play on this team. It just
correct.
It's just all of it. Down the middle, it's weak. The top six is weak. There's no way to recover from it. But here we are. So yes, your point about Illich. Yeah, I do think it would have, past tense, been appropriate to step in at the start of this. Now you've allowed it to go so long, I don't know that there's value in it. The offseason is upside down, and I don't know the value. But you're not wrong to say, man, I wish we had the type of owner who'd step in and go, hey, had your fun? This is done. You lock it up. Like, enough. I mean, this is ridiculous.
And if I could say one more thing.
Sure.
Earlier this week, you mentioned that one of your coworkers you did not know graduated from Florida State, and you thought he had a third grade education.
Oh yeah, when we found out Mark went to University of Florida, I didn't even know he went to college.
Well, isn't a degree from there pretty much basically a third degree level education anyway?
I'll take that. I like that. That's good slander. I dig it. Yeah, you can keep a plan eligible at Florida. Totally plausible, JD. Yes. I support that punchline.
What? 24 hours in the making, too.
I dig it. JD remembered. This is exciting. Listen, your next 7 is about to get in the gate at Saratoga.
What's this guy's name?
Buddy, all you told me is your favorite number 1 to 10 is 7, and I told you.
I'm not expecting you to know the name. I'm just curious.
I didn't put any time into
horse
this
names.
Hold on. Did you say what's this guy's name? It's a horse.
Sorry. Forgive me, David.
Let me go to Jim. We're going to see. Listen, this is your dinner fund. I mean, I'm bankrolling you, but still, I'd like to see this happen for you. Otherwise, you're back to eating those Whammo frozen pizzas, whatever the hell they are. Let's go over to Jim, 97.1. Jim, how you doing, bud?
Hi, fellas.
What's
Good
up?
to talk to you. Hey, I had a quick question and a comment. The question is, can you give Stevie a little leeway when you look back at the 2016, 2017, and 2018 drafts? Out of the 23 players, they got Hronek, Rasmussen, and Valeno out of that 3 years. And that's not much. And how do you recover from that?
I'll answer when your call is done because I want you to get to your other point, and then I will answer, Jim. But go ahead.
The other point is I agree with that previous owner. Draper's got to go. The scouting staff has got to go. Yzerman hired his brother-in-law. You know, it doesn't make sense to me, and they can't draft after the first round.
Correct on all fronts. Agree. As far as your question, listen, there's a level of it I was willing to listen to for a while, but we are now entering year 8. I can't do it. It's almost like blaming Matt Millen 8 years later. You just can't. Steve's drafting has not been good enough. His pro player personnel, which you highlighted, has been atrocious. Even this year, thank God Larkin demanded a trade because the storyline that to me he's escaped from is he didn't even meet the deadline or choose to use the buyout stuff. JT Compher's coming back. Rasmussen's coming back. Why? And by the way, can you name a real trade he's made? DeBrincat forced his way here. Like, that's the problem in all of this. He's not using every tool at his disposal.
I don't understand how he's operating, and I don't really have an answer to Jim's question, how you recover from this, other than the previous caller where Chris Ilitch needs to step in and do something about this. And if that's getting a new general manager, then
you need to avert
that's the solution.
Why do you like the number 7?
Time for you to find a new number, man.
Brendan, I'm going to send you an invoice at the end of the day. What on earth? This guy, I mean, my God, I swear to God, Gator could beat that horse in a race. What the hell is, are you sure 7's your favorite number? Because this ain't working out for you. That horse was 4 to 1. The way he ran, he should be 400 to 1. That's when the horse finds out Shabaf bet him.
You want the reason it's going to piss you off? Why? Part of the reason I like number 7.
I'm willing to listen.
Pudge Rodriguez.
Why would that anger me?
I don't know.
It's your formative years. It was the ignition of the golden generation of Tiger baseball. It didn't bother me.
Pudge was a big reason. Mom also wore number 7 in her softball league.
Now see there you now look at that.
Exactly.
Well, hopefully she could run faster than that.
I think so.
Because
that was rough.
That's
was
pretty
bad.
brutal. That's tough.
I looked at the start and I was like, okay, we're gonna do the Kentucky Derby thing. What was the horse that won the Derby?
Golden Temple.
Yeah, we're gonna do the Golden Temple thing. Come from behind. All right, cool. Take the call. Look back.
He did not. We'll try it again.
It's not Golden Temple.
Tempo. Why
Temple.
Why does everything have to be religious to you? My God.
Temple.
Okay. We'll get more of the calls. It's a very exciting afternoon. We got Fair or Foul coming up a little later. Also, apparently, the godfather of sports radio may stop by a little later. Your partner on Saturdays.
Oh.
Maybe he's got an impromptu blind
He just
rank.
can't get enough of me.
Listen, I think Mike is just looking for something to do, and he's coming into the office to kibitz a little bit. I don't know. I would have rather taken his favorite number than yours. This is
I would have too if my dinner was counting on it.
We'll get to your phone calls next. 97.1. David, a couple of the texts. We'll get to the people. What do you got? And again, whether it was the Harris Yzerman thing on its own or now he's added Langdon to the mix, it is a slept on story is kind of how does it end with Duran. And how amped are you with the offseason being what it is, and only the truly bought and paid for believe this offseason was something good? Now the result is what? I'm bringing back a guy who's not going to be happy with what I'm offering him. This is not what anybody imagined after they won 64 games. This is not the offseason. I'm sorry.
Text here says it's Harris. He'll be the bad guy either way, even if we get to the World Series.
I disagree with that. If you get to a World Series, it can be very coin flippy. Do I think you're beating the Dodgers? No. I don't think you're a World Series team. But if they made the World Series, there would be absolutely no shame in losing said World Series. The goal is to get there with a chance. And do I have to remind you what it looked like last year? Like, there's no way he'd be vilified if they made it. But that's a hell of a gamble to make when you got to make it 2+ months prior. That's my problem in all of this, especially the backdrop of this. No one knows collapse better than him. So at the very moment, he might hold Skubal and turn down packages that are absolutely, I believe it in my heart, going to make you better, going to make you more relevant for years to come. And he'd be doing it at the exact time the floor could fall out, just like it did last year.
Yeah, if you get to a World Series, I mean, what that would do for this franchise and this fan base, that's winning 2 more playoff series than they did each of the last 2 years. So not only winning that 15-inning game against Seattle, but then beating Toronto after that. I mean, this place would go crazy for that. He'd be the belle of the ball.
I think the problem is in this town, people can't trust this team.
Yeah.
You look at 24, they were garbage, then they were great. Last year they were great, then they were garbage. This year they were garbage, now they're great. You can't trust them. You can't even get comfortable. That's why I'm not overreacting to any of it. They're doing exactly what they need to do to earn the right to live, to stay in it. But do I know that they'll continue this and play 16 above 500 the rest? Hell no, I'm not buying into any of it. This is the same team that has had some of the most ghastly months, 6-8 week stretches. I mean, before this latest rip, you go from May 31st to the previous May 31st. They had one of the bottom 3 records in baseball over a calendar year.
They sent 6 guys to Atlanta last year, and they came back a different team after the All-Star break, and that's where it all fell apart. Well, All-Star break's in 4 days.
I can't trust it. I can't trust that bullpen yet. I'm not going to trust that this offense will keep doing what it's doing, but ultimately, they just have to keep winning. But if I'm Harris, my problem in all of this is there's no world. And look, Scott Harris is a lot of things. I don't think dumb is one of them. If he's looking at this as a pragmatist, if he's looking at this about expected value, if he's looking at this about I'm going to be the president of baseball ops here for the next decade, there's only one conclusion you come back to. People don't want to hear it. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. That's how I look at things. And frankly, I think pitching is good enough. They can be just fine. It's not like they're winning every Skubal start.
They're not.
No, so my point would be, what do I get for him? What if I get that bullpen piece? What if I get that right-handed bat? You know, you go to the Dodgers and you go get like Zaire Hope. All of a sudden, you're changing the dynamic of your organization. That's all.
Pick a prospect. I mean, Dodgers, Braves, Brewers, Yankees. Pick a prospect.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you right now, if I were the Tigers, I'd go get LaGrange from the Yankees. That's their flamethrower. That's going to be a high leverage bullpen guy. They've tinkered with calling him up. That's one. Lombard's 2. Spencer Jones, even though there'd be some redundancy with a left-handed bat. No, I'm asking for it all.
That's the thing, too, about a flamethrower bullpen arm. It feels like, and I don't have the research or the numbers to back this up, but it feels like the best teams in baseball and the teams that the Tigers have lost to each of the last 2 years in the postseason, or just even faced, all have at least one of those. And I can't tell you the last time the Tigers had a guy who's going to come out of the bullpen and throw 100 on the black. But it feels like every time they've got a high leverage game, that's what they have to go up against.
Yeah. I don't get seduced by the velocity. It's swing and miss. Your swing and miss profile of your bullpen's not high enough.
Yes.
It's just not. And look,
I think the velocity's part of that.
No, it can be, but stuff plays. But I hear you. It's just, look, they have needs. I never viewed it that they were really as bad as like, oh, they're going to go 60 and 102. No, they're not. Just like they're not some 90-plus win team. I think they're about a 500 team. They're on a nice run right now. You took on the A's, down half their lineup. You took on the Yankees, missing their whole outfield. You're getting the good luck you didn't get in May. But what is it? I'm not ready to commit to anything.
Now it's a big game tonight.
I mean, they're all big games. What do you want me to tell you? But Harris, yeah, I mean, I think it's totally defensible to trade Skubal. I think you have to really be a goofball not to at least understand it.
I agree.
Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Steve, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Listening to you guys is always a pleasure while I'm driving, so I appreciate it. You know, Mike, all 4 GMs they just don't know how to pull triggers. They don't know how to switch up their own thought pattern when things are not going the way they would hope it goes. And one thing you said, Mike, that because I think they're all on the hot seat, myself personally, but you said you'd rather be proactive than reactive, and that's a great point because you can have it's like draft day. You can have the best draft scenarios, but you have to have B, C, and D on each one of those rounds because guys are going to change and guys are going to move up and down and whatever. And they don't do that when it comes to trade deadlines and it comes to free agency and when it comes to, you know, they do some, but not to the magnitude that you need. And then you just said it, Mike, that made me throw up in my mouth was the fact that you said, I know, I'm sorry, I got a lot of word pictures, but you said, he goes, yeah, they're beating up on these teams, but the Yankees didn't have their outfield and Oakland had this after guys. So, yes, we could get to the point where we might make it or even make it to the playoffs. But guys, you got to have enough horses to be able to get through that so you can get to that final destination, which again, World Series, Super Bowl, NBA championship, Stanley Cup. And we don't have the GMs that can do that.
I don't think we
do that.
No, I don't think we do either. And I mean, last year, I'm going to have a hard time ever.
I got one more thing, if you don't mind.
No, you're fine. I just want to say this. I'm always going to have a very hard time ever forgiving Scott Harris for that trade deadline last summer. You were a first-place team. You had every right to go for it. You knew you had another year of Skubal. That was as cowardly a trade deadline as I've ever seen. That was one of the worst trade deadlines of any contending team I've ever seen in baseball. That was atrocious. Carry on.
All right, let's talk and throw in Holmes. You're freaking 30 minutes from the Super Bowl. What did you add to your team to make you better, to get you over that hump? Can I hear it now? Nothing. What did you do when you found out that your center, and they knew he was on the verge of getting out? Nothing. What did they do with Terry and Arnold, who they knew had some issues? You didn't have to know everything, and you can investigate. You can send private detectives. You can find out everything you want to find out. They didn't. So what do we have as a cornerback field? Nothing. We got a guy that hopefully can make it, and we're hoping for guys that played decent last year to be extra special this year. Guys, this is not how GMs are supposed to be. They have to be proactive. They have to be strong. You know what? They got to be able to hear everything from us and don't give a rip. I'm going to do what I'm going to do because I'm going to make this team better, and they're not doing it.
No, they're all entrenched. They're all very rigid in this town, and that is not.
Hey, guys, God bless you.
Thanks,
I got to let you guys go, but God bless you.
Bye,
man.
pal. Yep. Go ahead. Get to that other phone call. David, a few texts. No, I respect it, and I mean he's right. If you could label all the GMs in this town with one word, it's rigid.
I'd say stubborn almost.
Sure. David, go ahead,
Nick
buddy.
at work says Harris is in the more difficult spot today. The team is semi-successful. I just don't think they are World Series caliber, and I'm not interested in keeping a player that I know is leaving for nothing this offseason.
And again, say the names. Say the rotation. You still have Valdez, who's a lead dog on most teams. You have Mize. You have Melton. You have Cater Montero. You have Jack Flaherty. Maybe at some point JV gets out of the wheelchair. Jackson Jobe can be a high-leverage reliever when he comes back. You have pitching. This isn't about not having pitching.
You've got to feel a lot better about Valdez, too, after last night.
Why? He was facing a AAA team.
If you look at the A's lineup.
What lineup?
It's some of their key hitters are in that lineup.
Have you seen the ball the A's have played the last 12 games?
Yes.
Okay, and how many guys are missing? I mean, come on.
But some of their best hitters are in that lineup last night, and he did something only 15 other pitchers in baseball have done this year, and that's 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, no walks, 9 Ks.
All right. Does he get a sticker? I'm paying you $40 million.
No, I'm just saying, he was way overpaid with how he was performing the last couple of months.
So my point
last night is a good sign.
He owes us 4 or 5 of those before I get excited.
Yeah, but we're now trending in the right direction at least.
Sure.
The win streak's got to start somewhere, right?
I guess. I don't know. Just talk to me at the deadline. There's nothing else to say. It is all about what they choose to do. The AL was never going to be able to put anybody away. That's where it was a laugher. Like, oh, you really think they're going to be 15 out at the deadline and this is going to be easy? I was telling people this when they were 16 under. This is the worst American League of my life. It's pathetic. Also horrible to watch, but whatever. I mean, David, one more, and we'll get to more to calls.
I don't want Duran back, but I know how we're going to improve. I don't know how we're going to improve at this position.
In the margins,
feels like
MF.
we need to sign him at the right price. Logan in Southfield.
Hey, the right price is not Duran's price. That's all that matters.
America's favorite place to watch sports, Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience. It's built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen at Circa Resort and Casino. Right in the heart of Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, let's get to the people. We got another Fair or Foul coming up. We also have Who Said It. The Godfather of Sports Radio may stop by. There are rumors of iced coffee.
Wow.
Rumors.
If only I liked coffee.
Big black rumors.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a game that David and I... Well, he's got the Sounders. Big black coffee. That's right. I can't wait. Let's get to the people. Cliff's in Detroit. He's been very patient. Cliff, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to start up. I got to start off with a question. Who was the most improved Piston over the last 2 years?
Ausar Thompson.
I'll tell you, Paul Reed.
Oh, B-ball Paul.
Paul Reed. And I got no problem starting Paul Reed. If Jaden doesn't want to come around and be reasonable, then start Paul Reed, use that Jaden money to go get, what's the cat that just went? Leonard. Kawhi Leonard or...
He's already been traded.
Or any other of these bad guys.
Well, Cliff, okay, first of all, there's an update on the Kawhi Leonard situation. He's not getting traded until the NBA investigation is done. And the NBA will allow the trade to go through only if the receiving team accepts all and full blame and punishment for whatever is the result of this investigation. And he's already been traded. So the Kawhi Leonard, I'll forgive you on that. The Paul Reed, though... maybe most improved, sure, but you're banking on a sample size of 10 minutes per game last year, 2 years ago, and 14 minutes per game last year. I love B-ball Paul as much as the next guy, but I love him in that amount of minute stints, not 28 to 35 per game.
I hear you, but if Jaden is not going to come around, and I agree with you guys, if he's going to come back mad because he figures he's getting gypped, then what's the alternative? Start Paul Reed, go get a star to fill that void if it's going to be a loser.
Okay, I'll just step it. Cliff Duran's coming back. And if you start Paul Reed, he'll get exposed. Paul Reed's a fun story. But you guys are doing the same damn thing with him that you did to Beef Stew. You can't start these people. They were that good, they'd start. They're not that good. Paul Reed's an energy guy. He's a good guy to have. He can be a backup. He can play a few minutes. It's fine. You start Paul Reed, you'll miss the playoffs. How about that?
He has value on this team, productional value,
Off the bench.
It is in those 5 to 8 minute stints 2 or 3 times a game.
In the margins. Let's go over to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how are you?
Good, guys. Thanks for taking the call. So a couple things. Number one is I agree, sign Duran. I agree. Number two, Paul Reed. He's awesome. The guy sweats so much when he plays. He plays so hard. More than 18 minutes a game, it's not going to work. But the reason I was calling was I think when it comes to the Tigers Skubal thing, we got to add like a third scenario, right?
Okay.
It's not just trade him at the deadline or go for it. I think is you trade him right now. You have 5 good starting pitchers. You trade him right now, and you don't just get prospects. You get bullpen, and you get a right-handed bat, and then you compete this year, but you got to trade him now to get everybody. Like, the scenario should be that. Like, let's trade him, and then let's go for it.
Let me say this. Jeff, I have said that for months. There's no argument. I would have, look, I knew they weren't going to trade him before bobblehead night because Lord knows they wanted to fill their park. But I would absolutely have the for sale sign out today. That's me. I'm not yelling about it. I've told you, I don't care anymore. You want to keep him, you want to deal, do whatever you guys want. I'm done. This team is exhausting. But I agree with you, Jeff. Yes, I would do it, and I would do it now.
But you think they could still make it to the playoffs and do well and not just give up, right?
No, I don't think it's a give up. I feel like they could be pesky, but do I view them truly as a World Series team? I don't. But yes, I think you could be okay. You could still make it. You could, and I'm with you, Jeff. I just continue to laugh at what I just consider propaganda and softening the blow of them not trading him. The idea that Skubal's not getting you a haul. You know, I'm going to trust the guys who do it nationally. I'm going to trust the guys who are talking to executives in other markets. I don't want to hear that Skubal gets you one of Shabbat's bad frozen pizzas. Cut it out.
The thing with trading Skubal before or ASAP, right, before the deadline as soon as possible, and you can still be a playoff team. We do this at the end of every season.
Yeah.
Was this season a success or a failure? You can trade Skubal before the deadline, still make the playoffs, and still have your season not necessarily deemed a failure. May not quite exactly be what we term a success. There might be some middle ground that we can agree on.
Failure is you keep them, make the playoffs, and get aced out. That's failure.
Or whatever you do with Skubal, you don't make the playoffs. That's
a disaster.
Right.
If you keep him and miss the playoffs, this is what I've said. If I own the team, which I surely do not, I would say, Scott, you have carte blanche. You can do whatever you want to do. However, there's one small caveat. I want you to read that fine print. If you keep Skubal and we miss the playoffs, you're fired.
It's as simple as you...
But I don't own the team, so it doesn't matter.
It's as simple as you own the best trade piece in baseball. In recent memory, in the last couple of years, the best trade piece.
Back to Juan Soto, yes.
And he's not coming back next year.
Also true.
So,
what do you want me to say?
What do you want to get out of him?
What do you want me to say?
That's what they've got to figure out.
No. There's nothing to figure out. Do they have the intestinal fortitude to do it? I do not think so.
Hopefully they haven't eaten any lettuce.
They're keeping him. Oh, I think if they had to trade him, they'd have that bacteria. They'd have the explosive diarrhea. Are you kidding me? 30. Oh, the day they find out they got to trade Skubal, 30 times on the toilet. Minimum.
5 salads.
Minimum.
That's breakfast.
Hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. All right, David, a text or two, and we're going to move on. Talk to me, buddy.
Every Detroit GM is reactive, not proactive. It seems as if that's a requirement to become a GM here. Someone else texts in and says, I'm a 55-year-old man, and I have never seen GMs that are so handcuffed or are not able to make these decisions. It is so frustrating. I cannot remember the last time we signed a big name in this city.
No, we're all about the margins, baby.
If Langdon will have to attach a first-round pick to sign and trade just to get rid of Duran. It is James in Redford.
No, they just don't want to do it. All right, we got business to attend to, including fair or foul coming up next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Free Press's Chris Solari obtained the following from MSU about Jay Batt. He has, quote, transitioned away from operational duties and will use accumulated vacation time until his last official day of July 27th.
Finally!
Today, the university announced that Spartan Ventures CEO John Palumbo has been named the interim AD. Michigan basketball has lifted the interim tag off head coach Mike Boynton. With that, he signed a 2-year deal. AJ Hinch has released his lineup as the Tigers start a series against the Phillies, capping off the first half. Kevin McGonigal leads off and plays short. Colt Keith will hit second at third. Riley Green bats third and left. Torque in the cleanup spot as he plays first. Kerry Carpenter bats fifth and right. Eduardo Valencia in the sixth hole as he DHs today after his home run yesterday. Zach McKinstry, James Outman, and Jake Rogers will round it out.
I had a chance to have lunch with Amari.
Jack Flaherty is on the mound as he battles Aaron Nola. He struggled this year, but threw decent last time out, allowing 3 earned runs against the Yankees. 6:40 the first pitch right here on 97.1. In other MLB news, Zach Short is back with the Mets. Ex-Lions corner Terrion Arnold will not have to wear a GPS tracker while awaiting his trial. His agent Nicole Lynn testified at his pretrial today that he's received interest from the Jets, Seahawks, Colts, and Texans after he was released by the Lions. According to Jake Fisher, Victor Wembanyama is considering signing less than the maximum extension to provide the Spurs more financial flexibility. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, what a special time. The godfather of sports radio, kitted out in World Cup garb.
You know, Costa asked me, because yesterday I wore like a Manchester United old one. He goes, "What's the weirdest one you have?" I said, "Oh, I'll wear it on Friday."
Little Blackburn Rovers for everybody.
And you knew who it was because I had to look. I had to look it up. I mean, I knew who they were, but I didn't realize they've been relegated. This jersey's really old.
Yeah, they're in Championship Series 3.
Yeah, relegated like
they're
3
playing
times.
against the Library in Liverpool tomorrow at 6.
Spain, Belgium 1-1.
Whatever. Nice job, Team USA. Way to take the air on the balloon.
By the way, since you have Saratoga on,
yeah,
can I box the 1-6 for my favorite number 16?
Well, you know what's funny? I was running this program for him because, Shabath, like, this guy is cheap as the day is long. So Shabath is going to he eats like the worst frozen pizzas in America. I said, so here's what I'll do for you. I said, what's your favorite number? He goes, 7. I said, all right. Every 7 horse on the card while we're on the air, I'm going to rifle one through the till for you. And whatever hits, I'll buy you dinner. This guy's horses. 2 of them got beat by Gator. I mean, it's unreal. Stoney, this guy can't even hit the board.
Hey.
We're 0 for 3.
What do you want? Okay. What, you want a 1-6 box?
1-6 box. That's what I usually do.
Oh, that's the trade-off for the iced coffee.
Yeah, okay.
I got you. Now you're speaking my currency. You want to play fair or foul with us?
I'll do whatever you want.
Let's go. Hit the music.
My wife and kids are out of town. I'll do anything.
Bachelor weekend.
Look out.
No, and the Phils are in town. I'm going.
Yeah.
I might go to Night Out tomorrow. I don't know.
All right. Let's start off fair or foul. We're going to start off with a sports one.
Okay.
Saying you hope your team adds at the deadline when you won't sign a long-term deal to stay with them.
Foul. Thought Scuba was totally out of line. I thought it was laughable. Your agent's busy essentially farting in the face of the organization, and you want the team to make decisions that could impact them for years to come, all while you're out of town and collecting $400 million. Lock it up. You lock it up.
I kind of agree with him. However, we didn't put the caveat about how close this team is to, like if it was a World Series caliber team, that's different. Other than that, since the Tigers are not, if we're talking about them, it's foul.
It's hilariously foul. The fact that he even went out and said all that and just knowing what the elephant is in the room. Come on now.
Yes, it's foul. You want the team to commit, yet you won't commit.
Exactly.
Can't do it.
That's as simple as it. This one irked me so much that I had to throw it in here just to make sure we went 4 for 4 foul.
Alrighty, now I'm going to move on to a non-sports one here. Fair or foul when an oral hygienist is trying to make conversation while they're working?
I got to tell you, I hate this one. Foul. I can't stand it. Don't talk to me.
I agree.
This is not comfortable. You don't want to be scraping around and doing all this crap, and you're sitting here like I'm in hell. You got like an interrogation light beaming into your skull. Oh, well, you got any summer travel plans? Just shut up and clean.
Is this inspired by the Chalamet commercial?
No, I
You
mean, I
haven't
know
seen
what you're
that
talking
one?
about,
Yeah.
but I got my teeth
Ha,
cleaned
ha.
yesterday. So, yeah.
Ha, ha. Those are my summer plans, Mike. Foul.
So
I
I wanna
fucked
be-
Radio 101. I got to get headphones. I couldn't hear them. I just thought I was talking to you guys.
Okay, hold on. So Corbin said fair or foul when a dental hygienist is trying to carry a deep conversation with you while they're cleaning your teeth.
Oh, that's so foul. Robert Klein, an old-time comedian, used to do this whole bit. Said there, I hate when dentists talk to you while you're in there. I understand your mother's having an affair with the superintendent. Oh, remember? Things like that. Yes, that's completely foul.
Yeah, it's a foul. Don't ask me how my kids are doing while I'm on. No, don't do that. It's a definite foul.
All right. This one was teased earlier. We're going to bring it up now. Fair or foul? Rich Paul using LeBron's free agency for content on his podcast and using his podcast to stir the LeBron pot.
Stoney, lead.
That's foul. It's very entertaining. I'll give him credit for that. But, it may be more entertaining than his partner, Max Kellerman, but I digress. It's foul. You can't – that's a conflict of interest if there ever was one.
We've seen this before, though. This is from the Kevin Durant, Rich Kleiman playbook.
Oh, yeah.
The same crap. It's all foul. It's so needy. It's pathetic. Oh, send my client a voice message. What are we doing?
Yeah, Mike learned what a voice memo was today.
Oh, yes.
I'm like, are you kidding me? Corbin, go ahead.
Due to the fact that I love how dramatic and bravo-ish the NBA offseason get in the summer, I'll say fair. I love it. Is it stupid? Sure, but just give me more content to consume, I guess.
No, it's foul because the content shouldn't be coming from an agent. An agent shouldn't have a podcast. Foul.
Agreed. I agree that it's foul in construct, similar to Corbin as the update guy, who sometimes in the summer it's a little dry with the news cycle. I think it's fair. Works out in my favor.
All right, so who's going to translate for Stoney?
I
now?
have translated.
Okay,
Look at you're reading from your Holy Bible again.
It looks like it's a Bible.
It does. It's
Everything-
like he took the Bible out of Holiday
There's
Inn
like
desk.
3 tassels coming out of this
Go to
thing.
Leviticus.
And on the 10th day, he ate the frozen pizza.
Oh,
All right. So, speaking of Rich Paul's client, LeBron James, I found out yesterday he has a restaurant in Akron, right? And so, is it fair or foul to make it all about you? Because as I scroll through the menu, prices end with 23 cents on everything, and the grilled cheese is called Le Grilled Cheese.
Oh,
fair or foul?
Foul. All of it's foul. I just foul. Foul.
It's like the biggest LeBron
So needy.
fandom BS I've ever heard. Like, let's go to the LeBron fan club restaurant. No. Foul.
So needy. He asked about LeBron as a restaurant in Akron. All the prices end with 23. Even the grilled cheese is named the La Grill or whatever. Just fair or foul. I can't take it.
It's fair. Who
You're
cares?
softening.
Who
You're
cares?
softening.
I don't care about it. It's
you know
so
what?
irrelevant.
Bloody Mary, Mike Stone, would have said foul. You're softening.
No. Do they have a special day where everything ends when it's 6?
Just please, someone next.
They
No more LeBron.
They didn't even do this at the Jordan restaurant. It just had pictures up, and that's all you knew.
You mean normal behavior?
Correct. Thank you. Foul.
Yeah, not narcissism to the nth degree. Fair or foul? Sports one. This is no pun intended. Fouling 9 times in a summer league game. Darren Peterson just did this in the ultimate 1v1 showdown against AJ DeBanza. You're allowed, I didn't know this until today, you are by rule allowed 9 fouls in summer league games. Peterson used them all.
It's foul. You're not playing defense at that point. You're just goofing around. That's why the summer league's useless to me. I'll say foul.
Foul. It's stupid. That's all I'll say. It's ridiculous.
I found this out as well last night because I went to tune in for the Clippers Summer League game since we actually have a pick that matters.
You did what?
Exactly. At 11
God,
p.m.
you're a loser. He watched Clippers
We're
Summer
talking about
League.
my Friday night. Come on.
And no, I end up finding that out though because I saw Darren Peterson 9 fouls. I go, well, shouldn't he be gone? And then the commentator says, if he gets one more, he's out. I'm like, 10? We're doing 10?
I watched a little of the Pistons last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
why?
Because I'm a loser and I have a podcast and I work today.
You have a podcast.
Yes.
I think I've heard of that.
Yes.
This is fair. They're going to give them to you, take them.
Really?
I'm just happy he played. Doesn't play, right? He played, though, so I'm happy.
That's true. He was happy to be on the ball this time.
Yeah, he played too much clearly. He got 9 fouls. All right, moving on from that. I'm going to stick with this one because I have strong feelings on it. Fair or foul, the aprons in the NBA. So much discourse is coming around how if you build a team organically, you can't really keep it in time after so long. I think the aprons are foul, truly.
I think the NBA CBA is awful. I think it's really hurting the league. And I think you're seeing teams, they're not able to, if they're getting penalized for drafting well. They're getting penalized for having a core. And these aprons are so punitive. You end up staring down 25% of your franchise's value as a tax bill. It's just, that's the problem. I'm not saying there shouldn't be a cap, but it's getting ridiculous. And it's also hurting the draft because you can't have a draft pick without being traded now. So I'm going to say foul.
I agree and say foul. I think the aprons in construct and in philosophy are good, and I do like some of the restrictions that the NBA CBA puts on teams so that we don't have the chaos and spending that we have in Major League Baseball. But to Mike's point, if you draft well, in a couple years, you're in cap hell because the aprons are not rising at the level that the inflation and the cost of the players are. I mean, you're going to have close to 10 teams next year paying 2 players 70% of their cap. It's incredible. It's hard to operate a team that way.
Translate the question
quickly. Translate for it.
Are the aprons in the NBA fair or foul?
They're foul because what they're doing, especially since the cap is not rising as much as they thought, the cap actually is going to drop in the next couple of years. The CBA is going to be blown up because they won't be making as much money.
You know what we should do?
You know how they'll get it? They'll get it with expansion fees.
The Vegas Jacks.
The Jacks.
Yes.
You know what we should do? Have Corbin read another one from the Book of Cornucopia or whatever the hell it is, and have Stoney lip read.
Oh.
Well, from this angle, not only is he reading from the Bible, it looks like he has a purse in front of him.
Oh, my.
It's a lunch box.
We call it a lunch pail.
Oh.
Continue. All right, next.
Me or you want?
I don't care.
All right, I'm going to take one. I'm going to take one
because talking about Scott Harris.
We've had a lot of foul, and I think this one we might have a split here. I have a road trip coming up. Just took one last week. We have another one coming up this week. Long one, way up the UP, all the way around. Is it fair or foul as the guy in the relationship to at some point ask your significant other to drive on the long road trip?
I think if it's over 6 hours, fair. I can't speak to where you're going to the North Pole. Dude, you're both adults. If you need a 30-minute break, I mean, look, no offense, but what, passenger princess over here? She can't drive 30 minutes? Was there a problem? Now, it depends.
That's not what I'm saying.
Is your spouse a good driver? Now, if they're a terrible driver, I'll just take my chance. I'll just keep rolling.
No, it's more of a little bit of male insecurity. Like maybe I need to be the tough guy and just push through
and kill us both. No, it's totally fine.
Mike's it's totally fair. Speaking from someone who's really not a good driver, at least has been accused of. I mean, last summer we drove from New Jersey here straight because we had to. She drove the whole way. She drives all the time anyway.
Well,
with me. I
to
don't
Mike's
mind being
point,
a
if you're a bad driver,
right?
I don't mind being a passenger.
No, but the key is the passenger. You've got to be the co-pilot. You got to be the support system there. Whether it's music, beverage, you got to play an active role now.
Correct.
Now, if you were drooling all the whole ride home, well, that's different.
No, it's driving Old Man Stoney.
Yes,
it's the new movie.
See, I got lucky in my relationship. I hate to drive in general. My girlfriend, she loves to drive. So the only time I ever really step in is if she's like, hey, I need a quick little cat nap, take over for about an hour. But aside from that, I don't care. Do whatever.
Okay.
David? Corbin's living the dream.
It's definitely fair. I love to drive, so I don't mind driving the entire trip. Last summer, though, my wife did drive a little bit of the trip because she just wants to start doing that. I said, okay, no problem.
She doesn't want to lose her skill. She had to kick the rust off.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think we're all set on fair or foul.
By the way, fair or foul, FS2 getting off the horses and putting on auto racing.
I know. Now it's
That's
on
foul.
Well, now we got to go to FS1 for the rest of the day. But I hear you. No, I know. It's
my dinner bill's on this. Come on.
I know.
Okay. Everybody just calm down.
We want to see horses race, not cars.
Then put on FS1. Let me take care of some business. It's fair or foul. All right, if you've been thinking about a new truck, now is the time. Ram Buick GMC Sterling Heights. It is employee pricing for everyone. Every light-duty GMC Sierra in stock, including Denali. Whether it's work, maybe you're on the Shabath road trip to the North Pole, whatever it is, they have got you covered. One of the biggest inventories in the state. Make the smart move. Get to Moran Buick GMC for an elite car buying experience. No games, no pressure, no nonsense. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. Visit them. Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Well, the Godfather's going to join us here for a little bit. He stopped by with an iced coffee and a good attitude. So we're going to ask you the question of the day.
Okay.
And then we're going to play Who Said It. But what you have something.
I just wanted to ask you, did you hear the blind ranking I did with Costa today?
No. Oh. We had a great one, and I wish you were here for it. We shouted you out. Did you hear ours?
Yes. That was good.
The topics we're sick of and you're sick of hearing?
That was great.
Holy hell.
It was
what did
good.
you do with Costa?
Players in this century who played for, because Philly's here this weekend, who played for both Philly and Detroit in all sports.
Cookies had no shot.
He was fine. He made one mistake.
He got bodied.
He got stuck with, he didn't have anybody at number one till the end. So
that happened to us doing the college football one. And I got stuck with Manti Te'o number one over Reggie Bush number two.
Well,
these guys sharked us and didn't put quarterbacks on.
Well, he got stuck with Matt Vierling as the best.
Oh, face of the franchise, Matt Vierling.
B-Ball Paul was 10. Iverson should have been 1. He was 3.
Yeah, but the version you got.
Well,
here,
I know, but
man.
you can rank them any way you want to do.
Casino Bubba Chuck was a tough deal.
I
All right, let's keep it moving. So, question of the day. You ask yours first, and then I'm going to give him the combo.
I don't know where the Pistons go from here. and we've been discussing the general managers in this town. And I think Trajan Langdon, as you and I have actually discussed on a Saturday before, has a very difficult decision to make because you've got your all-NBA third-team center who wants $50 million. He sucked in the playoffs. You think he's worth $25. He can't go anywhere else. He lost all his leverage in the offseason. Nobody's going to sign and trade. Nobody's going to offer sheet him. He can't take the qualifying offer for $9 million. So the Pistons have all the leverage to bring him back, but A, you can't get him to agree to the salary that you want. So do you overpay him for what you think he's worth, or do you hardball him, underpay him for what he thinks he's worth, and then he comes back and he's scoring and he's all pissed off playing for half of what he thinks he's worth?
Well, you don't overpay him for a guy who has limited offensive moves. I don't care about making him angry. I don't care.
But don't we end up with Dylan Larkin 3 years later then?
I don't care. It's Jalen Duren. I mean, try to sign and trade him next year then. I don't look, he's a fine player for the regular season, but when things change, and look, incrementally, he's gotten better every season. Is it possible that he can work on an 8-foot shot this year? I'm not even asking him to go 15. An 8-foot shot? I don't know. If that's the case, fine. But no, they can't. I agree with Trajan. You cannot overpay for him in this league of what big men do.
Now, part two. Because I think it's interesting. Who's in the more difficult spot? Yzerman with Larkin or Harris with Skubal? And with the Tigers winning, it makes it difficult now.
I think Harris is in a tougher spot because there's a chance still, even if you trade him and then you buy, the Tigers have a better chance. Believe me, they're not winning the World Series, but they have a better chance at postseason success. The Red Wings have no chance of a postseason. So Yzerman really has no pressure. He can because they're not going to be any good anyway. What they should do is just blow it up again. But that's the fan base would never.
No, I disagree. I disagree. I think the fan base would be more understanding with it because you know what it would mean. It would mean Steve looked in the mirror and said, "I hate you," to the man that he saw in the mirror.
Yeah.
This has failed, and then he would have to come to grips with reality.
Right.
I would somehow, in this weird cosmic way, be more understanding than I am now. Like he's living in an alternate reality.
Right.
I can't take anymore.
The game has changed where now players,
have power.
Have some
it's
power.
not Gordie Howe begging for a new scarf
what's weird?
With his contract.
You know what's weird about this? The U.S. hockey team has changed everything because the guys who are going for the more money and all that, they're all Americans.
That fraternity pisses me off.
Well, the Canadians just
what are you, a communist? What's your problem?
The Canadians just want to
just
play hockey and win the Stanley Cup.
It's just the way they all went there and sang Kumbaya around the fire, and then they come back and they want to terrorize their franchises that they were already obligated to.
Wait a second.
How many did it, though? Just the Kachucks and the Larkin.
I know, but it feels like a larger group than that. And it's not just Brady. It's him going to his brother Matthew.
Right.
And there's a scenario where this happens with Jack and or Quinn Hughes. They want to force themselves to be together at some point as well. So I understand that the players need to have a little bit more power, and we're in a renaissance here in the NHL about player empowerment. But damn it, Dylan, you got 5 years on the deal.
Yeah, but the problem in all of it is, how can I vilify the player when the organization is an absolute armpit?
They're not without blame. It goes both ways.
Right. So, okay, I'm 75% Yzerman, 25% Larkin. Where are you?
I would agree with about 70-30, yes.
Okay.
That's what I said 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just, my thing is, these players now, and this is the problem with a guy like Yzerman. He don't come from this. This isn't the world that he exists in. Yzerman's used to bullying everybody, doing whatever he wants. The players have no say. Dude, it's over. You can either get with the times or you can get on down the road.
He's become the grandpa in the rocker saying
100%.
Back in my day, and he's too stubborn to change. And I almost can't blame him for it because every human being in existence has done that with hearkening back to their days and their times and kids these days. And he's so not used to this situation with the players having this much power and this much say and making this much money. I mean, we're going to look back 3 years now and laugh at Larkin's salary.
But yeah, it's great value. But the bottom line is, even if he came back and all this stuff didn't exist, the team is still going to suck next year. And that's on him.
Yeah. I do think the question of the day, You're the first one in the room on the show that has said Harris other than Mike. We all said Yzerman is in a tougher spot because I think Harris, no matter what he does, trade Skubal, keep him, win, lose, he will be defensible at the end of season press conference. Hey, we had the best pitcher in baseball. We couldn't give up. We couldn't get rid of him. We didn't like the packages we were getting. We took our shot. We were going to go for it, and we came up a little bit short.
So Yzerman's going to say the same thing. I said, I'd rather make no trade than a bad trade.
And bring back the guy and put him on the ice and strip him of the C? I mean, it's going to be a mutiny in that building.
I don't think it's going to come down to that.
What does it come down to then?
He'll hold out, I think, before anything.
He just won't play. Won't. So then you're paying a guy $9 million to not walk in.
Well, you're not paying.
You're not paying him.
You're not paying. But the point is, he's not helping you.
Right.
Look, the whole thing is a folly. What is their off season right now? Seriously, what's their off season?
Look, Arvidsson. Look, I like Cody Keller because they needed some toughness, but they needed. Especially if Larkin leaves, they need another.
I've often said
center.
the difference between making the playoffs and not was Cody Kolasar.
No, but I'm saying, but
I hear you.
The Red Wings are so soft to play against that
I just want to do this to actually add to the point. His name is Keegan.
I don't care.
That's my point.
I don't
It doesn't
care.
even matter.
Right.
Doesn't. None of this
I mispronounce
matters.
everybody.
No, again, that's not
May as
the
well
point
sign
I'm
Uwe
making.
Krupp. I don't care anymore. I've had it. It's not. It's all nonsense. He didn't buy out Comfer or Rasmussen. What the hell is he doing? Do you realize that Comfer had a whopping 4 hits more than Patrick Kane? Kane doesn't hit anything. 4.
It's so bad that Kane wants to leave, even though they want him here. And you know what? I say, fine, go to Buffalo. They're a really good team.
He's originally from Buffalo.
Right, it's his hometown. I have no problems with that.
Well, I do. Buffalo sucks as a city, but
Well,
hey,
okay,
they
but
got a good hockey
home,
team.
But
now.
home is home.
Ooh, Beefud Weck. All right. Buffalo's a depressing place.
I know.
Okay, David, a few texts, and then we're going to get to who said it. This is exciting.
From Joe, he texted in, come on, guys. They had 90 points. You don't blow it up. We are close.
You're not. No, stop. You got to stop. The East is brutally difficult. I understand if you played in the West and blah, bitty blue. The 90 points is only as good as the teams around you, and those teams continue to get better. The only team now who is absolutely worse than last year would be Ottawa. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I mean,
damn it.
Does Joe have vision, or has Joe never seen playoff hockey? Because when you watch the playoffs this year and you watch the Red Wings, it's 2 different sports.
It's just, God help.
It's exactly what I was going to say, Stoney. Watching the Carolina Hurricanes, I mean, what did they finish? 30 points better than the Wings, 20 points, whatever it was in the regular season. They looked 100 points better in the postseason. It's a different team. It's a different sport.
Now look at some of the teams that didn't make the playoffs. Look at Washington. You don't think they're not going to make the playoffs this year?
Well, they took a couple of huge swings.
Yes, exactly.
They tried to get better.
Right.
I mean, but again, that's what this city does best. Sit back, do nothing, and mock those who try and fail. It's like a psychosis in this town. Go ahead, David.
One here for you, Mike. Comfer had 4 more people than Kane. Yep. Well, JT, that means he had 4 because Kane, you're right, does not hit.
That's
anyone.
my point. I mean, it's just, I can't believe JT Comfer's back for another year. What are we doing? You ready for who said it? Now, how are we going to navigate this since he was on with Cookies? Which, by the way, you just sounded great.
Thank you.
It's weird hearing 2 people talk on that show. David?
Stop.
Maybe I used him, maybe I didn't. So we'll see.
Okay, so you maybe he's in, maybe he's not.
Maybe he's in, maybe he's not.
We'll do it next. 97.1. All right, we do this. Man, I wish you guys were here for the commercial break. What a session. It is time for the tradition, and Stoney will play with us. It's time for Who Said It? All right, let's get to it. Our coworkers say lots of stuff. We got to put it together and tell you who said it. David?
Eligibility will be 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay.
But there's been substitutions here and there on shows.
Oh, yeah. Boy, has there.
So 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. does not include the Wojo and Rieger show, just for clarity's sake.
No. As if Wojo works. Go ahead.
Number 1. How do they look right now? Do they look like a team? Let me start over. How do they look right now? Do they look like a team that is pathetic? No. They look like a team that is not a playoff team if you judge them by the last 4 or 5 weeks of baseball. Is this more along the lines of what they are?
Hold on. I'm not breaking your chops. What you just read makes no sense. Can you do that one more time for us?
They don't look pathetic, but
they're not a playoff team. Just one more time.
How do they look right now? Do they look like a team that is pathetic? No. Do they look like a team that's not a playoff team if you judge them by the last 4 or 5 weeks of baseball? Is this more along the lines of what they are?
There's a double negative in there. Do they look like a team that's not a
I had to hear it again because I was just like, what is this?
Yes.
All right. Stoney, you're ruminating.
I know. It sounds stupid, so it could have been me, but I don't think so.
Okay. Good self-confidence.
Yes.
Corbin?
I'm gonna go with Mark Ryan.
That's where I was thinking midday, one of the two.
Lots of words. The double negative was interesting.
See, I was thinking Mark as well, but he's on the more positive side with the Tigers right now. I don't think he would throw out a weird double negative. I have no clue, so just for the sake of the game, I'm going to say Jim.
I am with Stoney on the midday. I think halfway through the sentence, I was on Team Gator, but once we hit the double negative and the conclusion, I think it's Mark.
Read it one more time, and I'll give you my answer. I want to hear this one more time.
How do they look right now? Do they look like a team that is pathetic? No. Do they look like a team that's not a playoff team if you judge them by the last 4 or 5 weeks of baseball?
Gator.
Is this more along the lines of what they are?
I'm just going to go Gator. I don't know why I hear it in his voice. I'll be wrong, but I'm going Gator. Everybody locked in? David, who said it? Yes! Let's go! Now I don't care about the rest of the game.
That's where I heard Gator, and then we got to the second half, and I thought I switched.
Why? Because the second half got dumber or smarter?
It didn't sound like Gator anymore.
Let's just move on to
number 2.
so
uncomfortable. What the hell?
No, wait a second. I've never seen you that excited about doing it.
Because this game is difficult, and if you can get off to a good start, it takes the pressure away.
I love you, Mike, but you struggle at this game sometimes.
I'm not good because I don't listen.
You'd think a horsey bet on just one, like in a 22-1 shot.
You want the truth? I don't listen.
Number 2. I don't even know what you do here. But if he thinks he's going to get this multitude of NHLers, I just don't see it.
That could be me. That's about Larkin. And I'm railing on the whole Yzerman thing of like, what do you think? A team's going to give 2 of their top 6? That could very well be me. I don't want to poison the jury. Could be me.
Do you say NHLers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Feels like a Rico maybe.
Okay, this is fine. I didn't want to poison the jury.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to be like, I didn't. No, I may have said that.
We have a lot of Larkin content from the afternoon show this week. So that's why I do think it's one of the afternoon.
That felt like a shot, David.
I was listening yesterday and I was like, 5 o'clock, we're doing it again? Okay.
Can you read it again?
I don't even know what you do here. But if he thinks he's going to get this multitude of NHLers, I just don't see it.
Rico.
It's Mike, because Mike would say, I don't know what you do here.
I like that. Use the hands.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm going to go Mike on this one. He poisoned me.
Okay. And where are you going?
I said Rico.
Okay.
I'm all alone. I'm on the island.
No, and you might be right. David, who said it? I don't even know what you do. But if he thinks he's going to get this. Let's go. Yeah, no. Play it again so he can believe I say NHLers.
We don't get the Jenkins rule here. Come on.
NHLers.
Come on. He's riding the high of getting the first one right. He wanted to keep the streak up.
2 for 2.
Wow.
All right.
I have an objection.
I'm very disappointed you weren't like angry about that, though.
As Brendan said, we kind of did 4 hours on it. I may have been out of gas. I'm so disgusted with the whole
It was
thing.
about 5:42 yesterday.
Yeah, we looked like some of the 7 horses you're betting at Saratoga today. All right, go ahead, David.
Number 3. How do you eat pasta? I love pasta. How do you eat pasta with just a spoon?
Don't you dare say me. Don't you dare.
Stoney's awfully quiet over there. Yes,
Okay.
that's okay.
Morning show.
Yes, mornings.
Now,
it's Mike Stone.
Why do you say that?
I hear him saying that. I'm awful at this game, clearly, by the way.
No, you're
so
not.
don't
It's
know
not
what I'm saying.
Brendan,
But
it's not an easy game to play.
I hear Stoney. I have a little bit of on-air experience with him. It sounds like Mike Stone.
Okay, Corbin.
The jury's getting way too poisoned. I'm trying to look at Stoney's body language. It looks like he knows it's him.
He's got pocket rockets over
I
there.
don't know what's going on. So I'm gonna ride with Shabath. It's Stoney.
Can you play this one more time? Why do they think it's you? Go ahead.
How do you eat pasta? I love pasta. How do you eat pasta with just a spoon?
Who eats pasta with a spoon?
You're stuck on the wrong thing,
I'm sorry.
man. Come on.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna go with the duo over here. I'll just say him so we can keep moving.
I'm gonna jinx myself.
Okay, then go ahead, David. Fake Italian Costa. Unbelievable.
What Stoney, you want to tell them?
It went from the cookie jar or something like that with a knife, or is that the one?
Yeah. Do you get rid of a spoon or you get rid of a fork?
Yes.
For the rest of your life, like basically what they're saying.
All I knew is it wasn't Heather with the news because it wasn't like, oh, priest sawed in half with butter knife or something. Like these guys are having a great time, and it's like school bus with 38 kids goes off cliff. Film at 11. All right, thanks,
Yes.
Heather.
And I said,
thanks for the vibes.
I said you can get rid of a fork because a spoon you could have soup, you could have cereal, and Jim said, "Well, how do you eat pasta?"
It's a great first thing he was worried about is how do you eat pasta?
with a
Yes.
spoon. Well, you could
But he's the
twirl it.
fakest Italian guy on the planet.
Listen,
All right,
you
keep it
twirl
moving.
Last
He's-
one
he's
here.
the worst.
The no and no, and I'm not going to reveal that. And the surly sort of attitude, it comes off like he's got a lifetime deal.
Oh, hell, I've said something like that a million times.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But
there's no way we get 2 mics.
It would be stunning.
I'm gonna go Mark.
Why?
Because he just hasn't been brought up yet. He was on this week. And the one time I tuned into their show this week where I wasn't working, they were talking about it.
Hold on, play this again and let's see if we can hear it in Mark Ryan dialect.
The no and no, and I'm not going to reveal that. In the surly sort of attitude, it comes off like he's got a lifetime deal.
I'm going to say Mark Ryan. A, don't want to die alone, so Corbin's coming with me. B, surly.
It's got to be either Rico or Mike because they brought up the press conference the no and no, and I don't think Mark or Gator or Doug would say that, and I don't think Costa said it.
Whoever
If he
you
did,
guess.
if he
Whoever
did,
you
I fell
guess,
asleep.
I'll guess
Fell
the other.
asleep.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say it's Rico.
And I'll say it's me. David, go. Oh, my God.
Buzzer beater.
Wow. Oh, my God.
All right.
I just pulled a Matt Freeze. That was lame.
You're fine. No, good reset. Dumbest guy to ever go to Harvard. David, are we good? Okay, David's telling us it's time. That is who said it. Warm weather shows up and everybody's on the road, including distracted drivers, people flying around, and next thing you know, boom. Unbelievable. Accident. Now you got problems all over the place. The insurance company, they're 3 steps ahead of you. You need to call David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back. And David's going to fight to get you what you deserve. So don't let the insurance company run the show. Simply call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. The hell is this?
Mike, this is a game that we call
fair or foul.
Fair or foul.
This is exciting.
Corbin,
All right.
you're ready? All right, David. This is David's inaugural fair or foul. You were here for the last one.
I like this. This is fun.
All right, good. Let's start with fair or foul. A lot of these, like I liken myself to a stand-up comedian. My material comes from life experiences. This happened earlier this week. Fair or foul, taking 2 donuts from a free dozen before anyone else in the office can take 1.
Foul.
Absolutely
that's
foul.
And that's Stoney behavior. Mike Stone. That's Mike Stone. Stoney would be the only one to do that.
It was not Stoney.
He's also the one who dropped a bagel in a community area, picked the bagel up, put it back in the bag.
And today he did not. He successfully maneuvered the bag of bagels this morning without dropping any or returning any to the bag.
I think it's foul. I think that's just for, and also, I don't, it's just me. Who the hell's, what adult is eating donuts on a random Friday? What are we doing?
I was going to wear a donut shirt today, actually, but I didn't.
Great. You also eat frozen pizzas with Shabbath.
I'm a huge donut guy. So
Okay.
this one irked me.
Yeah, this is a foul.
There's only 12.
They should be in jail.
What are
Whoever
you
did
taking
this.
2 for?
Can't do this.
You've taken 20% of the dollars. Go ahead. Next. Hey, oh, by the way, fair or foul? This is funny. Ticket texters, people saying, who's the guy in Rico's seat and is he going to tell us about his basement?
That's fair. That's fair.
That's outstanding. All right. Carry on.
I got one for you, gentlemen, right here.
Are you reading out of the Holy Bible? What the hell is that?
This is my Bible right here. Everything's all in here.
He's got like a full notebook.
My
That's where
will's
he
in
keeps.
here.
That's where he keeps the beer tally with his friends.
My will's in here.
All right.
Corbin's reading from his living trust. All right, go ahead.
He gets my my pizza maker back at home.
Tombstone brick.
All right. Fair or foul? Alexi Lal is being bullied by Thierry Henry and Zlatan Ibrahimovic on a daily basis.
Fair.
Fair as well.
I think it's fair. I think Lawless is a smug, arrogant, unlikable, boorish. He has the most punchable face, arguably, in all of sports media. And Thierry Henry and Zlatan are 2 of the greatest footballers of the modern
And
generation.
they've been amazing on their commentary.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Lawless got to go.
Thierry Henry, did you see? I think it was after the England-Mexico game, if I'm mistaken. He almost tried to kill him.
Yeah. Well, I wish he would have. I would have been excited.
Yeah.
That
So,
would have been
yeah.
better entertainment than Lawless being on the air.
It's very fair. It's not our sport. It's their sport.
Correct.
So
And
we learned that
Lawless,
this year.
look, Lawless was a fine enough player for the 94 team. But my God, he's morphed into a guy who looks like he's running for Senate. And he's just as annoying.
And that's why it's fair, because he's fake. This is not who he is, and he's trying to be something he isn't.
Zlatan, top rope.
Okay.
And we're off. I'll monitor while you ask fair or foul.
Okay, moving on to the next one.
Stop the race. He's in the lead. All right, go ahead.
And this one, in keeping in line with what Corbin and I consume food-wise, and the fact that I'm a selfish baby, I wanted to bring this one up. Fair or foul? Jeremy Otto getting a free grill when I'm the one that started the bit.
Time out. You had to tell us what grill you were going with, and Rico and I were going to take care of you.
No.
Yes.
I am.
You were the one who was on the Facebook swap shop or whatever the hell it's called. I told you. Tell me what grill you want. Rico and I will take care of it. I felt bad for you.
I am cheap. I take 4 to 7 business weeks to make a purchase like this.
Okay, well then, snooze. You
But I
lose.
didn't realize
Also,
a free grill was going to be in the cards.
Here's why it's fair. You don't have 7 kids like that machine. That guy doesn't even grill hot dogs for his kids. I said to him, social services should be at his house. That's a disgrace.
I'll only say it's foul until I get my hands on a free grill. Who's
Whoa,
giving them
whoa,
out?
whoa, All right, whoa. Easy.
I got to
hold
get
on.
mine somehow.
Listen, then go to, this is the king of the swap shop. What the hell's the thing called again? What is it called again?
You're making me out to be cookies over here.
What is it called?
Marketplace.
Facebook
Thank you.
Marketplace.
All right.
Here's what you deserve, Brendan.
Top of the stretch. Come
It's
on.
fair.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. Fair or foul? Taking up multiple pieces of equipment at the gym. And to give some context, the other day I was at the gym. Some guy was working on one machine and he had his headphones on another and just kept going back and forth, back and forth. Fair or foul?
The hunter-gatherer.
Yeah, but I
Foul.
guess. Yeah,
Foul.
it's very
Very
foul.
foul.
Absolutely foul.
It's similar to the donuts.
Yes, 100%.
Well, you can't put your stuff on the ground.
Yes,
so
that
I'm
guy
gonna go
eats
fair.
2 donuts and then goes to the gym to work them off.
I know you should, but I'm going to go fair.
Oh, come on.
No, it's foul. And first of all, you wouldn't. You know what? I'm leaving it alone. It's Friday. We've had a very nice week, and I'm not going to insult you. I'll leave it all alone.
And Mike,
What were you going to say?
Don't worry about it.
I did just lose.
You finished third. I know.
We need a winner. How many more races
You
do we
need
got?
a winner.
Yeah, well, I'm
Several.
hungry. Yes.
I understand.
Okay.
You're the one who picked 7, not me.
Fair or foul? Getting fired for cheating on your girlfriend.
Well, hold on. The guy was banging a
Did you
player's
see this?
sister. Wait a
Context.
second now.
Context.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's add context.
Okay,
He wasn't just getting his wick wet. He was banging the sister of an active San Antonio Spur. You can't bleep where you eat. That's outrageous.
I'm not defending the act. I put it in those words because that's how Colin Coward posed it this morning, and I thought that was an interesting way to approach the topic.
Who, me or
no? Colin Coward on his show.
What did he say?
And he said, "Oh, I didn't know you could get fired for cheating on your girlfriend nowadays."
You probably can't, but when you're the play-by-play guy for the Spurs and you are sleeping with a player's sister, that changes it.
Yes.
So context is valuable here.
Yes. So you would say
fair to be fired.
To get fired. Yes, correct.
Yeah, with the context, it's very, very fair.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, on basis, without the context, foul.
Well, yeah.
Otherwise, every NBA player would be unemployed.
Correct. Any athlete.
Honestly.
What do you think Rossini would say?
Ooh.
I'm not getting in trouble on a Friday.
All right, moving on. Fair or foul? Last night I went to the movie theater, right? Fair or foul? Taking your shoes off. This person with the recliners had their feet up to the heavens. You could see all 10 dogs.
Foul. You in no public setting, not on a train, not on a plane, not in your buddy's car, not at the movies, not at a restaurant. You do not take your shoes off. Second of all, sandals should be banned. We got somebody here who wears sandals every day, and I don't understand it. It shouldn't be allowed. Nobody's here for that. Foul.
How are people raised? You cannot do
like
this.
animals.
Wow.
David, as my grandmother would say, animale. Please,
Man.
people are animals.
Yeah, this is so foul. This is absolutely foul. You don't want the smell of someone's foot odor mixing in with your popcorn while you're trying to munch on a good snack.
It's an absurdity. What the hell did you see at the movie theater?
The Invite just came out today. Seth Rogen, Edward Norton, Olivia Wilde, Penelope Cruz. Very good movie.
Good for you. Never heard of it. All right. Let's. That is part 1 of Fair or Foul. The hell is this?
Mike, this is a game that we call
Fair or Foul.
Fair or Foul.
This is exciting.
Corbin,
All right.
you're ready? All right, David. This is David's inaugural Fair or Foul. You were here for the last one.
I like this. This is fun.
All right, good. Let's start with Fair or Foul. A lot of these, like I liken myself to a stand-up comedian. My material comes from life experiences. This happened earlier this week. Fair or Foul, taking 2 donuts from a free dozen before anyone else in the office can take 1.
Foul.
Absolutely
that's foul,
foul.
and that's Stoney behavior. Mike Stone. That's Mike Stone. Stoney would be the only one to do that.
It was not Stoney.
He's also the one who dropped a bagel in a community area, picked the bagel up, put it back in the bag.
And today he did not. He successfully maneuvered the bag of bagels this morning without dropping any or returning any to the bag.
I think it's foul. I think that's just for, and also, I don't, it's just me. Who the hell's, what adult is eating donuts on a random Friday? What are we doing?
I was going to wear a donut shirt today, actually, but I didn't.
Great. You also eat frozen pizzas with Shabbath.
I'm a huge donut guy. So this one irked me.
Yeah, this is a foul.
There's only 12.
They should be in jail,
What
whoever
are you
did
taking
this.
2 for?
Can't do this.
You've taken 20% of the dollars. Go ahead. Next. Hey, oh, by the way, fair or foul? This is funny. Ticket texters, people saying, who's the guy in Rico's seat and is he going to tell us about his basement?
That's fair. That's fair.
That's outstanding. All right. Carry on.
I got one for you, gentlemen, right here.
Are you reading out of the Holy Bible? What the hell is that?
This is my Bible right here. Everything's all in here.
He's got like a full notebook.
My
That's where
will's
he
in
keeps.
here.
That's where he keeps the beer tally with his friends.
My will's in here.
All right.
Corbin's reading from his living trust. All right, go ahead.
He gets my my pizza maker back at home.
Tombstone brick.
All right. Fair or foul? Alexi Lal is being bullied by Thierry Henry and Zlatan Ibrahimovic on a daily basis.
Fair.
Fair as well.
I think it's fair. I think Lawless is a smug, arrogant, unlikable, boorish. He has the most punchable face, arguably, in all of sports media. And Thierry Henry and Zlatan are 2 of the greatest footballers of the modern generation.
And they've been amazing on their commentary.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Lawless
Michigan
got to go.
basketball has
Thierry
already
Henry,
taken
did you
off the
see? I
interim
think it was
tag for
after
head
the
coach Mike
England-Mexico
Boynton,
game, if I'm
announced he's been
mistaken.
signed to
He
a
almost tried to
2-year
kill him.
deal.
Yeah.
Kate
I
Cunningham
wish you
quoted in
would've-
the release.
I would've been
Coach
excited.
Boynton has been
Yeah.
a
So,
big
yeah.
impact
Better
on my life. He
entertainment
believed
than
in me,
Lawless
trusted
being
me, and
on
pushed
the
me
air.
to
It's
become
very
the best
fair.
version of
It's not our
myself,
sport.
end quote.
It's their sport.
Michigan
Correct.
State has
So,
named
and
John
Lawless-
Palumbo
look,
their
Lawless-
interim AD.
What'd you call me?
Palumbo. He had several roles in East Lansing since Jay Batt brought him over, including serving as the CEO of Spartan Ventures. Tigers reliever Will Vest has a right elbow stress fracture. AJ Hinch says he has no idea what the timeline looks like for his return, but it's possible he still pitches again this year. The last series before the All-Star break has the Tigers hosting the Phillies. Philly 5-5 in their last 10. They're coming off a series win over the Reds. Jack Flaherty back on the mound. Here the 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1. Injured infielder Gleyber Torres also taking some swings on the field today. Dodgers two-way star Shohei Ohtani will miss the All-Star game with an inflamed knee. His start earlier in the week was pushed to today, but that's been nixed as well. He'll DH the rest of the year or the rest of the series, and the Athletic says he'll likely need a knee drained and injected. Victor Wembanyama reportedly considering taking less money as an extension to help the Spurs in roster construction. Ex-Lions corner Tyrone Arnold was back in court for another hearing where a Florida judge determined he would not have to wear a GPS tether. Spain beat Belgium 2-1 in the World Cup. We should have just done that live. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
This has turned into a Friday party here.
Terry and Arnold's going to be playing for the Mean Machine. Huh? From The Longest Yard. The mean Machine.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not wrapped up in any of that. You hear the godfather of sports radio is joined. Brendan Shabath is in for Rico. Corbin is in for Paul Serral. This is like a potpourri deal. By the way, this is why I like things like the World Cup. You don't have to be deeply invested to just enjoy the last 6-7 minutes of Spain and Belgium and the oohs and ahs and all the... By the way, Spain's got a kid with a bad attitude. They went to the crowd. Spain scores. This kid's like 7 years old, and he's mocking Belgium fans who are sad. What a jerk.
I wasn't sure. I thought that too. I couldn't tell if he was for Spain or for Belgium.
Spain.
He was wearing a Spain jersey.
What a jerk.
Are you sure? You're positive it was Spain?
And I'm positive
sure.
you can call a 7-year-old a jerk.
Yes.
He's a jerk.
The colors are, somewhat similar.
By the way,
What?
Thursday we're doing the drop tournament.
Yes.
I just want to make sure everybody knows.
I didn't make the announcement.
I know.
That's my bad.
Okay.
So next Thursday,
Yes.
Stony and Wojo Invitational. Here's my
Yes.
question. Is Bob working?
He'll be here for that. He's given us his word.
Okay. Now, do we have early bracket construction or
No,
because I stay out of it. You guys have carte blanche.
David showed me a partial list, and it'll be good.
Okay.
It always is good.
No, it is. Is there a leader in the clubhouse?
No, I haven't even.
Okay, we'll get there.
Who's your sleeper?
I don't want his ego to be anything else right now. So
Yep, give it.
The enunciation does it for me.
Raise the broadcaster.
That's right. Imagine. I'm sure all your professors at MSU are so proud. Well, what are you most known for? All right. So let's try to center this. How do you guys want to handle this? Because now we have like an entire group deal going here. We can do what GM's in the toughest spot. Trajan with Dern, Scott Harris with Scooble, or Stevie with Larkin. Who's in the most brutal spot? I think it's Harris because the team has now started winning, which I think unless you were, hyper negative, you knew there would be positive regression. They were never going to lose 100 games this year. And the AL, it's the worst. Here, I'll tell you what. You don't believe me. Stoney, you're older than me. No smarm, no jokes. Have you ever seen a worse American League in your life?
Not really. No, I can't.
It's morbid.
Maybe like when the Twins won in 1965, maybe.
Okay,
I don't know.
You crossed the 50-year.
I'm like
crossed
thinking,
the 50-year threshold
right, I'm
here.
thinking of like good teams, and
But this is my point.
bad.
With the Tigers winning some games, I think it makes Harris's job harder because you're going to have a lot of people who won't understand the long view versus what's right in front of them.
Right.
I can't make a case for keeping Scooble here. I can't.
Either can I. And look, Scott Harris, right or wrong, his bread and butter is prospects, young players, drafting, whatever. So if he can get more of those, I think that's what he's going to do. Fill his war chest is what I think he's going to do.
I think it's Yzerman in the toughest spot with Langdon as my sleeper. But I think Yzerman, every time I review this situation in my head and try to attempt to do what you guys tried yesterday, Mike, how does this play out?
Okay.
How does this all end? Try to find a navigation path towards some semblance of sanity here. I can't figure it out. I can't see either guy budging, and I can't see a scenario that ends somewhat relatively borderline peaceful.
How about this? I think it ends in the way that it should have ended right after he made the announcement, with a futures-driven package. Look, I would love to see Steve pull a rabbit out of the hat, and you're like, wow, we got what? But what remotely competitive team is giving up their first-line center?
None.
But in that scenario, my hockey team now sucks for 3 or 4 years.
Well,
That's not fun.
They do anyway.
I know, but they're at least relative. It's something for the
I know.
update guy to talk about,
Right.
Oh, excuse me. Well, as long as you have things for your updates, to hell with winning a Stanley Cup.
And there's 2 more games you can talk about next year.
That is
84
true.
games because you really needed more.
I don't.
I'm disgusted with all of it.
I don't mean that narcissistically. I actually mean it in the idea of like they're in the graphic, right? It's something for us to talk about. There are,
but look,
we can criticize decisions.
But
and
Brennan,
player-
here's the problem. I'm not trying to be like Boomer Deluxe here. Man, this is the Detroit Red Wings. All right, this is the Yankees. This is the Lakers, Celtics. This is the New England Patriots. This is about winning a Stanley Cup. I don't know who the hell is sitting here going, oh, golly gee, let's just get in the tournament.
I think that supports.
And either is Yzerman to his. I don't
But
want to say
okay,
credit.
can I run this opinion by him? And I want your take too. I said something yesterday. I hate I have to do PSAs. This is what's happened in media. I believe what I'm saying. I'm not trying to do hot take or provocative stuff. This is the Bizarro. This is Bizarro Ken Holland.
Feldman.
Ken Holland was beholden to keeping a streak alive.
Right.
And he wasn't doing what was best for the organization.
Correct.
Bizarro, Yzerman, is beholden to ending the streak instead of doing what's right for the organization. It is the Bizarro.
Well, except I don't think Yzerman is really beholden to the playoffs. He wants, because he's trying to build his team his way.
I'm basing it on what Friedman said, which is he deeply wants to end this streak.
Yeah, but
I mean, I hear you.
Right.
I'm making a point. Him taking this negotiation where he's taking it, he's refusing the retool. I don't know any way. Look, if you're even a paying customer, Costa, you have tickets. Can you tell me this is trending anywhere that's going to end in a Stanley Cup?
No.
So then what are we doing, aside from Brendan's updates?
That's why you have to blow the whole
But
thing up.
But I think what you're saying further supports my point about that this is the Detroit Red Wings and we should be competing for Stanley Cups. Either keeping Larkin and running back the same product out there that is borderline to the playoffs but still not making it for 10 straight years, or trading Larkin for a futures-driven package that results in Rebuild 2.0, A, run by Steve Yzerman, and B, 4 to 5 years in the making, doesn't get us closer to the Stanley Cup. That's why I think it's Yzerman who has the tougher decision.
I don't think he has a tougher decision because the team is so bad. I mean, I think Harris is because the team has a chance not to win the World Series, but to actually get there. Because the American League, as Mike said, is so bad.
But here's the other problem.
There's more pressure on Harris. Look, there's no pressure from the ownership. It's both teams. And by the way, Ken Holland, I think that pressure came from up above.
I wasn't trying to say what the pressure was. I was talking their actions were not in good faith to what's best for the team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I do not believe what Steve Yzerman's doing right now is best for the team.
No, I agree with you.
Well, I would extend the analogy, though, that the way Chris Ilitch has operated the teams is bizarro to the way Mike did. And the pressure that has been...
One was a fan and the other's a businessman.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
they're two totally different paths.
The bizarro continues.
Yes, the bizarro.
Right.
But guys, where are you at with it? Look, the Scott Harris part of it, here's the only, and I know it sounds crazy. On one hand, I tell you it's the worst AL ever, but we do have to, this is a weakness of a lot of sports towns. Other teams are allowed to buy at the deadline too and get better. And like, do I think a full-strength Yankee team, do I think you're beating them in a 7-game set? No, I do not. You know, are the Mariners not going to kick it into gear and get it going?
Right.
And then you start to factor in who's buying and what does it look like? There's a part of me, I think the Tigers could still make the playoffs with trading Skubal.
I do too.
I can't pass up on what will be offered.
That's the problem. I mean, a lot of times, as you always say, you just want to be in the conversation. We're seeing that with Langdon. He just couldn't close. Austin Reeves and people like that. I don't know what they're going to be able to get. I don't know every prospect and things like that. I don't think they're going to get major league ready bats. I mean, Costa brought up somebody today who would be good, the Ward from Baltimore.
Taylor Ward?
Yeah, right-handed bat, kind of cheap.
You could get him for something you don't really care about.
Right.
That's nothing to do with Skubal.
Why not?
What I'm saying with Skubal is you're going to get 2 frontline pieces.
Milwaukee.
And no, you're not going to get a Jesus Made.
No,
That's
but
an
you're going to
absurdity.
get the right-handed pitcher.
There you go. Yes.
What's Henderson, I believe is his name?
Or you go to the Dodgers and you get a Zaire Hope. Look, I'm making a point. I'm not passing up because this farm system, by the way, that everybody wanted to massage their marbles over is now outside of the top 20 in baseball. You're bereft of pitching. A lot of your guys are years away. I want to restock the shelves because I could totally see a scenario if there's baseball next year. We are talking about the Tigers being the team in the AL Central. Mm-hmm. I'm not down organizationally long term.
No.
But I can't sit here unless I felt like, because here's my other problem. This team can't figure out whether they're terrible or awesome on a month-to-month basis.
I know.
And I can't trust in it.
And it's been that way for 3 years.
And that's why I'm exhausted. And I've taken the approach, guys, do whatever you want to do. It's like you're out to dinner and you're with a couple who's fighting. Guys, do whatever you want to do. Just do it away from the table. Just do it somewhere else. I don't care. Okay? Are you staying together for the kids? God bless. Pass the calamari. I can't do this anymore. I'm exhausted by them. Do whatever you want. Leave Nona alone. Get out of my house. 248-539-9797. We'll get some texts. You're just hanging out?
I'll hang out one more
You're
segment.
welcome. I don't care.
One more segment. No.
Whatever.
I'm going to go to the game.
This is like a Saturday show hybrid.
I have one.
It's Stoney's Bachelor Weekend.